Tonight I'll be reading the prayer acknowledgement of country. Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessings upon the Council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of Randwick and Australia. Amen. Acknowledgement of country. I would like to acknowledge that we're meeting on the land of the Bidjigal and Gadigal peoples who occupied the Sydney coast. Being the traditional owners, on behalf of Randwick City Council, I acknowledge and pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and any Aboriginal people in attendance today. Firstly, I'll call for apologies and grantings of leave of absences, and there is an apology from Councillor Lindsay Shuri. Do I have any other apologies or lateness? No? So can I have a mover?
Moved, Councillor Matson.
And
seconded, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Stravinos. Confirmation of those. Can I have all those in favour say aye?
Aye.
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 Clear that.
Aye.
Could I have someone confirm the minutes of the ordinary council meeting on the 25th of May of 2021?
Move that way, Mr.
I'll second it.
So Councillor Luxford's moved it and Councillor Veach has seconded it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Declare that carried. The extraordinary meeting of the 1st of June 2021. Can I have a mover and a seconder for those minutes?
I'll move it, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second.
Moved by Councillor Stravinos, seconded by
I'll second it, Councillor
Councillor Veach. Can I have declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interests, please?
Councillor Veach, I have non-significant non-pecuniary, I'd like to declare non-significant non-pecuniary interest in GM5/21, GM6/21, CP41/21, CP42/21, NM46/21, and NR1/21, as some of the speakers are known to me through my work in the Randwick community.
Was that NR1/21, Councillor?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move.
So is that you're still speaking here in the meeting, or?
No, I've also sent those through to Mr. David Kelly, so he should also have a record, hopefully.
Oh, but is that the rescission motion? Sorry.
Yes, I know one of the speakers.
But you'll still be attending the meeting?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Councillor Matson.
Yes, I'd like to move a non-significant, non-pecuniary conflict in my mayoral minute NM433 of 21. The speaker, Ms. Jocelyn McGurr, is known to me from my involvement in Randwick City Council. Would I also like to move, I believe that a Miss Kim Rosen will be speaking to your mayoral minute 18 of 21, athletics track in Randwick City. I know Miss Kim Rosen through my involvement in on Randwick City Council.
No, she's not speaking to my mayoral minute, Councillor
Okay,
Matson.
I apologise. She might
but she is speaking on two different.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to. That conflict still stands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have.
Councillor De Souza.
Yes, I'd like to declare a pecuniary interest in item NM 47/21. As I'm a minor shareholder in a company involved with vaccine rollouts. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Andrews, Mr. Mayor, a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest with regards to the rescission motion NR1/21. I am aware of applicants. I'm aware of speakers for and against. Tonight, I will be voting on the matter. I live in the city of Randwick.
Any other further, councillors?
Yes, I have Councillor Nielsen. I have to make some declarations. I've sent them to Mr. Kelly. non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item NR1/21, which refers to CP 3821, as I own a property in a heritage conservation area, but there are no changes proposed in this area. Then a number of other business, basically another number of items, but they're all basically because I know the speaker through my involvement in the city of Randwick, so I'll put them into sequence. GM 5/21, CP 42/21, and that one is slightly different. That one is because I'm the president of the Friends of Land House. DS 28/21, NM 43/21, and NM 46/21, and NR1/21.
Thank you. Councillor Bowen?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just declare a significant non-pecuniary interest in relation to the rescission motion. The speaker on the last occasion, one of the speakers had a property quite close to a property I've got an interest in. And so on that basis, consistent with my last declaration, I'll be abstaining from the rescission. I'll go on mute and I'll turn the volume down. So perhaps someone can shoot me a text message or something when that matter's been dealt with.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowen. Any further declarations? Well, I'll put my one in again as per Councillor Bowen. I have a non-pecuniary but significant to NR1/21. I haven't sat in that twice now and I won't be sitting it again. I have a close relationship with one of the people involved. So now I'll read the chairman's announcement for the privacy warning for the people speaking. I wish to advise that this meeting is being live streamed using audio-visual link in accordance with section 74(7)(a) of the Local Government Act. I would like to remind all councillors that they continue to be obliged to disclose and appropriately manage conflicts of interest they may have as matters being considered at this meeting. Councillors continue to be obliged to remove themselves from consideration of matters in which they have pecuniary or significant and non-pecuniary interest.
Yes,
Councillors continue to be obliged to protect any confidential information considered at this meeting. During the closed session part of the meeting, councillors should ensure that they participate in the meeting in a location and cannot be seen or heard by anyone else. Announcement for the speakers.
Yes.
The public forum section of the meeting is also live streamed.
Okay.
Kim, can you put yourself on mute? Kim Rosen?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm having.
The public forum section of the meeting is also being live streamed using audio-visual link to allow submissions to be made to councillors. All members of the public addressing tonight's meeting have a maximum of 3 minutes in which to put their case forward. Presenters will be stopped at 3 minutes and you may be granted an extra minute. Councillors may ask questions of the presenters at the end of each public submission. Now, our first speaker, and as I said, please, they're all in the lobby and I'll call the names out and please be patient and we'll get this going correctly. So the first speaker is on MM15/21, financial assistance and donations. Speaking for is Ms. Sophie Smith, representing Running for Premature Babies. I think you just have to unmute yourself, Sophie. Yep.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My name is Sophie Smith and I'm the founder of the Running for Premature Babies Foundation. We're a charity that provides life-saving neonatal equipment to mainly the Royal Hospital for Women's Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, as well as other intensive care units around the country. I started this charity 15 years ago when I lost all 3 of my prematurely born triplets to their prematurity. And we work to give premature babies a better chance of survival. One of our events each year that we hold to fundraise for the charity is our Running for Premature Babies Kids Fun Run in Grant Reserve in Coogee, and I am requesting assistance from the council this year. I was wondering if the council would be willing to support some of the financial costs of my fun run, so that more of the money that we raise we can donate to life-saving equipment at the Royal Hospital for Women. We're currently fundraising for a portable neonatal ultrasound machine, which the neonatal staff at the Royal Hospital for Women urgently need in order for them to give their premature babies a better chance of survival. I'm asking whether the council would be willing to fund the cost of our medals for the children that we hand out to the children every year. The cost is $1,500. We have 350 children come each year to our fun run. Many of the families who come to the fun run are children who were themselves born prematurely, and many of them have actually directly benefited from the life-saving equipment donated by my charity over the last 15 years. We also have many families who come along with children running in memory of their siblings who've passed away to their prematurity. Another area I was wanting to ask for support from the council is to cover the cost of the barbecue. Mal Ward from Great Aussie Barbecues very generously donates this barbecue every year to us, and as well as donating his time to cook the sausages. He's never asked for any reimbursement for the costs for this, but this year, the last 12 months, he's obviously had a very difficult time with COVID, with his business, and so I was wondering if the council would be prepared to cover his costs, which are about $1,300 for the event. So I'd be very grateful if the council would consider supporting this event. We would love the council to be a partner with us on this event, and to acknowledge the generosity of the council on the medals that we'll be providing to the children. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Any questions for Ms. Smith? I'll take that as a no. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
Only, how long has your organisation been in operation, Ms. Smith?
For 15 years. We've been going for 15 years, but we've only been a registered charitable foundation for the last 3 years.
Thank you.
Fundraising, we've raised $4 million over the last 15 years for the Royal Hospital for Women.
Very impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That's it. Well, thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to MM 18/21 athletics track in Randwick City, and speaking for us, Miss Natalie Saville.
Thank you, Mayor Said and councillors. Yes, my name is Natalie Saville, and thank you for allowing me here tonight to show my support for a track and field facility within the Randwick City Council area. Currently, Randwick City area does not have such facility, with Bayside Council having Hensley Athletic Field and Centennial Parklands having ES Marks Field. Both these venues are shared between multiple sports, with overcrowding becoming a problem. ES Marks currently hosts 2 little athletics clubs, one Friday night being Eastern Suburbs and Southeastern Little Athletics competing Saturday mornings during spring and summer, with many members of both clubs living within the Randwick Council area. I'm here to share my experience as a member of Southeastern Little Athletics and the benefits of having an athletics track and club within the area. A group of parents, including my parents, started Southeastern Little Athletics Club in 1988 at Pioneers Park. During these years, the club produced many state, national, international level athletes. The club is named Southeastern due to the relationship and support of the Southeastern Seagulls Rugby League Club, sharing the same colours, logo and grounds. I loved having a track and field facility within Randwick Council. It allowed me to combine all my sports, including swimming, netball, triathlon, all at Heffron, and surf lifesaving at South Maroubra, and then, of course, little athletics, which was at Pioneers. Each Saturday, I would swim at Heffron Park, then walk to Pioneers Park to compete at little athletics, making it easy and supportive to combine all my sports and training. As a little athletics club at Pioneer Park, we were able to provide training facilities for members and the public with a 400-metre track, throwing, long jump and high jump facilities, even using the hills around the park for training during the week. As a member of Southeastern Little Athletics, I won my first state title in under 12, moving on to first national title, followed by state and national records. Having a track facility within Randwick Council so close to my home allowed me to pursue my sporting dreams across many sports, culminating in becoming an Olympian in 2004 and a silver medalist at the Commonwealth Games in 2006, both representing with my sister Jane. In the mid-1990s, the club moved to ES Marks due to the time-consuming high maintenance for the club volunteers. I believe it is now time that the residents of Randwick City area be given the opportunities I had with a track and field ground within the area to facilitate athletics training and competition for all levels, from little athletics, school carnivals to senior levels, and also used by multiple other sports. It's time to work together to provide a suitable location within Randwick City and add an athletics track to the growing world-class sporting facilities already established by the Randwick City Council, with the likes of Heffron Park, local surf clubs, rugby union, rugby league, soccer and AFL grounds, and of course the coastline walking facilities. Athletics provides a great base and development for many sports, such as soccer, rugby union, rugby league, AFL, cricket, netball, surf lifesaving, and the list goes on. I hope we can work together to once again provide this area with a much needed athletics facility. Thank you for allowing me to share my experiences and support with you tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Saville. It's only 3 seconds over, so you've done well. Any questions? No, thank you, councillors. Thank you, Ms. Saville. So then we move on to GM 5/21, Randwick Council Operational Plan and Budget. Speaking against is Ms. Kim Rosen. You just have to unmute yourself. Unmute yourself there, Kim, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep,
is that on? Okay. I thank Council for the opportunity to provide feedback on the operational budget for the coming year. In my submission, I praised the Council's proactive undertakings regarding several infrastructure projects in my ward, and I made a couple of suggestions. I also expressed some of my concerns regarding the budget costings and reporting on the Heffron Centre. I refer to the preamble in Council's operational plan and budget, which says Council decision making should be transparent and decision makers are to be accountable for decisions and omissions. With regards to the Heffron Centre project, I would take it that these decisions and omissions apply to the design and size of South's High Performance Centre and the Indoor Sports Centre and Gymnastics Centre components in the consolidated building, as well as the budget and costings and how these were allocated to each component. Council is accountable to the ratepayers. As a ratepayer, I'm interested to know how my rates and the special rate rise is being spent. I'd like to take the opportunity to speak frankly but respectfully to you, our elected councillors, about 4 of my concerns, and I hope that these will be taken on board and addressed. 1, I can't understand how the $25.696 million costs for the South's component remained unchanged, while the Indoor Sports Centre and gym rose by $5.5 million, when there were absolutely no changes to the scope. I'm just wondering how Council accounts for this $5.5 million rise. 2, I've heard an explanation of why Council applied for the $3.15 million for a second basketball court in the Indoor Sports Centre when a second court was already budgeted for. I've made many grant applications in my lifetime and it doesn't seem quite right to do this. It would suggest that there's a $3.15 million surplus on the original $22,696 million project budget, as Councillor Veitch pointed out at a previous council meeting. 3, I'm not comfortable that $6.3 million of ratepayers' money, my money, was allocated to the NRL Showcase Field some years ago without any community consultation. How could this have happened? If Souths are going to have preferential use of this field with only the leftover times available to the community, up to a maximum 400 hours per year or 8 per week, then I think South should have contributed to the construction of this field, especially as there are already 7 rugby fields in Heffron Park. Regardless of the good they may do in the community, Souths are a business with massive sponsorship deals. They shouldn't be given free rent for 21 years. 4, I was shocked when I read CO 819 recently. Are councillors aware that South is not making a $4 million contribution to their high performance centre up front? Council is allowing them to offset this contribution against the rent. At the $110 per square metre rate quoted in the business papers, their rent would be $484,000 per year. This would effectively give Souths a rent holiday for 8.25 years. But what I find more upsetting as a taxpayer is that Council has agreed to also...
Sorry, Ms. Rosen, you've got an extra minute.
Thank you, I won't need it.
Right.
Okay, what's more upsetting to me as a taxpayer is that Council has agreed to also offset the $22.696 million in federal and state grant funding. If you do the maths on this, we're talking about a rent holiday of about 47 years. Even if the rent doubles by the time the lease starts, South will pay no rent for the whole term of their 21-year lease. That means that the council, we the ratepayers, are receiving no income for the high performance centre other than the outgoings and share of maintenance on the building. Sure, council will end up with a $58 million asset, but assets depreciate and age. Sorry, I just can't get my head around how this is a good deal for the community. I'm not the only community member who's wondering why South can be getting such an incredible deal while ratepayers are not, and why indoor community sports have been compromised because of cost constraints. It doesn't make sense and it seems completely out of balance. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on the floor. Councillor Matson, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Rosen, you mentioned the special rate variation. What is the significance of that to the debate?
To the debate? Well, council came to the community requesting this special rate rise. Many of the gymnastics community agreed to the rate rise on the understanding that they were going to be getting a gymnastics facility that was an adequate size, around about the 2,300 square metres. I know that was not mentioned, hasn't been mentioned since 2009 or 2007 meeting, but that was the expectation. So this is why it's significant, because I feel that a lot of people now feel let down. They feel perhaps that they agreed to the rate rise under false pretences. So that's the issue here, because the gym is just not the size that they thought they were getting. And instead, I think most people have only just realised that the NRL field, it's costing $6.3 million, is being completely paid out of ratepayers' funds. I know it's not out of the special rate, but it's still out of ratepayers' funds. Does that answer your question?
A follow-up question, Councillor Matson?
Yes. Look, I lost a bit of what you said.
Nope.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Councillor Matson, you've put your mic back on. That's it.
Sorry, I missed that.
That's okay. I'm having some erratic reception on my end, Mr. Mayor, but look, I'll struggle on. Ms. Rosen, could it be said that this was seen by the community as a collaborative gesture by the community to assist the council?
Definitely. A lot of effort was put in, I know, by the incumbent gymnastics organisation to encourage the community to actually support this rate rise. And I'm aware that some councillors, at least one councillor, took this into account when they voted for the rate rise.
Thank you.
Councillor Andrews? Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Rossen, for your address. Two questions. You said that indoor community sports are missing out. Can you please clarify which indoor community sports are missing out?
Okay, right. Well, I can tell you that in the 2009 Plan of Management, 15 indoor sports are listed as participating in the indoor sports centre. So for a start, I don't know how many of them would still be interested, but certainly there's only 5 at the moment that are listed. I do know of a couple of sports myself that would be interested in being in there. One of them is archery. I know they pay a lot to be in the current indoor sports centre at the moment, and they're not listed as one of the groups. But of course, the other one that is missing out, as being compromised, is gymnastics, for all the reasons that I and other people from Bunderong Gymnastics have tried to explain to councillors before, to do with the amount of space required to put up the equipment that is there at the moment. It just doesn't fit in the 1,300 square metres. So that's why I say that they're missing out. Some gymnasts will miss out because they just won't be able to cater for the very top gymnasts.
Just a follow-up question, Mr. Mayor. You talk about gymnastics. Isn't it true to say that the proposed facility is bigger than what is currently in use?
It is on paper. Everybody keeps saying that it is bigger, but that's only on paper. I think all councillors understand that building codes change and the toilet amenity area has to be double what it is now. That effectively only leaves 19% of the usable training space. And as I just explained, that the equipment that's currently there now won't fit into this current extra space. It just doesn't fit because of the layouts that are required these days. So it doesn't matter that on paper, it might be 30% bigger, but in effect, in real life, it's not big enough. It's not big enough to even put in the programs, to run the programs that are there now with the equipment that is there now. Something has to be compromised.
Thank you. A further question, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Rosson, I didn't really hear what you said in regards to how much money do you understand the South Sydney Rabbitohs are put into this project?
Well, what we've been told is they're putting in $4 million, okay, but that is not an upfront capital contribution. After carefully reading the papers, what I now understand is that Council in CO 819 has actually said they can offset that whole $4 million off their rent. Not only that, they can offset all of the grant money as well. So that's a total of 22.696 million is going to be offset against their rent. So I know they're paying outgoings, but as far as I can tell, they're not paying anything else. They're not going to be paying rent for a very long time.
So, just a follow-up question, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Rosson, you talk about that South Sydney Rabbitohs only putting $4 million in. Is it true to say that the South Sydney Rabbitohs are bringing in a total of $23 billion in total grants if you look at the federal and state funding of this project? If it wasn't for the Rabbitohs, do you think the federal and states would have put in the balance of the monies for this project?
Oh, perhaps not, but that's not actually relevant to my argument, because the indoor sports and gymnastics facilities would still have been built as per the 2009 plan of management, because $3 million was promised for each of those and other monies could be available. So I see that federal and state grant money, I see that as taxpayers' money. I don't see that as South's money at all. South was successful in getting the grant, but it's not their money. It's taxpayers' money. It's my money.
Thank you.
Councillor Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Rosen, thanks for coming in tonight. Given all of the issues that you've raised, both tonight and in previous meetings and in emails to the councillors, do you have any suggestions regarding a course of action at the moment, given how far everything's progressed?
Well, I do actually. I do. I think I've come up with a win-win solution that I'm really excited to try and present to whoever will listen. It actually ties in with the open space strategy that I've recently read in detail and put a submission on. So the idea is that, well, a lot depends on the outcome of the decision that council makes about what's happening with the tender, but I'll just leave that aside. I believe that there's actually space on Heffron. I walked Heffron on Sunday with a tape measure. I know the area very well because I used to work there for so many years. There is plenty of space to fit in a new gymnasium there. That is 2,400 square metres in size. Plenty of room. And I'm really happy to show everybody the drawings that I've done myself to show that it fits quite comfortably. The beauty of this suggestion is that council could then use the 2 indoor sports areas for indoor sport, and that would then pick up the indoor sports that are going to be missing out. So that means the Heffron Centre would comprise the High Performance Centre and the 2 indoor sports halls, which I think would be very useful for indoor sport. When I speak on the open space strategy, I will explain the data that is before council, which actually confirms that there's a shortage of indoor sports centres in Randwick, and there's an oversupply of outdoor courts. So I think that that's a very simple solution. It's not going to cost council any more money at all. It preserves South's High Performance Centre and their NRL field in place. So no suggestion of anything happening to that. I also believe, and I need to talk to some staff as well, I don't believe it will compromise the plan of management at all, because a 2,300 square metre gymnastics facility is already on the 2009 plan of management, and I think it would be a very simple task to redraw the picture and put in another section about a separate gymnastics facility. So I only see win-win. I see that this is the best possible outcome for the community, and it's going to solve all the issues. And I think then ratepayers would feel like they're actually getting what they were expecting to get when they agreed to the rate rise.
Okay, Councillor Beach, and can I just
thank you. I'm fine, thank you.
Councillor Matson, and can I just ask the following speakers that are coming up as well, that we do have 12 other speakers. So if you can give a short, sharp, concise answer, that'd be fantastic. Councillor Matson, you had another follow-up?
Ms. Rosen, I wasn't quite clear. You suggested that council could have some advantage in what expanding the floor of the presently approved indoor centre into the gymnastic area. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, I guess what I'm saying is the current space that is to be allocated to gymnastics, that's 1,300 square metres, that council could actually use that as an indoor sports venue. And it could have another basketball court. It could take up other sports that are missing out, like dance and yoga and Pilates, no, not Pilates, archery, various other indoor sports that won't be able to fit into the big one. They have a second indoor sports venue, and I think that makes a lot of commercial sense as well, from the point of bookings.
Thank you.
As well as
Okay,
it being
thank
better
you.
for the community.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. So moving on to GM 6/21, support for Australian Turf Club's Community Race Day 2021. Speaking against is Ms. Hazel Stevens.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, fine.
Oh, fantastic. First of all, thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I work as a local teacher, and I've been teaching for nearly 2 decades, and I've seen children affected by violence in a number of different circumstances. I sent you some videos earlier today of a fight at the last community race day, which really concerned me because of the effect on the children present. So a fight broke out, and obviously this is pretty normal at a race course or any environment where people are drinking and gambling. It's not unique to racing. What concerned me was the extent to which the race course wasn't prepared for the inevitability of this happening in front of children, and the way that children react in a situation like that. So a fight broke out between 2 fathers. The kids were very upset, crying, screaming for it to stop. Adults will back away from a situation like that, and you can see that in the shaky footage. Children don't. They had to be held back by their female relatives, as their instinct was to protect their dad. A young boy who looked like he was about 10 ducked under the arms of those who were trying to restrain him, tried to stop the fight, tried to stop the security guards from hurting his dad as he perceived it. And this happened repeatedly. The children didn't run away. They stood right in the middle of the action, and they had to be removed and forcibly restrained by the adults there. When one of the men shouted, "I'll kill you," to the other man, the little girl took it as a literal death threat against her dad, and she thought that her dad was going to die. And it was really awful to see, and my heart just broke for her. Children's perception of what's far enough away from danger is different to adults. It's more frightening. Things like this are happening above their head, above their eye line, which always makes it more intimidating. And their ability to process it and forget about it afterwards is almost non-existent. So what adults perceive as a minor incident stays with kids for ages. It can be really traumatic. And children were right in the middle of this, with the security staff unable to keep them safe and keep them out of it. And that's not a criticism of the security staff. They were fantastic. I don't think that adding in a few people dressed up as elves and dancing Christmas baubles makes a race day child friendly. And when a council endorses something and promotes it as suitable for kids, it actually needs to be safe. It's not okay that a council supports an event where children stand a high chance of seeing something upsetting or frightening or could even get hurt. And my understanding from speaking to the security staff was that they deal with a violent incident at every racing event. I just don't think that a community race day works. I don't think that exposing children to this adult world where we can't protect them is at all appropriate, and I don't feel that council should be supporting that. I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so councillors, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Matson.
Do you think a child would be able to understand why a racehorse might have to be put down?
Absolutely not. I think that they would. They would only see it in that situation if it actually, you know, if a horse got injured on the track and it had to happen.
There's a point of order from Councillor Hamilton.
Actually, Councillor Andrews mentioned it first.
What's the relevance of a horse being put down to community race day at Randwick? I asked you to put a question out of order.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm actually quite happy to answer that question if you'd like me to.
Mr. Mayor, I do think it's a relevant question. If it's been presented as a community day open to young children, the reality of racing is that there are accidents. Horses do have to be put down humanely, but it is often witnessed by passers-by or participants.
And I think you've just answered your own question there, Mr. Matson, Councillor Matson. So is there any further questions?
I've got a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah,
Councillor Singh here. Can I go ahead, please?
Go ahead.
Yes, Ms. Stevens. Thank you for bringing that incident to our attention. It was most unfortunate. However, the ATC, as we know, is a major employer in our city. They do bring in a lot of economic benefits for us. I was just wondering, because of one incident, are you suggesting we're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater?
It's one incident at the last community race day, but I think if you speak to the staff there, if you speak to the ACT, I mean, I spoke to the security staff there. There's a violent incident at every event. We've all been past the race course. We've all seen drunk people being chucked out of there, none too happy about it. You know, we've all been at other places, you know, like a pub, something like that, where there's a lot of people drinking and gambling, and inevitably things get violent. So, you know, the chances of there being a fight like that at the community race day where there's kids are pretty high. From what I understand, it's pretty much guaranteed to happen at every single racing event.
Actually, we do have someone speaking from the racing next, so we can clarify that. Councillor Andrews.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Can I put it to the Speaker that the incident that occurred, are you aware that the incident that occurred at the last community race meeting was between a father and son? It was an actual domestic dispute between a father and son. It wasn't between two racegoers. Were you aware of that?
Well, it was two people that were attending the event with their family.
Thank you.
You know, given the circumstances, it's a little bit hard for anybody to interrogate them about the precise nature of what the dispute was about or their relationship, because as you can see, they were really drunk and really violent. But you know, they were the people that were attending the event with their family.
Can I put a further question, Mr. Mayor? So
yeah, sure.
This could have can you ask this question to you? So this incident could have happened anywhere in the city of Randwick. Is that correct? In a public place anywhere in the city of Randwick? a fight breaking out between two people.
Well, there's
point of order, Mr. Mayor.
It's a fair call.
He cannot. Surely the councillor can just ask questions. He can't try and put his own interpretation on it.
I'm asking.
I'll just get you to ask that again.
The question is very clear. Can a fight occur between two people anywhere in the city?
It definitely should be ruled out of order, Mr. Mayor.
It can happen anywhere. It can happen anywhere, but it's more likely to happen at an event where drinking and gambling are part of the culture, and where people attend the event specifically to get drunk and have a good time. It's far more likely to happen in that kind of environment. And this was a specific day when it was marketed as a child-friendly event. And I just don't think that combining something where a lot of people, go to the race course for a fun day, or and they intend to get drunk and act like idiots, and that's their choice. But marketing that as a child-friendly event, that's what I have a problem with.
Okay. Can I ask one question too? Did you film that incident, Ms. Stephen?
I filmed some of the footage that I sent you. Some of the footage was filmed by other people that were there.
Okay, so you were there on the day?
Yeah.
With your family?
No, not with family.
Any further questions? So now we have speaking for. Oh, thank you, Ms. Stevens. Thank you. Now speaking for is Mr. Steve McMahon, representing the ATC.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I have two items that we're addressing tonight, but I'll start off with the Community Day, as that's what we've been talking about. Look, first of all, thank you for the opportunity here, and just in response to Ms. Stevens' remark about the incident that happened on the Christmas Day. First of all, it does not happen every race day. That's not true. I can tell you a fact, and the fact is that the reportable incidents incidents need to be reported to the police has dropped 70% in the last 4 years, and that's thanks to the work of our staff, but also working with the police. And the police attend every race meeting. That issue was a father and son issue. There are other issues involved. The person was not a member, not a common race goer, and it was a one-off event. I draw you to the successful Canterbury Community Days and Night Racing Series that we've had for a number of years. I draw your attention to the successful Randwick Community Days that have been held over the last couple of years, and there hasn't been incidences of this nature like that. So I don't think it should be judged just on that incident, as terrible as it may seem. In terms of this Community Day, one thing I will point out is that due to the COVID restrictions, we believe that we should be not holding this event on the 10th of July. And at this stage, we're scheduling it for the 31st of July, subject to COVID restrictions in the environment at the time. We obviously want to hold a COVID-safe event, and if it's not appropriate to bring people together, then we won't do so. If that were the case, we would schedule the next event to focus on the Christmas event later in the year. So my suggestion to the councillors would be perhaps adopting recommendation Part B, in that the council would adopt ongoing support for the Randwick Community Race Day event in communication assistance as determined appropriate by the General Manager, and not necessarily put a date on it, but just noting if it needs to have a date, July 31, and if that doesn't happen, we'll focus on the Christmas event. Bit of background about the race course. Obviously, we've been here since the 1800s. This would be a free community event. ATC contributes $4.5 million in social capital toward the community. That's through our foundation, that's through our in-kind works and other charitable works that we do that we don't always publicise. We're a not-for-profit club, so we're not a big money-making profit engaged exercise. We contribute to Randwick alone. Royal Randwick alone contributes $870 million to the New South Wales economy. It's a key tourism and leisure sports precinct. We also have 278 permanent staff, 1,500 casuals, and Randwick alone, with the value add to other businesses around Randwick, is up to 3,000 workers. That they are mainly locals around Randwick, and particularly the casual staff. I'd also so there's a couple of value adds in terms of the economy for this community day. It's free.
That's Mr. McMahon, that's 3 minutes, but I'll grant you the extra minute.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a free event. It's family friendly. The event that we had envisaged as Bluey the dog. We have rides, we have face painting, and New South Wales Police also have a stall there. I'd also point out that a lot of the children's activities are at the back of the course. So if people didn't wish to go out the front where the actual horses are running around for various reasons, it's up to that family to choose how that would operate. I'm happy to take any questions on that matter, and I'll talk to the lights when I'm called on, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McMahon. And the first question is Councillor Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. McMahon, for coming in to speak to the councillors and give us a chance to answer some questions. Gambling is probably one of the most sort of common forms of advertising you see around lately, particularly on sports. I see large ads for gambling on the light rail trams. Ads pop up.
Councillor Beach, a question, please.
So the question being, given the prevalence of advertising for sport and gambling on sport, what is the need to use the council's communications channels to advertise this event? Because you clearly have the means to advertise yourself, and we're not really questioning your community race day. That's completely your call to have your community race day. The question here is why you need to approach a local government organisation to promote this event when you have the means to do so yourselves. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. And look, I must point out all of those gambling advertisements that you see are not part of the ATC. They're not run by us. They're completely independent. We have no control over those. You would note that in all of our communications and our advertisements, we don't focus on gambling nor alcohol. And it's not something we do, particularly with the children, the family days. We've had several events with schools and the like. We focus on the activities, we focus on the industry, the jobs. We don't even talk about the gambling or the alcohol side of thing when it comes to families. So we're only asking for the Randwick Council to support a free day for their community members who may wish to go, and to let them know that it is there and it's a free activity, and we do not focus on the gambling or the alcohol at all.
Councillor
sorry, I'd like to ask a follow-up question, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. McMahon, sorry, could you tell us what your main form of revenue is at the ATC?
Yes, we have a mix of wagering revenue. We have a mix of sales of food and beverage, and we also have a significant number of non-race day activities that generate a bunch of revenue. For example, the Caravan and Camping Show generates 100,000 people. It's worth over, I think it's over $1 million toward the organisation. So we have several revenue streams, but yes, wagering is certainly one of those.
And thank you. And so you would say your main activity is horse racing and gambling, and that's your main revenue source?
Horse racing is what we do, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Roberts, sorry, I saw your hand up, but I'll go to Councillor Nielsen first and then Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is to you, Mr. McMahon, in the sense that the brochure that you have produced, I don't think is very conducive for a family fun day, following on, I guess, from the points that were raised by Councillor Veach. The firm family favourite is very obviously in your
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Point of order.
There's no question,
Where's the
Mr.
question?
Mayor. Where's the question?
Where's the question?
The question is coming, Stavrinos, if you would be polite enough.
No, it's Christmas.
You've gone on for half a minute.
No, I have not.
Okay, Councillor Stavrinos. Councillor Nielsen, yeah, please ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. You see the difficulties that we race under here. Yeah, my point is really in question is that could we have perhaps a more appropriate design for a family race day that is a little bit more subtle rather than the firm family favourite? It's very in your face, supporting gambling and so on. If you're looking at it from that point of view. So my question is, do you think that you could take on board my comments and perhaps come up with a more appropriate brochure for when the next event is happening?
Look, certainly to play on words, but I'll take that on board.
Thank you.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. Yeah, I'm currently in isolation because my two kids go to South Coogee Public, but it'll be 14 days on Friday, the 9th of July. So I'm very much looking forward to going to the Family Fun Day at Randwick Racecourse. So my question is, what do you recommend would be the best attraction for the kids? I heard you mention there was Bluey there. Is that correct?
Yep, Bluey the dog and Bingo, I think it is, will be there. And like I said, there'll be face painting, there'll be rides, and there'll be various numbers of community stalls, community sports and the like, engaging with the kids.
And will there be a chance to sort of get up and close to check out the thoroughbreds, because they're spectacular animals?
Yeah, but by the nature of Royal Randwick, as we call it, the theatre of the horse, where the horses parade before they go into the race, it's right up the back, right where the kids' activities will be. And that's an area where they walk around, safe for everybody. The horses are just walking around, parading before they go out to the racetrack. So, yes.
Well, hopefully this lockdown doesn't continue, and I certainly look forward to going. My final question is, I notice a race course in Melbourne is closing down and it's going to be redeveloped into thousands of units. What are the risks to Randwick if it's to Royal Randwick Racecourse if it's not allowed to develop and continue to evolve its entertainment offering to the community?
Oh, I think the risks are about the employment. Like up to 3,000 jobs in the local community would be gone if we didn't exist. And a lot of those jobs are are people who would struggle to get jobs in a lot of unskilled labour in our stables and the like. So it's yes, 3,000 jobs is what's at risk.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor D'Souza.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. McMahon, organisations as large as yours often do a lot of charitable work. Could you allude as to what charities that the ATC may, and if you can give us a quantum figure, I'd be very grateful, but you can take, if you're not sure, you can let us know later.
So we're at 4.5 million in social capital. In terms of actual charitable donations of a cash note, we have a foundation that's only 2 years old. It's raised over $1 million in that time. And that's from the local children's hospital we did a lot of work with the drought relief and the like. So happy to forward you our list.
No. The point I wanted to make is that you're not just
Councillor D'Souza, it's not a point, it's a question.
So, sorry, Mr. McMahon. So you said you can let us know the amount, but the figure you gave was 4.2 million, was it? That
4.5 annually in social capital. That includes in kind as well.
And this community race day, it's sort of sponsored by your organisation, and the money that may be raised, does that go to a charity, or is there any money raised on that day?
Yeah, first of all, it doesn't cost ratepayers a cent, only in the resources from council, and all money raised goes to the ATC Foundation, which is then dispersed through a grant process to local charities.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Great work.
So now, thank you, Mr. McMahon. We'll speak to you in about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
So now we move on to CP 41/21, council submission, night racing at Royal Randwick Racecourse. Speaking against is Mr. Brendan Horry.
Yes, hello, just confirming that I can be heard.
Yep, you're there. Yep, okay. Cool.
Yeah, okay, so
go ahead, you've got 3 minutes. You go.
Thank you. So as a resident of Randwick City Council, I'm objecting to the proposal by the ATC to host any number of night races at Randwick Racecourse. First and foremost, I believe it is vital to mention once again that this racecourse sits in what has become a densely populated residential area with a diverse, productive work population, and a significant portion of this serving the health and education precincts, which are two industries that add genuine value to the well-being of our city and state. There are many areas of concern not adequately addressed by the ATC. However, most of these were identified by Council's planning team and are listed in their draft submission. Council's position is, and I quote, "In summary, Council does not support the proposal in its current form due to unacceptable impacts on the amenity of the surrounding area." And I would like to say on behalf of everyone in our LGA that will be affected in some way by ATC's proposal, particularly residents in neighbouring properties, we do not believe that Council is holding a strong enough position, which is what its responsibility is to the community. Council has identified 46 issues or areas of concern with night races. So with this, it is evident that Council are clearly aware of some of the serious impacts to amenity that will transpire if night races occur, and yet Council seems to merely make recommendations rather than requirements, and it seems to be generally supportive of night races. We residents do not believe that these recommendations are enough. We all know that recommendations are nothing more than lip service. Further to this point, the draft submission makes clear that various management plans proposed by the ATC, if implemented effectively and diligently, contain measures only to mitigate and not eliminate the impacts. This is not a good enough outcome for residents. In addition to these 46 issues mentioned in the submission by the Council, there are 2 additional points that have not been addressed by Council, which I believe should be included. First, the use of diesel generators not only raises concerns around noise and the potential visual impact, but especially that of pollution. The ATC has claimed to use diesel engines on site as a so-called environmentally sustainable design initiative, which is misleading and deceptive. There is nothing sustainable about diesel engines. We residents do not want to live near diesel generators that pump out harmful pollution. This is not what we chose when we chose to live here. There are many scientific reports outlining the high risks to human health that result from the use of diesel engines, and both Safe Work Australia and the Cancer Council have extensive resources and reports that also attest to this. When people in Kensington and Randwick chose to live in this area and live in the neighbourhood, it was not with the prior knowledge that the ATC would be subjecting neighbouring residents to toxic pollution of diesel generators. Therefore, I believe Council has a responsibility to also address this in their submission. And the other point that I believe is not mentioned or discussed in Council's submission is that the current assessments and reports provided by the ATC...
Excuse me, Mr. Hurry, that's 3 minutes, but you've got an extra minute.
Thank you. Sorry, so... Yes, so something that's not provided by the ATC as part of the submittals do not include any tolerances for the fact that the LEP concerning Kensington and Kingsford has recently been amended with substantial changes to block controls that will inevitably result in a much higher population density. So we have basically, in other words, we've yet to see the LEP amendments materialise in built form, and thus we have not understood what effects this will have on local amenity. My conclusion, and taking into account everything I've heard tonight, is that night races are not a necessity or a requirement of racehorsing as a so-called performance sport. The ATC proposing night races is nothing more than a request to increase profit margins at the expense of the LGA's greater good and the neighbouring residents. Most of us are already aware of the extensive problems that occur during regular day races. I believe there is very little doubt that this would be exacerbated if night races occurred.
Thank you, Mr. Horry, sorry. Now we've got speaking for Mr. Steve McMahon.
Sorry, are we able to ask questions?
Oh, sorry, ask questions. Sorry, Councillor Beach, I assume you have...
just a short question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Horry. Thank you for coming in. Could you explain to the councillors, you mentioned that residents in the area near the racecourse already seem to experience issues with the racecourse. Could you perhaps describe some of those and why you think the night racing will exacerbate them?
So, I mean, the day races, as we're aware, often don't happen during peak hour period, which is what these night races, they're proposed to take place between 6 and 10 p.m. And we see during day races that you have not just a handful of people, but literally dozens and dozens and dozens of people behaving inappropriately. They're either vomiting or peeing on people's fences. You know, women are they're taking off their heels because they can't walk, properly. They're falling into cabs. And I mean, this is during day races. I mean, I don't think it's a stretch to imagine that night events would exacerbate that condition. So if you've got even, 50 people behaving inappropriately to neighbours, then surely night races would exacerbate this. And the problem I have with this is that it's between 6 and 10 p.m. that families and residents who are, work in the nearby education and health precincts, who are actually contributing to society, need peace and quiet. They don't want people screaming. They don't want horns and Ubers and taxis and DDs and Olas beeping their horns because, people in the back of the cabs are screaming, "Oh, hurry up," so the taxi beeps the horn. I mean, we need peace and quiet. I just don't think it's fair that for council to not take a stronger position. Because essentially what you're saying is, yes, the ATC can increase.
Can we just move on, Mr. Horry? We haven't come to the discussions yet to debate it. So any further questions? Councillor Andrews?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. Sir, are you aware how long the racecourse has been in Randwick and Kensington area?
Yes, I am. And I'm also aware that the population density and the importance of the nearby health and education precinct have taken precedence over that. I mean, if the racecourse has been there since the 1800s and Sydney's population was not even 1 million at the time of the opening of the Sydney, I think you sort of get my point, that the area around the racecourse has drastically changed. And I think that the history, I mean, that's not relevant to whether night races take place.
This
particular forum.
You've answered my question.
Yes, I am aware that.
Yep, a follow-up question, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, go ahead.
How long have you lived near the racecourse?
I've lived here for 9 years.
Mr. Mayor, I don't like the tone of these questions. I really don't. They are offensive to the gentleman.
Did you find that offensive, Mr. Horry?
I do, because I feel that these sort of questions are trying to diminish the sort of valid points that I'm making. And I don't, yeah.
But I do find
I don't
it a question. Any further questions? Okay, so now we have speaking for Mr. Steve McMahon representing the ATC.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'll ignore the stereotypes that are not based in facts, and I'll just get to the facts. This is not increasing the amount of racing. It's 16 events between the October-April period, the summer months. We already have twilight meetings that are permissible. And I will note that a lot of the Saturday meetings, a lot of the Wednesday midweek meetings do finish at peak hour as well. And there are existing mechanisms to deal with those. I will point out that this particular one will cost about $20 million to do. It will contribute another 250 jobs, full-time jobs to the community, adding value of 25 million to the economy, which is a significant boost to the nighttime economy, especially with recovery from COVID-19. What I will recommend to the councillors through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of the recommendations, in case I run out of time, we will be making a written submission, of course, to the department with all of this, but I would request that the recommendation of the submission be amended to delete reference to a 3-year trial. No organisation is going to invest $20 million with it being a three-year trial. That would not work. And I'll also just note that the race meetings being on a Thursday and Friday nights are discouraged. Well, that would render the project not really feasible. Night racing is a growing trend across the country, across the world. The Gold Coast have just decided to spend millions of dollars through night racing. It's been run successfully in Melbourne through their Cox Plate series on a Friday night, bringing a number of extra jobs to the community. I will note that we will take on those traffic studies. We already work with the Moore Park Events Operations Group, which involves Transport New South Wales, Centennial Park Police, your own council, and the SCG, and we will continue to do that to avoid clashes where we can. I will note as well, we'll take on a number of those comments that have been raised in the report, including the ongoing stakeholder forums. I'd also just like to note that this is to improve the spectator experience. Night racing is designed to put Royal Randwick on the map across the eyes of the world. We've got major transport now with 2 light rail stations servicing, and that will serve to remove people from the area in a quick, efficient way, as opposed to years gone by when you only had cars and a number of bus routes. It'll activate the restaurants around the area, the social uplift for casual staff and employment around the area, an opportunity in a COVID-safe way, hopefully in the future, for the community to socialise safely and freely around the venue, improving a sense of place, which is consistent with council's policies in terms of a pride of city at Randwick, Kensington and Kingsford. We've been working with the Randwick Collaboration Group, a number committee for Sydney with the nighttime economy, and this is entirely consistent with that, including, in fact, servicing a number of shift workers and a number of people, uni students, hospital workers and the like, that may not have the opportunity to go on a Saturday during the day.
That's 3 minutes, Mr. McMahon, but I'll grant you an extra minute. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But look, I think in a nutshell, it's about increasing the amount of jobs. It's about making sure that we are part of this important precinct where we already have the SCG, the new football stadium. We're building a brand new state-of-the-art wing stand there, which I might add will have solar panels on top, which can be used in the future for energy. I want to point out that this will mean that it will put Royal Randwick on the map and continue to make sure that we're the centrepiece when it comes to sporting and tourism and leisure into the future. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. McMahon. Mr. McMahon, I'm sure you've read the report as you've come here. You've taken your time to come here tonight, which again I do appreciate. The council, the staff report details 46 quite serious impacts on local amenity, on residential amenity, environmental amenities. Some of them are really quite serious, including noise, light spill. Mr. Hoary has also mentioned, in addition to those, the fumes from the diesel generator. There's impacts on significant trees, on visual amenity, traffic impacts, which are also already very serious. And I received, as a West Ward councillor, many complaints about that. Realistically, how many of these 46 impacts, realistically, are you likely able to address?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Veach.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you for that. I was actually going to address a number of those, but in 3 minutes, I didn't think it was possible. But I will respond to your question, and we'll also do it in writing through the department, as everyone will. In terms of those, I will point out that some of the items in the report, by the way, with respect, are not factual in terms of a factual representation of what happens at the racecourse. For example, it's made a reference about patrons drinking after the last race. Drink stop before the last race. There's a number of RSA principles and other activities that I would correct in writing in due course. I will just point out that the light spill issue we believe is adequately addressed, and I think that just requires more work with the officers to demonstrate that. I understand it's very difficult to do that in a written format, but the light spill issue is far improved from the situation we saw in the past, and we're happy to do further assessments with that, including the traffic congestion, noise and patron management. We've addressed this. The generators will be in the infield. They won't be visible. They won't be visible to people, the neighbours on the outside. We'll address all of that in writing, but I'm quite confident. And I say that first of all, I urge anyone who's opposed to this to visit one of the cannery night racing and see how successful that is and how you don't have these issues. I also would point out that we have been racing on a Saturday for hundreds of years, and we know how to operate these things. All this is doing is changing that from a day to a night on up to 16 times a year. That's all. Not increasing any of the new stuff.
Councillor De Rocha.
Just a question to you, Mr. McMahon. Because you're associated with gambling, being horses, right, and everyone's seeming, not everyone, but a lot of people seeming to focus on the fact that it's a gambling issue. So because you're not like Centennial Park holding night movies, or you're not someone else holding another festival, or you're not the sports stadium holding a football. There? Yeah, there is. Do you think that maybe you're being targeted just because you are horse racing when all the infrastructure is there to be able to cater for you like everyone else?
Look, we've been racing as part of the community for hundreds of years. Everyone knows the work that we do. There is gambling involved in sporting events these days as well. That's not what this is about. No. All this is about is an opportunity to improve the nightlife economy, put Randwick on the map. It's not increasing one extra person. It's not increasing one extra horse. It's not impacting any extra than what is already there. It's simply changing the time frame to 4 hours later.
Exactly what people tell me. Thank you.
Councillor Luxford.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. McMahon, thanks for coming along. You touched on the Canterbury race meetings. I have attended a Canterbury race meeting and at night, and they are a lot of fun. How successful have they been? And the community up there, like how have they accepted the night racing?
They've accepted leaps and bounds. In the old days, you would have had 500 to 1,000 people, and they would have been your hard, rusted-on racegoers that go every day. Then it grew to about 4,000. It grew up to 10,000 people, and we have the foodies there. We have jumping castles and the like. People come as a community festival. We've got Little Athletics that we have a good relationship next door. They have their little A's, and then they come across to the track, get dinner, and kids play around and the like. It's been a massive success in the community, and it's a free event as well. And it's really been embraced, and you do not see some of the negative attributes that we were accused of earlier with some other speakers. It's not like that at all, and it's actually a great community day night.
Thanks for that.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. So my question is, whereabouts are you asking the 3-year trial be removed and Thursdays and Fridays be included? Is it part of the preamble, or is it inside the actual letter written by the council with those 46 points?
Thank you, Councillor. It's inside the submission to council. It's inside council submission to the department, but I note that the recommendation to council is that you simply adopt the report as it's written and forward that to the department. So I'm just suggesting that by all means move that recommendation, but with the report to be amended to delete reference to a 3-year trial and also the reference to the Thursday, Friday, because it's obviously part of the strategy.
And so just to clarify, in terms of the scale, if you could choose to have one of those two matters deleted and the other one included, would you choose the 3-year trial or the nights of the week to be included? What's the biggest risk for you to make this investment? If that condition was in there, is that a red line?
Yeah, so not that I can speak on behalf of the board in this regard, but if any sensible business person would tell you that they're not going to invest $20 million if it's at risk of being taken away in 3 years' time. So that's a no-brainer, I believe. And the Thursday, Friday, well, it just makes commercial operational sense to include that. So not sure that really answers your question, but
now, did you say response. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday was recommended not, or was just Thursday, Friday?
We don't specify, but your officers in the report have said that they do not want to see too many Thursday and Friday meetings at night. And there was another reference to having a double day and night. That's not likely to happen. Saturday afternoon is the prime time for racing, and I don't see that changing in the foreseeable future. However, the Thursday, Friday night racing is likely to be a trend. The example I give is what a lot of people do is, for example, the Everest races on a Saturday, but a lot of people come into the area and into Sydney. So it would be nice potentially to have a race meeting on a Wednesday or a Thursday or a Friday night in the lead up, which has been successfully done in Victoria and other parts of Australia. They have a night meeting, and that means people come for an extra couple of days. They go to restaurants for an extra couple of nights and days, and it becomes part of a carnival. So that's what we're looking at in a nutshell.
So basically, a world standard racetrack offering to the community must include nighttime capability.
Yeah, that's something we're looking toward, and the time zones to beam Randwick to the world as well. It works nicely, and most major sports, as you will know, are moving to nighttime viewing.
Nighttime economy.
Okay.
Okay,
Councillor D'Souza, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Mr. McMahon, might bring a smile to your face. Can I use my New South Wales Discover and Dine voucher at the races?
You can, but you can't use them for alcohol or gambling, but you can certainly use them for attendance and for food.
And it shows and I'll bring it up in the debate because I don't, but thank you for that. So we can still use it at the races. Thank you.
Yes, you can.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. McMahon. And I just want to repeat to all the speakers that are coming up further on, if you feel there's a question you would not like to answer, you don't have to answer it. Don't feel compelled. So now we move on to CP 42/21, Blenheim House Interim Arts Activations, Dr. Benjamin Sharatakovsky, Director Extraordinaire. I'll just throw that in. That's easier to say than the surname. So you've got 3 minutes, Benjamin, and an extra minute. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. A pretty good attempt at my surname as well. You know, it's not easy. So yeah, good day everyone. My name's Dr. Ben Shostakovsky, and I am currently the head of directing at NIDA, the National Institute of Dramatic Art in Kensington, in Randwick City Council. So I wanted to speak quite directly to my real support of this idea, the Blenheim House Interim Arts Activation. And the idea there is, I believe that the council has approved major renovations of that incredibly historic house in our city. In fact, the house of our very first mayor of Randwick, Simeon Pearce, which was built to overlook the Randwick racecourse back in the 1800s, which would have been a different name, I suppose. But this wonderful historic site has the opportunity now to be an arts facility for our community to express either visual arts or performing arts or different versions of creativity that are based in a site that has some deep meaning to our city's history, our colonial history. So I suppose I wanted to say, you know, from our point of view as Australia's National Training Institute for Artists, you know, NIDA has, as you well probably know, maybe not, produced, you know, some of the most incredible artists that lead, you know, our nation right here in Randwick. There are versions of us activating buildings in Jane Street Theatre, which is a very small residential property now in Jane Street, Randwick. Down in the old Tote Theatre in UNSW, in the old Totalizer building, which we call the Old Tote, which is right across the Randwick Racecourse, which used to count the tallies of the racing, and now has expanded quite a lot. But I suppose what I'm saying is that our arts history, not only in Australia, but in the world, has been truly nourished by Randwick as a city. That's been the case, and it's been the case for more than 60 years. So I feel like this interim activation of a heritage building through artistic responses to the site, getting the community involved to present works which can be presented inside that space before it is renovated is really important, actually, because there will be some changes to that building. To record the building in its current state is also a really important step in our nation's history to make sure that that's recorded properly. And I think that the idea that while it's dormant before its renovations...
Sorry, Benjamin, do you need an extra minute to wrap it up?
I'll try for 30 seconds, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. You've got a minute, actually, so
I'll try. So anyway, I think that the idea that it's activated in its dormant state before renovations makes complete sense, because artists in the community can then understand a pilot of what that new space is going to be about and can engage with it before its renovations, which will obviously take some time. And then we're ready to go to make something very, very special of that space once it's ready as a community arts space. Thank you.
Councillor Beach, you have a question?
Thank you very much for coming. I understand NIDA has reached, you yourself and NIDA have recently reached out to council to look at ways of I guess finding opportunities for your NIDA students to engage more actively in the local community in council premises and council community halls and so on. And you were very kind enough to come to a recent meeting of the Arts Committee, which we held at Blenheim House. Could you explain a little bit to us why, why that's important for your students? Like, you've obviously got great facilities there at NIDA. What's your interest in getting into our community centres? Thank you.
Thanks, Philippa. That's right. I mean, we are ridiculously privileged with the facilities we have at NIDA. There are many kind of art spaces for us to work in, but, it's very clear that our artists can't exist in a place of privilege forever. What's important with any art, whether it's a film, We all enjoy a good movie from a different director or artist that we enjoy. We all enjoy different music from different artists that we enjoy. Those artists come from places of responding to their surroundings. So if they're responding to something that's outside of where they've trained and actually connecting with the community, it's a very different experience to be able to go to a place like Blenheim House and somehow respond to its significant history to our city, which is Randwick City. And so that's what we want to encourage our students to do, is to move out of the building at NIDA and actually reach out, which are artists like Baz Luhrmann did very directly with things like Strictly Ballroom, where he devised things in UNSW in an old mess hall and then continued to promote that and that kind of ramshackle dance hall idea to producers, which somehow then empowered him to build the career that he did.
Any further questions? Thank you, Ben. So now we'll move on to CS 28/21, 40 kilometre speed limits in parts of Randwick LGA. And speaking for is Mr. Ryan Elliott.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. I'll get cracking. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important matter. Prior to moving to Australia and Coogee, my home was in London, the borough of Islington, which was one of the first boroughs to introduce a 20 is plenty speed limit. Speed limits were on residential streets were reduced to 20 miles an hour, 32 kilometres an hour, and traffic signs were designed by local children. I think that's why I've always found it bizarre the village of Coogee would have 50 km/h speed limits on our residential streets. There's a growing campaign in Australia called 30 Please, which seeks for a 30 kilometre limit for residential streets. The next slide relates to that in March of this year, whilst collecting my daughter from daycare, a moped ran through the pedestrian or zebra crossing on Brook Street as I was crossing. Subsequent to this, on April the 21st at 5:37 p.m, I was the victim of another near miss when a car narrowly missed my wife and I whilst pushing the pram across the crossing. On June 3rd at 8:20 a.m, another car ran the crossing whilst I was walking across it. Often drivers would see us, but too late to stop in time. It's not bad luck on my part. On April the 28th at 5:45, I witnessed another family in a near miss on the crossing. They advised afterwards this wasn't their first instance and they'd reported a previous near miss to the council around 5 months earlier. I've contacted council and had correspondence with Heidi Ledley, she's the Community Road Safety Officer. I'm advised that speed limits are set by Transport for New South Wales and lower speed limits currently don't apply to daycare centres as drop-off times can vary to school drop-off. On June 3rd, I emailed Safer Roads New South Wales with the times and dates of the incidents, but I'm yet to hear a response. It's not just an issue specific to Brook Street. A post on social media site Nextdoor 4 weeks ago had 60 members of the community discussing various incidents, including excessive speed in Beach Street, Mount Street, Dolphin and Allison Road. On May 17th, the Coogee precinct passed a resolution asking the council to consider recommending a 40 km/h in the area bounded and including Mount, Beach, Oberon and Dolphin Streets, particularly Mount and Brook Streets with a number of churches. There's 4 daycare centres and medical centres. There are new and emerging factors in play in these COVID times. People are working not just from the CBD, but also from home. Our community streets are busier than ever. Workers in the surrounds stroll down to Coogee Bay Road to get their morning coffee. Residents take a lunchtime jog around the neighbourhood and many head down to the beach for a swim at lunch. The current proposal to cut local buses may also have an impact, with the potential for more people opting to drive to work, meaning more cars in our streets and fewer people using public transport. Lower speeds reduce noise, increase road and pedestrian safety. They reduce injury and save lives. They also reduce the perception of danger and increase amenity. I believe the community would welcome a 40 km/h limit for Coogee, which could be achieved by adequate.
An extra minute, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you.
Continue, sorry.
I believe the community would welcome a 40 km/h speed limit for Coogee, which could be achieved by adequate street and road signage in consultation in respect to infrastructure, so colour differential, different brick-like strips to denote the lower speed areas, street narrowing via pedestrian islands and street side trees. These would be preferential to speed bumps. Finally, on the last slide, to finish, I'd ask the council to be bold here. On roadsafety.transport.newsouthwales.gov.au, you'll read that Transport New South Wales is working to transform Sydney's streets with recently implemented safer reduced speed zones of 30 kilometres an hour in Manly and Liverpool, including 2 school zones. If the chance of survival on being hit by a car travelling at 50 kilometres an hour is only 10%, why are our residential streets set to 50 kilometres an hour? If the chance of survival on being hit by a car at 40 kilometres is only 60%, why do we accept a 40 kilometre hour speed limit outside our schools? At 30 kilometres an hour, survival rate is 90%. At the very least, let's push for a 40 kilometre an hour in our residential streets and 30 kilometres for our schools. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Elliott? No? Well, then I'll say thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. Now we move on to...
I have a question.
Is that Councillor Roberts, if I took a guess?
Yes.
Yep, okay.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Okay. My question is, that was... So were you speaking regarding CS28, regarding 40 kilometre hour speed limits in parts of Randwick LGA?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you would like council to extend this report to Coogee? Is that what you're saying, Ryan?
Yes, yeah. The Coogee village, so 50 kilometres an hour, to me, on residential streets, seems quite excessive. You know, you'll note the first time I was nearly run over, I only had March. I didn't have the time or the day, but it's happened so many times subsequent. I tend to note the time and the date.
Yes,
it's just so frequent.
And can you just confirm? So you're thinking sort of 40 in the whole suburb, but you mentioned a little area around the beach bounded by some streets to be 30. Is that what you said?
I think just the schools. So, you know, I'm a car owner myself. I understand people need to get going where they need to get going. And I think it's important that you have that differential between residential streets but particularly school zones. And I think, you know, given the survival rates, the statistics, they're New South Wales Gov statistics, you know, a lower speed limit outside schools is really important.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I share your concerns about the speed around Coogee. The streets are quite narrow. It's quite some of the densest, most densely populated areas in the city. And yeah, it's pretty much 50k zone on most streets, no matter how narrow they are. So potentially we could move an amendment to this where we could ask Council Traffic Committee to bring back a report on this issue. Would you be amenable to that?
I think that'd be fantastic. And I think there's a lot of ways you can achieve the speed without the necessary sort of, you know, I know there's an expense to road safety and speed restrictions, but you can do really sort of funky things around. They can put lines on the road, and it sort of plays a bit of a trick of the eye for the drivers where they see the lines and they sort of slow down. You don't need these big sort of speed cushions that can be quite contentious for, particularly if it's outside someone's property.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks for
talking. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. So now we move on to NM 42/21, Notice of Motion from Councillor Stravinos, request review of legislation and current practices on public land by utilities to maintain or install services. So speaking for is Mr. Greg Tanos.
Okay, right. Can you hear me, guys?
Yep, perfectly.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. First of all, I'd like to support Harry Stavrinos on this matter. I'm representing the Kingsford Chamber now. I'm a optical shop, been in Kingsford for the last 30 years. And as you're all aware of, we've had to endure the light rail, the development of light rail for over a 4-year period, with our streets being a mess, our footpaths being a mess. Finally, we've got things back to some sort of order, excluding COVID, with our footpaths being replaced. The graffiti remained on the footpath on my side of the street, wasn't never removed. And now we just seem to have one after the other, some sort of, whether it's gas, power, whether it's to do with the lights, coming in, cutting up the footpaths, doesn't matter where it is. I see more graffiti. Just they don't bother lifting the pavers. They don't have any sort of. We don't seem to have any sort of say in it. They come, they cut, they destroy, and they just patch it with tar. Now we're almost back to square one, and it just seems to be getting worse. No one seems to have any responsibility with it. I hear that the funds go back to council to repair, but nothing gets repaired. Nothing gets repaired. We just seem to be ignored too much here in Kingsford. I've been here, like I said, 30 years. The last 4 years and this extra year of COVID is really killing me, taking the toll on me and other businesses in this area. And we've got a place here that just looks like a dump again. And I don't see who's responsible. I mean, you say that I get told that the amenities council has no say. Well, they should have a say in it. They should have a say. No one should be allowed to come in, cut up, destroy, and not repair. No one should be allowed to do it. You're going to come in. Council should have some say in it. You're going to come into the place, come in here, do the job, fix it up, repair it before you leave. Don't tell me there's going to be funds towards the council to help out, because that doesn't get repaired. I get told that the council's trying to source the pavers. Well, don't cut up the pavers. The utilities shouldn't have the rights to do this. These other places, they shouldn't have the rights. No one should have the right to come and destroy us. I just been here long enough. It's killing me. I know we've still got this little section to be built around the corner, the little mall, those funding sometime later this year, I hear. But what's the point of even doing that if the whole area is going to be cutting it up and destroying it? I don't know what more I can add to it, but I wish somebody in council would at least give a bit of consideration to us over here. We've endured 4 years now, 5 years of this. We've got to have some sort of voice in council, and something has to be done about it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tanos. Any questions?
3 minutes.
Was that a question, someone?
No. Sorry, I didn't take my 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry. No. Any councillors with a question?
I have a question.
Councillor Hamilton.
Hi, Mr. Tanos. You're saying somebody should be doing something about it, and the motion is suggesting to write to the minister. And are you in support of the council writing to the minister, or are you more keen to see the council themselves use the funds that are supplied to them and implement the repair work that they are actually they're employed to do? Okay, well,
first of all, if the council is if they've been given the funds to repair, then the repair work should be done immediately, not 3 months down the track, 4 months down the track. It should be done immediately. Dug up and the mess is made, then the repair work immediately. What I do also believe is that there should also be, I'm in favour of the motion to the government or the Department for Utilities, that they should not be given the right to come in to our area, to any area, and just cut up and destroy. Common sense. Lift the pavers, move them to the side, then have the council replace them. Don't come in and cut it up and then just patch it up and do a patchy job. I look and I trip, and that's just a common sight around here, and that's been a common sight for 4 years. And when we thought we got some sort of normality back, excluding the graffiti work that stayed on the pavers on my side of the shopping precinct, when we thought we got some sort of normality back, well, then it's just getting back to that way again. So both things. Council come in repair. Council should also come in, I believe, because pavers do move and become very dangerous. Someone from council should come in occasionally just to inspect and repair. Inspect, report and repair. So both motions there. Council to repair if you've got the funds, and the other motion is for council to write to the Department of Utilities explaining that they don't have the right. If they want to cut, destroy, they have to repair.
Any further questions? Thank you, councillors, and thank you, Mr. Tanos. So now we move to NM 43/21. Notice the motion from Councillor Matson, Randwick Environment Park Western Walkway proposal, and speaking for is Ms. Jocelyn McGurr. which I don't think is there. Am I right?
I think Ms. Gurr was going to ring in. She was experiencing some.
I've rung in.
Oh, that's
Can
it.
you hear me?
Yeah, no, is that the telephone number? Ends in 45?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's no picture,
yeah.
but go ahead. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Okay. I think you should get a long service award on for all you councillors. Mr. Mayor and councillors, I'll try and be as brief as I can. Look, I think looking at the history of this matter, going back all those years, the problem seems to be the way matters are presented to the councillors that have to make the decisions. And there's a misunderstanding. Munda Park and the Environment Park are two entirely different entities. Munda Park is a recreational facility and the Environment Park is an environment reserve designed to preserve the environment and its assets. What is happening is that things are being served up to council as though it's all one continuous entertainment facility. And some of the proposals are charming, but not for the Environment Park. Yes, for the Munda Park, but not for the Environment Park. And this isn't being emphasised. So what we're getting is one proposal after another. And what we're reduced to, and what you're reduced to, is looking at just the proposal itself. And it might be a good proposal, but the question is it's not an environmental proposal. So the other thing is that I've provided you with a list of the legislation. Now that legislation is not merely an incidental matter. It governs the way the council can manage that environment park. It governs what they can take out. It governs what they can do there. And I don't see any real coverage of that when proposals are put to council. And I think that that's really, really a worry for you councillors. You need to know what the environmental legislation, and it's state and federal, has to say about the proposals that are being put to you for the environment park. Turning to the Western Walkway, I won't spend much more time on that, but I would like you to consider it and I would like you to look at the legislation. The legislation extracts that I've given you are in fact taken out of the fire report, but and so it's got that focus, but you can see they are the legislation that applies to the environment park. And I am rather, I haven't seen any proper presentation of that to council when it has to make decisions, and I think it should be required. I also think that council should be provided with regular independent audited reports on the various matters within the environment park, because otherwise you as the responsible council, how do councillors know whether council is fulfilling its legal obligations under the various legislation?
Ms. McGurr, you've got an extra minute. Keep going.
Right,
Sorry.
Western Walkway. First of all, it's not suitable for wheelchairs. If you come at the Munda Park end, the ramp to the lookout is too steep, the approach to the lookout is too steep, and more importantly, wheelchairs are not using the normal park avenues. I don't know why, and it's been a terrible disappointment. Secondly, the new track of 2 metres wide will require removal of the bulk of the vegetation. When you put up a fence, the fencer says to you, you've got to allow a metre either side for the workmen. So it's not just going to be 2 metres that are going to be taken out, it's going to be more like 4. The track should be limited to 1 metre. The wooden walkway will be noisy and elevated and unnecessarily so. There are plenty of walkways available to wheeled users, whereas there's only 1 track where walkers can walk through under the trees. It's the only place in the RAP where it's possible to be quiet and close to nature, and it cannot be replaced elsewhere in the RAP. Why would council want to deprive this group of users who most appreciate the bush there? If council wants to provide extra facilities...
have you got, that's 4 minutes, sorry. That's actually 4 minutes 20. So do you mind taking questions now?
No, not at all.
Any questions from councillors?
Yes.
Councillor Matheson. Yep, go ahead.
Are you talking to me?
Yep, Councillor Matheson.
I'm sorry. Ms. McGurr, is there endangered eastern suburbs Banksia scrub on the site?
Well, I believe that it's been removed. At the junction of Munda Park and the Environment Park, there was ESBS, and there's been a frantic planting of tiny plants to try and compensate. And I believe that that was removed and all the vegetation with it because they constructed a ramp up to the viewing platform. The ramp will not take wheeled vehicles anyway, it's too steep. But when you bring in equipment and workmen, anybody who's had workmen done in their homes knows this. There's a trail of destruction if they're not properly supervised. And even then, they need to get in to do the work. And they do the work either side of what they're doing.
Ms. Gurr, is this site suitable for, say, recreational uses such as bike riding?
What I'm saying is that is a bushwalking track which people enjoy. The users of that can't get that anywhere else. It's not a very big area. It's a very narrow area. It's already only 72 centimetres in some places. I just think that why deprive one group of users of something which can't be replaced? If you want to provide extra facilities for other users, why not design something for them in Munda Park if you feel they're being neglected? But the wheelchair users, for example, they're not coming to the park. I don't know why, because those large concrete walkways were specifically designed with that sort of thing in mind, in that they were wide, they were flat, and they were concrete, which provided good traction. But I haven't seen a wheelchair there for 17 years, and most other people say they've rarely seen one either. I'm disappointed in that.
Follow-up question. Is the Centennial Park model appropriate for adopting into the Randwick Environment Park?
No, because Centennial Park is a recreational park for the citizens of Sydney, and when you look at that, look at the reference for that. But the more importantly, you've got a body of legislation because you have ESBS and Sunshine Wattle in there, and they are listed under various pieces of legislation. You've got legislation, state and federal, and the threshold question when you're considering proposals to go into the Environment Park, and this won't be the last one, is does the proposal enhance the environment there? And if it doesn't, it shouldn't be put up. Now, this is already a track. It's just a matter of what the track's going to look like, and how wide it's going to be and how destructive it's going to be. So that can be reduced by reducing it to a metre, which preserves it, by not having a wooden walkway, and by leaving it for the enjoyment of people who enjoy that and can't get it anywhere else.
Councillor De Rocha.
No disrespect, just a question from me. It sounds like when you said that there's not many wheelchairs that are there, that we're not expecting for wheelchairs to actually become a part of it. Is that your thought?
Well, first of all, the design of it from the Munda Park end, and I suggest you look at it yourself, is that it's too steep. And wheelchairs aren't just used by Olympic athletes. They're used by people who push their relatives along. And that's very, very hard work. And I'm assured, I have one resident who has had that experience of wheeling her husband. And she said there is no way that she would be using that facility from the Munda Park end.
But by making the track more inclusive for more people, don't you think that that's a good thing than just cater for some that we think may use it more than the others?
I think that we have a problem if you want to have wheelchair users using the park, they're not using it. And that's been one of the great disappointments. And if in fact they're not using it, why aren't they using it? And if you want to do something for them, why can't you do something special in Munda Park for them? And let me say, their carers, you might even think of providing some seats for them, because I never hear Randwick talk about the carers for these people pushing the wheelchairs.
But carers or individuals, I think it caters for both. And I think the track might suit both. Just my view.
Councillor De Souza.
Mr. Mayor and the Speaker. Equity, social justice and a fair go for all. They are my core values. And Councillor De Rocha, I'll come to the question, Mr. Mayor. Has made it clear that people with wheelchairs should have the same opportunities as others. So are you saying to us today, and the question I put to you, do you feel that mothers pushing strollers and wheelchair people who use wheelchairs should not be given the same opportunity to use Randwick City facilities as able-bodied people? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying to you that there is an ample provision for wheeled transport throughout the rest of the Environment Park. And I mean, for example, the construction at Fred Hollows Reserve doesn't provide for wheelchairs, and that doesn't seem to have been a problem for Randwick Council. The thing about this is, if you want to provide for wheelchair providers, why don't you provide for them? Why don't you ask them what they want and set it up in Munda Reserve? There are all sorts of creative things that you could do for them and their carers. So
the question I asked you was, are you of the view that people who need wheelchair access and mothers and strollers shouldn't be given the same opportunities?
Mr. Mayor, please.
Yeah, point of order. This is
It's a fair question. It's a fair question.
No, look, he's asked that question twice.
Actually, councillors, I'll preface all of this by just saying to Ms. McGill, you don't have to answer.
Excuse me, I have answered the question.
Okay, thank you. You don't have to if you don't want to, but if you'd like to, it's up to you.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a point of saying this isn't a court of law? Councillors do not have the right to cross-examine. They can ask questions, but they cannot pursue someone like they are a guilty witness.
Exactly. Thank you, Councillor Matson.
Councillor Matson, you've done worse than that.
Councillor Andrews. Councillor De Souza, do you have another question? And then I'll move on. You're on mute. You're on mute. Yep, go ahead.
I don't unmute myself. So to the Speaker, my second question or my follow-up question would be, is there an opportunity, an opportunity for council to be able to fulfill its commitment to the community to complete this path so we have a circular flow for others?
Yes, there is, and that's what I'm suggesting.
Thank you.
But the circle for many years, in fact, since the early 2000s, has always been used by pedestrians because you can walk under the trees and you can walk amongst the foliage. There's nowhere else in the park that you can do that. Now you can put a 3 metre wide clearance through there, and it won't be the same thing at all.
Okay, Councillor Andrews.
Yes, Ms. Speaker, I thank you for addressing the meeting tonight. The question is, wouldn't a walking path actually improve the park from being damaged in respect to the fauna and the flora and fauna which is currently there? Because wouldn't a walking path keep people on the right track rather than walking around to areas and damaging the flora and fauna? So wouldn't a walking path be beneficial to the park rather than being detrimental in respect to the flora and protection of our flora and fauna?
The narrower the path, the less damage there obviously is, and the less clearance there has to be either side in order to construct the path. And the closer the footway, the foot surface is to the ground itself, the less intrusive it is all around and the less damage is likely to occur. I mean, the path now at certain places is less than a metre anyway. And it's been going like that for 20 years. Okay. And you can see that there's plenty of vegetation around it.
Okay, so Councillor Bowen and then Councillor Veach, and can I remind everyone, please ask succinct questions, and Ms. McGurr, can you just answer as fast as possible so we can get Move on.
Yes, I appreciate the time.
I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you. Councillor Bowen first.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Ms. McGurr. I just want to ask you a couple of questions about the history of this particular path that's there, the track. When the park was handed over to the council, I think it was 2009, 2010. In that,
2000, yes.
In that, where the path starts at the southern end, the concrete track just runs straight into a cyclone fence. And my understanding is it was originally intended that the concrete track that goes up the other way across the creek and up towards the circle track behind Bundock Street and Elphinstone Road there, coming back around, the concrete track was originally intended to form a loop with the Munda Reserve, yet when the Defence changed their mind, council never got that last little, I suppose, sliver of land to complete the concrete track. Do I have that right?
Yes, what happened was that council altered the Defence Department altered the boundary. That concrete path was meant to go out into what is now the Defence property, and you'll see that it joins up with the rest of the road, which goes ultimately right up and behind the community centre, the access road.
Yeah. And so, and my recollection is, so when the council was handed over the park, we ended up with this bizarre situation where we had this concrete path stopping immediately, going nowhere effectively, to a cyclone fence. And then if we look to the right, where the path is now, originally that area was wide and post, and the rail and post fence blocked the area off. And this is my recollection. And ultimately over time, people just sort of started walking through there as paths form, because it was the shortest place between 2 points, between the Munda Reserve and the community centre there. And I suppose if you're accessing Bundock Street from Junga Avenue, that you would just sort of bush bash through there. And then of course we had another incongruous situation where you had this large viewing platform that was just sitting in the bush without any way of accessing it. And that's really how this path formed. That's how I remember it. Is that basically what's happened?
It was secured off, locked off, and people broke in.
Yeah,
and started to go along the track. That was never meant to be a walking track.
No, that's right.
But in any event, that's what happened, and council did not repair the break-in, and so it became a walking track. And now that's well established by the walkers. I won't say that they necessarily are going up to Munda Park. Most of us don't. Some of them might go through on their way out, but it's really that people go there to have that really nice quiet walking experience. Yeah.
And to access the viewing platform, the big viewing platform as well.
Well, I don't, and I think a lot of people do or don't, but a lot of the people that view the viewing platform come in from Munda Park.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
I did have other hands up, but they're gone, so I'll move on. Is that?
Oh, no, sorry, I did have my question. Sorry, and this is a genuine question because I don't get to the park as often as I like. It's not an area that I go walking regularly, but Ms. McCurr, I gather you're there quite frequently. Is that right? Do you go to the park regularly?
Yes, over 20 years.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm asking is someone who's not down there in the mornings or afternoons or on weekends using the park for recreation. Can you just explain to me a little bit sort of how many people are going down there and how many, what sort of different types of people, I guess different ages or so on, are using that little track? Like, is it something that's used a lot, or is no one using it? Are there kids down there? Like, could you just give us a bit of a picture? That would be quite helpful.
It's used by pedestrians because it's a narrow track and because people like it for that reason. If people want to have wheeled transport and everything, they go on the wider roads because there's room for them and the pedestrians and the dogs and on leads and everything else. And don't forget, e-scooters are coming, and they're going to be a real problem. But there is plenty of, what I'm saying is there's plenty of opportunity for cycling, or doing all those other things on the broad walkways.
So I guess thank you. So I guess just a follow-on question, if that's okay. I'm just trying to get a picture of like the amount of people who like the demand for this little track. Like obviously there's a choice. You can either walk around the other side where there's a big level pathway, or you can walk around this little track in the bush. And are people choosing to walk through the bushy area? And is that something that other people would support?
Yes, and a lot of us only really, in the main, do that area because it's quite different and it's quite a different experience.
Thank you.
So thank you, Ms. McGurr. So now we'll move on to NM 46/21, notice of motion from Councillor Veach, safeguarding public space and supporting community sport and recreation. And speaking for is Ms. Kim Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak about the importance of preserving open space for community use. I'm actually speaking in support of Councillor Veach's series of motions, but tonight I'm focusing on those areas of Crown lands that have been designated for community sports. The recent open space strategy highlights the need to optimise the precious remaining land available for the community in Randwick City, especially public lands that are designated for community sport. Because of the scarcity of land, I think wherever possible, community sporting organisations should be prioritised over business organisations. This includes the prioritisation of non-profit community groups over businesses as a guiding principle in any tender process for operations of sporting facilities. It's one proactive step that Council can take to ensure that community land is preserved for community use. I understand that businesses can't be excluded from tender processes altogether because there might not always be a suitable not-for-profit group. Randwick's population is forecast to grow by around 21,619 people, or 15% from 2016 to 2031. With many new high-rise developments in the pipeline and over 170,000 people by 2031, open space and recreation facilities need to be very carefully planned for and in advance, and the precious existing spaces we do have need to be optimised and prioritised for community use, not for businesses to make profits. They can do that on private land. We're now in the consultation phase for the 2021 Plan of Management with deferred consent for the South High Performance Centre in place. Considering now there is hard data available that shows an oversupply of outdoor courts and an undersupply of indoor facilities at Heffron Park, Council has a window of opportunity to address these shortages, not just in part, as per the strategy, but in full. There is space at Heffron Park to keep the Heffron Centre and to cater for the needs of indoor sports and recreation. I do hope that Council seriously takes on board the findings in the report. I urge Council to work together with the sporting groups on solutions which optimise and share the precious land available at Heffron Park to get the best outcomes for the community. Just a couple of facts regarding the South High Performance Centre, which, by the way, I am not trying to stop from happening. Fact, 22.7 million of taxpayers' ratepayers' funding is being used to build the South High Performance Centre and Showcase Field. Fact, a very small amount of space.
Actually, Ms. Rosen, I might have to correct you because that's not correct, but continue.
I'm happy to be corrected. A very small amount of space is being made available to the community and for very limited time. The meeting and lecture room can be used for 10 hours a week, but there are plenty of these in Randwick. The public is needed at the cafe and merchandise store to make a profit. This is not community use in any spirit of providing space for community sports and recreation. I understand that having a rugby field was a necessary criteria for the New South Wales NRL Centre of Excellence grant, and from South's point of view, it makes sense.
And
however,
sorry,
as a ratepayer,
you got an extra minute.
Thank you. I find it hard to justify spending over $6.3 million on yet another field when our community can only use the field for about 8 hours a week, and only when Souths are not using it.
I don't think that's correct either. 8 hours is not correct, but continue.
It's 520 hours a year. 500, anyway.
Continue.
For what it's worth, the data from the reports I've been referring to clearly says that another 2 indoor recreation facilities are needed. Adding another sports centre and another 2,400 gym facility in Heffron Park will solve the problem. As I said earlier, there's enough space. I've measured it. I've even drawn a map to include it. I think we need a review of the Heffron Centre project to look at how the public money's been allocated and where and how these extra facilities can be provided. Council is accountable. As a ratepayer, it's been very difficult to follow the budgets and costings for the Heffron Centre. I've asked lots of questions and council staff have provided some answers, but some things don't make sense. Stakeholder groups help inform council.
Sorry, I'll give you an extra 10 seconds.
I'll just finish. I said it'll do no harm at all to bring the sporting group stakeholders together with council staff. Just to conclude, I'm a solution-oriented person. The detailed research I've been doing on the Heffron Centre have inspired me to find a solution. I'm now very excited about the possibility of a solution which will solve two problems at once. I look forward to speaking with senior staff, the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and any councillors interested to get the ball rolling as soon as possible, this week even. Thank you.
So, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Matson.
Ms. Rosen, just following up on your final comment, you were inviting participation between yourself and the council on some sort of proposal. You might be aware that I'm proposing to move an amendment to one of the mayoral minutes. Are you proposing or referring to that in some way?
Yes, but also I'm supporting Councillor Veach's suggestion to have a working group. I think it's really important that stakeholders to get together, but I think first things first, probably we'll need to meet with council staff, any councillors who are interested, the mayor and so on, to get the ball rolling and move it along.
Thank you.
Did I answer that question? I'm not sure that I did.
As I understand, your answer was that you're seeking some sort of forum to have dialogue with the council. I think that was your answer, wasn't it?
Well, yes, as soon as possible. I mean, I think the main thing we need to do is identify the land. And as I said, I've walked the land and there's room.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions?
Just a very brief question, if that's okay. Kim, and I do not want to get into a discussion about the tender, and that was certainly not the intent of this motion at all, in case there's any confusion there for the councillors. Did you have any involvement at all in the, or know of people have some knowledge of the process around the 2009 plan of management?
Yes, I do.
Could you, and are you able to sort of just give a very brief outline of the key differences? Because the key differences I've picked up are that there seemed to be a working committee of key representatives which were consulted in making the actual draft, and then there was also a community reference group with a significant amount of community members, and both of these committees had input into the actual draft, whereas in this particular case with the current plan of management that's on exhibition, I understand that different representatives, and certainly not all, were simply given a briefing. Could you explain a little bit about the difference of what took place in 2009, just so we can get a bit of an understanding? Thank you.
Yes, I can. There was extensive consultation with the stakeholder, I know, with the gymnastics group, way back from 2003 even, because when I left, it was too small. So that all went along really well, and the community was involved, probably in a similar way that Souths have been involved in the High Performance Centre. But interestingly, this time around, there was not nearly as much consultation with the stakeholder groups who actually know the specifications, what they need. So one example, stakeholder groups, I'm not sure if council is aware, but Gymnastics New South Wales, who are the experts, was listed as a member of the Heffron Centre project working group, okay, which you would expect to involve stakeholders if needed. But for some reason, council chose not to include them in the critical discussions during 2020 on the design and the size of the gym. So had they participated, the size of the gym would not have been an issue. So that whole period, 2020, there was very, very little discussion, or no discussion. Council was not returning emails from Gymnastics New South Wales. So that is a big gap there, and I don't think it would be an issue today had there been consultation with the stakeholder groups. Yep.
I'm just going to say I'm going to take note of that, and I'll ask the council officers during the debate. Okay.
And just a very quick follow-up question, thank you. Do you think stakeholders would welcome the opportunity, if there was one now, to actually re-look at that draft and have some genuine input, not just making a submission? I know there's submissions to the plan of management. I know we've been exempted from a requirement to hold a public hearing, but it doesn't preclude us from doing so. Do you think that would be a useful process, rather than just making written submissions, to actually establish these a working group and a community community group to have some genuine input?
Look, yes, I
Point
think
of order,
that.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
I'd have to say that question was the answer to that question was completely fed back to the Speaker, and I think that the Speaker's already spoken to the point of forming a committee.
Yeah, I think you have. Is there a follow-up question?
Could I just say that one-on-one and group work is much, much more beneficial and efficient than submissions or speaking for 3 minutes at a council meeting. I just think so much more is achieved by a working group.
And I'll put that to council officers in case we actually do have a working group at the moment.
Thank you.
Councillor Andrews.
Yes, Ms. Rosson, a number of times tonight you've mentioned that you left. Where have you left from?
How do you mean I left?
But you've said a number of times when you left. You've left.
Oh, I said that once. When I retired, I started the gym in 1980.
Which gym?
It moved to 1980. I know it's a long time ago. It makes me look very old. But I retired in 1994 and moved up to the North Coast. But I've still kept in touch. I mean, I founded the gym. My daughters went there. Their daughters go there. So that was the only time I actually left working there or running the organisation.
When you say
gym, is that what you mean?
Is that Fitness First gym? What gym?
Heavens, no. I'm talking about the incumbent gymnastics centre on Heffron Park, just to make sure I don't mention the name.
All right. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thanks, Ms. Rosen. So now we move on to NM 49/21. Notice a motion from Councillor Bowen, develop a strategy to use Indigenous plant species in council parks. And speaking for is Mr. Tim Fitzsimons.
Fitzsimons, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
Hello, councillors, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm a local Coogee resident, and I'd like to speak in support of Councillor Bowen's motion. Councillor Bowen's motion complements the work that council is already doing to protect Indigenous plant communities in our local area, including the regeneration of local bushland, employing fantastic council bush care officers, our council-run nursery, which is renowned for its propagation of Indigenous plant species, and council's broader environment strategy. Like many residents in the Randwick City Council LGA, I love the fact that we have intact Indigenous plant communities such as Eastern Suburbs Banksia scrub, wet dry heath, swamp hedge and rushland, and coast Banksia headland scrub forest. These Indigenous plant communities also provide critical habitat to local fauna, particularly our local small bird species, which are in decline in other parts of Sydney. I think we have an opportunity here, or some specific opportunities that could be seized, include investing in bush regeneration work on the western side of Grant Reserve Oval, creating more habitat for small bird species by replacing underutilised grassy verges such as the strip between Victory Street and the Cavelli Beach car park with Indigenous plant species, and showcasing Indigenous plant species in council parks and gardens instead of using exotic plant species, as well as encouraging local residents to choose Indigenous plant species for their own gardens. Thank you for this opportunity, allowing me to speak tonight, and I'd also like to thank Councillor Bowen for his advocacy on this issue.
Thank you, Tim. That was quite quick. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Oh yeah, I've got a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Bowen.
Tim, thanks for joining us tonight, and thanks for your support for this idea. You've indicated a few locations there, and we've got Grant Reserve mentioned in the motion itself. Is there any other areas you think that would benefit from, adopting this policy of using Indigenous plant species?
Yeah, there's plenty of opportunities right up and down the coast here. I did mention that grassy verge, the underutilised grassy verge in Clovelly Car Park, which could be sort of transformed easily and cheaply. There are other sort of underutilised grassy verges right along the coastal walk that could receive the same treatment.
Yep. Okay. All right. Thanks very much, Tim.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Why does Councillor Bowen come up as a guest?
Until he disappears, we'll work that out. I've noticed that too, Councillor De Rocha. So I'll ask.
Don't worry, I feel very welcome.
I wanted to send him a message, but I couldn't because I can't send it.
He's only
to
got 2 months to go. Maybe he's got 2 months.
I feel right at home, even for a guest.
You're a senior mentor.
So, councillors, now we go to NR1/21, which means I have to leave. So does Councillor Bowen, and we'll move on to Councillor Veach to take the call.
If someone could text me or ring me.
Yes, and do the same to myself. If someone can text me, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. We have the first speaker speaking against NR1/21, notice of rescission motion, a comprehensive planning proposal, heritage conservation. First speaker against is Mr. Ryan Elliott. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yep. Good evening, councillors and Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Can I offer my thanks to the Council for ensuring the continuity of this meeting online in a COVID-safe way. I wanted to speak strongly to object to this rescission motion against heritage conservation. I'd like to remind the councillors that the list of properties assessed for heritage worthiness was sent in by the community in response to a request from the council for submissions. For years now, the community have been advised heritage would be considered as part of the revised LEP. The Coogee precinct strongly supports the original heritage motion to protect these properties, with a resolution carried unanimously in our May precinct meeting. I think Councillor Bowen explained it well with his coffee analogy at the last council meeting in May, when he said it wasn't for individual councillors to be subjective and select or deselect individual properties, which have been recommended by the council's own independent heritage report. The properties listed were assessed by the independent heritage expert and graded A to E, with grades A to C recommended for heritage listing. It's page 43 of the Randwick Heritage Study Report item analysis. The report confirms these properties were assessed in accordance with the New South Wales Heritage Manual assessing heritage significance. 281 properties were submitted by the community, and we've ended up with just 51. This rescission motion now seeks to diminish this number further. Of the properties listed in this rescission motion, which councillors now wish to remove, 1 is A rated, the best of the best. 6 are B grade and described as underrepresented architectural style and should be prioritised for listing, with the remaining 4 C grade properties described as forming a well-represented architectural style, however having exemplary qualities for 1 or more of the listing criteria and should be prioritised for listing. The properties in Kensington, Maroubra and Coogee include Federation, interwar functionalist and Spanish Mission, Art Deco and Californian bungalows. These styles of buildings are increasingly rare in the community and more often demolished for yet another concrete or glass block of flats. Look at 163 Coogee Bay Road, Federation property adjacent to heritage items, and now a developer wants to demolish this and build yet more flats. The Council's independent heritage report was completed in March. At the April 27th Council meeting, councillors voted to defer for a month. At the May 25th Council meeting, Council debated, listened to interesting parties such as community members and interest groups, a property owner, an architect of a developer who wanted to demolish one of the properties in the rescission. Council held another meeting on the 1st of June, and now this rescission motion seeks to remove properties. Where is the sense of community in ignoring both the community's submission and independent heritage advice to remove these properties from public exhibition? We're back again. It's the end of June. Once again, simply asking that the community's nominated properties, which have been independently assessed, be placed
Sorry,
on public
Mr.
exhibition. Thank you.
Mr. Elliott, you have one more minute, or have you finished?
I'm finished.
Oh, thank you very much. Councillors, are there any questions?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Councillor Matson.
Thank you. Mr. Elliott, essentially, can the council be assured that we've done everything we can to maximise appropriate consultation on this very contentious subject?
I think clearly it is a contentious subject. There's been multiple meetings, as outlined in my speech. I think the important thing to remember is, this is to list the properties for public exhibition. There can be consultation, there can be debate. We're just asking for the opportunity for the properties that have been assessed by the independent heritage expert, to place those properties out for public exhibition, so the public can have the say and have the debate.
Follow-up question. As a member of the community, do you think we have already lost items of heritage value?
I think we have, yeah. You look at, there's a lot of contention, so people have opinions around the changes to the Surf Lifesaving Club. People, if you look at Baden Street, it seems bizarre, number 23, it's a huge tower block out on Dunningham Reserve, and people scratch their heads and say, how did that get built? It's huge. It's disproportionate to the streetscape, and it's not appropriate for the foreshore.
Thank you, sir.
Councillors, are there any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Elliott. The next speaker against is Ms. Linda Avramedes. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair and Council officers. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak on this very contentious issue. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Although I do speak with a very heavy heart, Council has been asked multiple times over the years to consult the community and implement a council-wide heritage review. We are grateful you have worked very hard on this recently, but it is noted that many historic precincts and buildings recommended by us have been left out. The final list is only a snapshot of what needed reviewing, and now there's a rescission motion of what's already been agreed to. We are not even at the stage of finalising these for public review, or even placing those few selected on exhibition for the community to view, when we are faced with the same people with the same interests to force yet another rescission motion. The community has to fight so very hard to keep a semblance of our heritage and history. Each time we have the same tired argument that people will be deprived of endless resale profits. It is outrageous that developers are given priority, especially with the excuse that it is good for the economy. Heritage attracts revenue. For a start, our heritage buildings and precincts have long been a tourist attraction. Hordes of tourists love the village feel of Coogee that reminds them of Europe. I've spoken personally to many from Brazil, Ireland and Paris who are angered by all the new cranes and concrete high-rise structures, and by the rampant congestion and overdevelopment. Also, heritage buildings and homes need constant updating, which provides regular work and employment for our tradesmen. The loss of once iconic buildings, which you've just mentioned earlier, are now replaced by soulless concrete structures. Note the new building on the old post office site in Brook Street, which is a clone of many in the area. Note the same design now replaces an historic mansion on 28 Dudley Street, standing out like a sore thumb amongst the gracious Dudley Street historic mansions. How was that allowed to happen? No other beach promenade has the historical aesthetic that Coogee has or has had, until the recent decimation of our historic Coogee Surf Club. Coogee was established in 1830 as the first village in Sydney, even before Randwick was. We request tonight that you please put community first and vote against this rescission motion. Voting against heritage is voting against the community and our right to preserve our history and our cultural heritage. Please stop the decimation, the further decimation of our beautiful historic buildings and precincts before we simply become a concrete jungle by the beach, like some similar suburbs.
Excuse me, Ms. Abramides, you have, I'll grant you an extra minute.
I'm nearly finished, thank you. We just don't, it's happening all around the foreshore. It's just becoming rampant, all this overdevelopment. Do not go down as the council that finally robbed Coogie's heritage in favour of higher density developments and planning for future overpopulation. I mean, we need to plan a beautiful scape that attracts urban landscape that attracts tourism and attracts a village atmosphere, not a city atmosphere. Thank you for listening.
Well put.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are there any questions?
Yes.
Councillor Matson?
Do you think that this is a very special key decision-making moment for this council?
I think so, Murray, because we have been fighting and fighting for the last 2-3 years and constantly being beaten down by, you know, oh, look, what about all these buildings that, you know, the future population growth and all of this and changing of zone, rezoning and, you know, the argument that people are just going to get hysterical that they won't be able to sell their heritage home anymore because it's been listed. I mean, people who buy these heritage homes like them in the first place. I don't understand why they want to sort of sell them to developers. But anyway, so yeah, it's a key time in our community's life. We've only got a few left now, you know, thanks to the rampant overdevelopment. And even those are being attacked. And it's not just one building on a street. We have to look at the whole big picture, the whole street, because like the Dudley Street mansions on top of the hill have been compromised now. They've got this ugly, sore, modern building, a block of flats in the middle of them. That place was like a tourist attraction. Anyway, I can go on for hours. Sorry.
Thank you.
In answer to your question, yes. Yeah, very.
Councillors, are there any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Abramides. We'll go to the next speaker, speaking for the rescission motion, Mr. Alan Hilston. Thank you. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Hilston.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Alan Hilston and my family and I live at 10 Cottenham Avenue, Kensington. This current extensive heritage conservation plan has been in progress for over a year, with finally the council selecting only 51 buildings, one of which is mine, that they have deemed worthy of heritage classification in the whole of the Randwick City Council area. That's absolutely ludicrous. Why shouldn't every house in the council area be considered for classification when there's hundreds of similar homes of my era in my area? This selection process has been shambolic, allowing some random anonymous person nominate homes for what they consider heritage worthy and not others. No one visited my home from the council to discuss its heritage significance and how it impacts on me and what constraints heritage classification places on me. This heritage selection process is unjust, non-democratic and discriminatory to the extreme against us, the chosen few. We bought our home 41 years ago because we loved the style and also of the neighbouring homes in the area. You are now suggesting with this process of random selection of homes, you are protecting the heritage significance of the area. This selection process will not preserve the heritage of the area, it will destroy it. What is imposed on one home should be imposed on every home which is from the same architectural era. If this random process is implemented, for example, my adjoining neighbours who also own Californian bungalows, who coincidentally were designed by the same architect as mine at the same time, would be allowed to alter their home's features or sell to someone who would rather build a contemporary home instead. How is that protecting the heritage in the area? Why doesn't the council, as an alternative measure, implement a blanket HCA order, as you have already done on the other side of West Kensington, where homeowners are happy that the whole area will be retaining its heritage look and significance? To make matters worse, I was never informed by Randwick Council that we had been selected for heritage classification. It was brought to our attention 3 weeks ago by another affected homeowner from 51 Doncaster Avenue. We have since heard there was a lack of communication in informing several homeowners, such as myself, of their selection by council.
Mr. Hilston, I'll give you an extra minute. Thank you.
We have never been consulted or informed during this heritage selection process. For these reasons, I wish to have my home withdrawn from this flawed, non-democratic and discriminatory process. A rescission motion should be put in place to allow this shambolic process to be reconsidered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hilston. I have a question from Councillor Stavrinos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor. Look, Mr. Hilston, the question I have for you is, what modifications have you made to your house since you purchased it?
Thank you for that question. Back in 1998, I was given a DA approval to alter significantly my home, where I've also added an addition to the upstairs area, a new upstairs area, and altered also the structural and integrity of the home, at least half the home. That I presume, you know, and I was picked as a prime example of heritage. I mean, that's ludicrous to start with.
Do you think, or do you believe that you should have been consulted before council decided to put these interim heritage orders in place?
Oh, 100%. As I said, I was never informed. No one came knocking on my door from council suggesting that my house was going to be heritage listed, nor the implications of what heritage means. And to this day, I still don't know. But, you know, to randomly select is totally discriminatory. If there's to be some sort of heritage listing, it should be from the whole area, as they have already done on the other side of West Kensington. This is totally discriminatory. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hilston.
Councillor Andrews.
Yes, Mr. Hilston, you said that you were never informed, but a neighbour informed you from Doncaster Avenue. So did that neighbour in Doncaster Avenue actually receive a letter from council advising him that there's an intention to put a heritage order on his house?
Yeah, he did indeed. And then he discovered that he decided to do a walk around the area and discuss it with other selected homes. When he knocked on my door only 3 weeks ago, I didn't even know this process has been going on, and I live in the area for 41 years. Until he knocked on my door, I had no idea that my home had been selected for heritage listing. Yeah, that's the truth of the matter.
And like you said, I think you said that there are other examples of Californian bungalows on Avenue which are built by the same architect and around the same era, but they haven't been placed on a register. Is that right?
No, that's absolutely correct. So, I mean, I gave a prime example of my neighbours. We're all Californian bungalow. And if you go down Cottenham Avenue, you'll find plenty of examples of Californian bungalow homes that haven't even been, you know, selected, nor have they been renovated. Yeah, which are all in original condition. So, you know, I think the only solution is to be fair and lawful, is that a blanket heritage order should be placed, if need be, on our side of West Kensington, as it has been on the other side of West Kensington. And those people on the other side who I've discussed with are very happy because they know that their area will stay looking heritage and the significance of the area will not change in the future.
Thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Councillor Andrews actually asked a similar question, but Mr. Hilston, if you could tell us approximately how many of those similar properties on Cottingham Avenue? About 10 of them, 20 of them?
Look, if you're looking at the Kensington, Kingsford area, there's hundreds. There's hundreds. I mean, my street, you know, is one of many streets where you'll find this predominant feature, this architectural feature. You know, it was very predominant in the years of in the 20s and 30s.
So a dime a dozen. What you're telling us is a dime a dozen. Somehow your property alone is getting listed.
Yeah, at random. I mean, this is the indiscriminatory process, you know, that we're against. We're not against heritage, but the way of selection, you know, where I've been selected, but my neighbours haven't, you know, and now they're able to do whatever they want, change the features of their home, as I understand, or sell to someone who probably doesn't like that feature. We like our features. We've been here for 41 years. We are the second owners of our house in 96 years, the second owners in 96 years. But it's discriminatory. The process of a selection has been discriminatory, unlawful and unjust.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Hilston? Thank you, Mr. Hilston. We'll go to the next
one, Madam.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Matson.
So look, thank you for your address. I respect you and your right to come here. You stated that in 1998, I think, that you put an extra unit or an extra room on, did you, on your property? You made reference to that?
Yeah, we had a DA approval for an extension of the home. We demolished half of the home and modernised it. And we also had a DA approval to add first floor addition.
Are you aware, sir, that the council does allow extra rooms to be added to heritage items? I'm curious to know if that's widely known in the community.
Look, I know nothing about what restrictions or what we're entitled or not entitled to do with heritage listing. Our home is obviously very significant, as are our neighbours.
I can see that.
Random selection of, you know, this random selection where, you know, others of similar style or of the, let's call it the California bungalow style, which mine is, have not been selected. Okay. So this is totally discriminatory. That's my point.
Okay, I think I understand where you're coming from, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Question?
Yes, I do. Just a follow-up question. So, your major concern is the process in which Randwick City Council has undertaken. That's your major concern.
Yeah.
Is the process which has been undertaken.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, at the random selection of the, you know, the process of selecting. It's discriminatory, you know, it's not, and I think it's unlawful, absolutely, you know, that now you've discriminated me against my neighbours who also have Californian bungalows but have not been chosen.
But you never received a letter, but they did.
No, I never received a letter, and the first time I heard about it was from another selected home, a chap in 51 Doncaster in Kensington. He knocked on our door 3 weeks ago and said, "Your house is on a list of heritage." I was shocked. And then I spoke to my other neighbours to see if they've been selected. We all have the same Californian bungalows, and they said, no, we've never had any notification that they weren't selected. It's the random selection that I'm against. the unlawful random selection, and it's totally discriminatory. Absolutely.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Oh, Councillor De Rocha.
When we say random discriminatory, right, are we talking about that you've never been notified? Because that's not what we've been told. I think that this has been a process of, you know, I think reasonable consultation that's taken place. So where we've got people that say we are aware and other people that say we're not aware. So how do you define random discriminatory?
Well, by the selection process. You know, no one informed us that we've been selected. And we never heard of this selection until only 3 weeks ago. And we were quite shocked. Now I've delved into it, you know, and discovered that West Kensington on our other side has got a blanket heritage conservation order on it. I mean, why should I be discriminated by having this style of home and other neighbours in the area have not been selected? You know, this is the discrimination that I'm talking about. You know, what's good for one is good for the other. This process is flawed in that regard. You know, we're not back in the days of, you know, I'm the one that has the vested interest in my home, and I would never change my home because we love it as it is, of course. But why haven't other Californian bungalows, let's call it, been selected in this process? It's the random selection that you know, it's not a fair selection.
Are there any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Hilston.
The
next. Sorry, there was another question? No, thanks, Mr. Hilston. The next speaker is Mr. Frank Carolumbus. Apologies if I have not pronounced that properly. Thank you, Mr. Carolumbus.
It's okay. Alan, if you can hear me, you summed it up perfectly. You really have. I mean, if Alan could represent me, I'd have him represent me because you summed it up perfectly, 100%. And mine is emotional because we bought our house not for future capital gains growth or for development or to rip it down. And if you know my home, and you probably don't, apart from the picture, it's the only sandstone house in the quarter. It was built by the local quarry owner. It was built by an ANZAC. But, you know, it was a desktop assessment. You guys have said it all along. Desktop assessment. No one's knocked on our door and said, Mr. Charolumbus, your house is beautiful. It's unique. We'd like to put it forward to heritage. We've got a booklet, lots of literature, which you have to be a lawyer to understand it all. I kill bugs for a living. I'm not a lawyer. I've got no idea what you're talking about. I come to your meetings, I get frustrated. And if you know me, I walked out of the last one because I'm frustrated. No one's actually come to see us and talk to us. And we're on a short list. If I want to sell my house to a developer, I have that right to do it. It's my house. I paid the mortgages. I raised my kids. I've got the maintenance on this house with my wife. Come and try and keep this house to its perfect glory. It's so expensive. The salt is across the water. We live across the road from the ocean. It's destroying our house. We haven't got money to fix it. So if I sold it with a heritage label, someone would buy it and say it needs tender loving care, meaning a couple of $100,000 to fix. So I'll lose a sale. But if a developer buys it, he'll make millions because of the location, the size of the property, and the area. I mean, there's a house down the road that just sold recently. Why isn't that heritage listed? 1940s Australian style home. There's a sandstone house like mine across the road from Story Street Depot, Randwick Council Depot. It's not on a list. Why not? Why my house? So I agree with Mr. Allen 1,000%. You want to talk about heritage? Come and see me. Don't sell me a book. What the hell's that all about? And if you want to make it heritage, I've got a proposal. Randwick Council, you grant us a loan to fix it back to its majestic glory. So if I did sell it, someone who'd buy it would be someone who wants a heritage home to its prestige glory. Okay, so you want to make it heritage? come and see me, give me a loan, no, not a loan, a grant to fix it to its glory. Otherwise, I'll sell it to the developer and you fight the developer in your offices, not on my doorstep. That's what this is all about. That's what this is all about. You put a heritage label on my home, so you don't have to fight developers in your office. That's what this is all about.
Mr. Charalambous, I'll give you an extra minute.
No, I don't want a minute. Alan said it all. Good on you, Alan. Well done.
Thank you. Councillor Stavrinos. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Look, the question I have for Mr. Haralambous is, what notification have you received from Council in relation to your property being put on an interim heritage listing?
A booklet.
And when did you receive that, Mr. Haralambous?
About a month ago, but the thing is, maybe even more, but the thing is, I don't understand it.
Or have you
look at all the literature. You've got to be a lawyer to understand it.
Yeah. Have you sought any legal advice in relation to the implications of what an interim heritage order?
Legal advice. What are we talking about?
Okay. All right.
Council should give legal advice.
I could obviously see what stress has this brought to you and your family in having this interim heritage order being placed on your property.
Listen, mate, listen. I just raised a family, right? My wife and I worked 2 jobs to keep this house. I lost the family business when I first bought it. I fought high interest rates, okay? My children have moved out. It's just my wife and I. We're just getting to enjoy our home, and we got this rubbish. Look, like I said, you want to make it heritage? Fine, no problem. But give us a grant to fix it up to its former glory. So when I sell it, I will get top dollar, okay?
Thank you.
Plan on selling. Don't put us in that spot. Don't put us in that spot.
Thank you, Mr. Haralambous.
And one more thing. Have you realised all the topics tonight have been public issues, which means you've got a team of people fighting against it? With us, it's one-on-one. Yeah. We're the ones who should get you people coming to us and knocking on our door. This is personal.
I sympathise with you. I sympathise with you, Mr. Haralambous. I sympathise with you. Don't worry. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Personal.
Thank you, councillors. We might ask Mayor Said to resume the chair.
No, it's personal.
Okay, councillors. So that was the last of our speakers. Considering it's 10 to 9, we'll have a 10-minute break. Please come back at 9 o'clock and then we'll go through the motions that we've had speakers on. So please come back right on 9 o'clock. Thanks. I just somehow need to see if everyone's back. Give me 1 second, councillors.
I'm not.
No, I don't think Carlos is. You're not here, are you, Carlos?
Thanks, Murray. Muzza, love you, mate.
Thank you for putting that online.
Okay, judging by this, I think everyone is. I'll give it 1 more minute and then we'll just start.
Okay. Okay, councillors, so I'll restart the meeting now at 9:04 p.m. And just before I go into the motions, councillors, we discussed which was the best way of asking questions, and we were talking about putting comments in the comment section, but I actually found the hands up probably worked a bit better. So if we can just put the hands up single on the, and I'll do it by the hands up method for any questions. So the first one we had was MM15/21, financial assistance and donations. As you know, there is more than just the Miss Sophie Smith's. There's also sponsorship of a room at Ronald McDonald House. There's a contribution from the mayoral fund of $1,500 for Autism Mates, and to contribute $1,500 to the Randwick Coogee Amateur Swimming Club's 125th anniversary dinner. So, councillors, if there's no further discussion, I'll put this in to you. All those in favour say aye.
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 Those against?
Aye.
Was that an against?
Well done. Great.
Oh,
No, that was an aye.
So I declare that carried.
Well done.
Thank you. And that's unanimous, and I declare that carried. So the next one was MM18/21, Athletics Track in Randwick City. Is there any discussion? So if there's no further discussion, I'll put that to you.
Mr. Mayor.
Which one, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, sorry, MM18/21.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to comment on that one.
Yeah, sure. Councillor Matson, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I circulated a proposed amendment. I think it should be up on the screen now. There it comes. Essentially, I'm wondering if you would mind considering taking on board, if we are looking at this report into a possible new site for an athletes park track, you could also open up the debate again on an extended gymnastics centre, not one tied to the present approved site, but to look at a purpose-built standalone facility in some other part of the city. I think you've got the opportunity, and I note under point 3 that we could look at the funding opportunities from the gymnastics community. There is money that is there that they wish to make available under proposed clause 4. I'm following up on a suggestion. Seconder? I think I've got a seconder, haven't I? Somebody seconding it?
I'll second it.
Thank you,
It's
Councillor.
lapsed, Mr Mayor. It's lapsed.
Actually, no, sorry. Actually, I'm still at the opportunity of whether I accept it or not in the motion. And
I understand.
I can't accept it in there because the athletics track is something that is needed desperately, and it's only a matter of finding a spot and applying lines, which is virtually at no cost to the council, or very minimal cost, and it's something that's desperately needed. But your motion is a good motion, but I feel that should be a separate motion to another council meeting, perhaps even urgent business, or to the.
Could I bring it on as urgent business to this meeting?
Could I raise a point of order?
Yeah, Councillor Bowen.
As I understand it, the council's going through a tender process, which includes for a tender of operating a gymnastic facility. I'm just concerned if we were to embark on this, what effect that could have on the tender, because as I understand it, there is a competitive commercial process in place underway, and I'm just concerned about if council were to resolve, for example, to construct what would appear to be another gymnasium facility, that would seem to have some effect on the tender. For example, what value, a tenderer might want to know, would this facility be operating, potentially in competition, or I don't know.
That's a very valid point. Very valid.
I second Councillor.
Can I just? That's a good point, Councillor Bowen, and I'll get either the general manager or city services to answer it.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, Councillor Bowen, you are correct from a commercial perspective. I would imagine with a facility of this type, those that are competing in the current tender would consider the future of gymnastics in the local area, and if the current size of the facility was to, well, if there was to be another competitive facility in the area, then that could impact their interest. Although I think it would be a low risk because at this stage they would be competing for the facility that is in motion at the moment, and this motion would be certainly looking to the future. I would suggest, though, before we looked at locations, we should be considering a business case for a second gymnasium.
Okay. So on that purpose, Councillor Matson, I can't accept it, but as I said, you can. Does that mean, sorry, General Manager, so does that mean it can't be put up till after the tender? Councillor Matson's motion?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I wouldn't recommend that council begin exploring a change to a facility that it's currently got in motion. If it's, I mean, you would have to be quite serious about changing the use of the building that we're currently working through our project management of, which may leave doubt in the tenderer's mind as to what the facility is that they're tendering for. So at the opening of this facility, is it going to be a double the size indoor sports facility, or is it going to be an indoor sports facility and a gymnasium? I think that could be very confusing. Particularly, and councillors, I will just remind everyone, at this point in time, the tenderers that are providing tender for this facility are also contributing, or do have to contribute, a $1.5 million estimated cost to the fit out of the gymnasium. And I would also remind councillors that the design of the new facility is for a gymnasium. That means that there is significant cost in the construction of the dig out for pits and the likes for gymnastics. The facility has been designed as a gymnastics facility, not as double indoor sports facility. So, you know, if you were to look to another gymnastics centre in the future, it would be in your best interest to determine now what the current Hefferon Centre is to be, and you would have to accept the relevant costs that come with changing scope at this point in time.
So, councillors, I'll remove the amendment, Councillor Matson, and I'll put the original mayoral minute up, Mr. Kelly, and I'll ask you to.
Mr. Mayor, sorry,
yeah, sure.
with full respect, it's not your call as to whether or not I can put an amendment, but look, responding to the feedback from the General Manager and the concerns of Councillor Bowen, whose views I respect, I'm happy to withdraw the amendment and perhaps sit down with yourself and the General Manager and perhaps work out something along the lines of a separate motion to the next council meeting.
Sure. Thank you for that. Thank you. So, councillors, I'll put that mayoral minute. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
And those against?
Aye.
So I declare that carried.
Aye.
The next one was GM 5/21.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
So you're moving it, Councillor Matson?
I have submitted an extra point, which I've circulated. I believe Councillor Veitch has also selected and put some individual points as well. I don't support all of hers. Perhaps we could just go through them one by one.
Yeah, would you prefer to do it your amendments first and then add Councillor Veitch's, or add them together? Which
I think just do them on their merits, each one of them. As I said, I don't support all of Councillor Veitch's amendments, and who knows, she may not support mine.
Okay, so we'll do yours first, and then so do I have a seconder for Councillor Matson?
Which matter are we talking about?
So GM 5/21, the Randwick City Council Operational Plan and Budget.
I'm happy to second that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Oh, no, you're seconding Councillor Matson's amendment.
I'm moving it in an amended form, people.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to know the impact this will have on our budget, but firstly.
This is in reference to my suggested extra point S. Thank you.
You should have asked that earlier.
Yeah, it's a bit late.
Well, I did.
So,
I did.
So are you still being the seconder, Councillor Andrews?
I'm happy to second it, but I would like to know the financial cost to council.
Okay, so
Through
yep. General Manager, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will just point out to councillors that the additional $25 rebate that was provided on the environment levy was implemented when the environment levy was considered. So when council decided to adopt the special rate variation for the environment levy, that additional rebate was provided as part of the adoption of that levy. So that is why it has traditionally in the last couple of years been funded from the environment levy. If it was to be funded from general fund, it would have the impact of further reducing or impacting the bottom line of the budget, or we would have to adjust the expenditure in the general operating fund to be able to accommodate that figure. Can I just ask through you to the CFO the exact figure that we're talking about in relation to the full rebate?
Yes, thank you, General Manager, through you, Mr. Mayor. The cost of the $25 component of the pensioner rebate, with the number of pensioners we've got in the LGA at the moment, would be approximately $120,000.
Should I now start to address the amendment, Mr. Mayor?
Yep, go ahead. And just in the interest of everyone knowing, Councillor Parker has foreshadowed an amendment, so go ahead, Councillor Matson.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Look, this is not the time to be cutting the environment levy or restricting money to be spent on environment initiatives. This is the year of climate change. People are aware that what we're doing at a local level is having an effect. And these questions are being put all around the world to various levels of government. My suggestion is not that we in any way cut back what is being proposed as the pensioner concession. We just simply take the share that was to come from the environment levy. We put it to the next budget review, we discuss it. And in the meantime, we continue to fund the proposed extra pensioner concession from general revenue. I discussed it today with Mr. Greg Byrne. My understanding is that there is enough slack in the budget at the moment to accommodate this. And in any case, we can make it good at the budget review. I just don't think that in one meeting we can adopt an extensive environmental strategy, which we're all proud of. And then in the next meeting, we cut the funding, the chief funding mechanism for that very strategy. And I noticed in some of the submissions put, people are wanting environmental expenditure. There's one, there was a question put as to why we weren't putting more trees along Clovelly Road. The reply from the staff was quite accurate, and it said that funding was restricted. If it's restricted, then we shouldn't be going and taking another $120,000 out of it now. Councillors, I just think this is a very poor time to be moving to cut environmental measures.
So Councillor Andrews is seconder.
I can't hear Councillor Andrews, you're on mute.
I apologise. Look, I think this matter should be deferred to the next budget. In light of that, I'm going to withdraw my seconding of this motion. I don't think it's an appropriate time now to move a significant amendment like this. This should have been done at the last meeting, but council discussed the budget, not tonight. So I'm not going to support this amendment. I'm going to withdraw my second of this motion.
Well, I would ask for someone else concerned about being seen as involved in cutting $120,000 out of our environment expenditure to put their name on the line and second this.
It's too late.
I'll second it.
Too late.
No, I'll second it.
No,
but I also have a question.
I can second it. Yeah.
I'll second it, but may I ask a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager, if I may. To the General Manager, can you just repeat what you said earlier on? Did you say that the $25 per head per pensioner had already been money had already been allocated back into the environment levy? It was not. Can you just clarify that again, please?
Just to clarify, and I think that the wording of the recommendation may be confusing because it does say council grant a further $100 rebate, blah, 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 including 75 to domestic waste and 25 to be sourced from the environment levy. It could read to someone as if this was a new rebate that we were providing and we were taking money away from both of those income streams. This is the same $100 rebate that was funded last year through the same channels. So this is not a new rebate that we're recommending this year. In regards to the environment levy, this is the same $25 rebate that council decided on when they adopted the environment levy at the last special rate increase decision. So this is not a new decision that you're making this year in regards to a rebate for the environment levy for our pensioners.
Thank you for that, Mr.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Veitch?
Sorry, I must be a bit slow tonight. I'm just, I'm not quite sure. Has the budget for the environment levy been changed in any way from what was, put forward?
No, this is the same. This is the same budget and the same practice as has been the case in the draft budget and was the case last year.
Thank you.
Councillor Parker, is that a question or is that about to foreshadow your hands up?
it's to move my amendment.
Oh, okay. So,
okay, am I good to go, or are there any other questions?
Well, I suppose we should. If anyone further wants to speak about Councillor Matson's, it's just that I can't see the top of the screen. Councillor Matson's amendment or motion. Oh, sorry, Councillor Trevinos will talk to it, and then we'll vote on it. Councillor Trevinos.
Look, Mr. Mayor, I think at this late stage, it's not advised that we do what Councillor Matson is proposing here tonight. And I noticed that he mentioned there's something about environmental issues. I can tell you now, the last thing on the minds of people today would be the environment, particularly when we're all in lockdown and many of us are facing other sorts of issues, mental stress. Some of us are facing financial issues. Other people are facing cost of living pressures. Now is not the time to be playing around with the budgetary figures to appease the minority in the community who might think that the environment plays a prominent role. At this late stage, this matter should be deferred and it should be costed out properly before we go ahead making amendments and changes to our budget. I think it's absolutely ridiculous and I think it should be struck out.
Yep, chuck it out.
Okay, so no, sorry, Mr. Kelly.
Mr.
The top of the page, just the.
Mr. Mayor, can I just remind you that I know you can't see the top of the page there, but you've got a motion in front of you. So
I didn't know whether it was a motion or
So I'm. It's my intention to amend the motion so that it reflects what is written on the business paper.
Yeah. So well, that's a foreshadow motion. So we'll vote on Councillor Matson's first.
I'm happy to second.
And then there's a foreshadowed motion.
Just speaking on the amendment before.
Sorry.
Ahead,
I'll second Councillor.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Can I just jump in there? You've got a motion and you've got an amendment that's just been raised by Councillor Parker. So you will have to address the amendment.
Oh, is it an amendment or foreshadowing?
No, I moved a motion, Councillor Parker.
Oh no, sorry, Councillor Matson. I'm talking about Councillor Parker. I thought he was foreshadowing a motion.
So, Councillor Matson moved it in a different fashion. What I'm seeking to do is move his amended motion. So I'd like to amend his motion and replace it with what is contained on the business paper. So I'm proposing an amendment.
I'm second that, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Andrews.
Councillor Andrews has seconded it. So it's an amendment now. Councillor Parker, yeah?
Can I just, sorry to interrupt, Can I just make sure that I've got a foreshadowed amendment as well, which I've noted on the chat. Thank you.
No, it's out of order.
Yes, it's entertaining reading.
Okay. Look. Thank you. I am moving this amendment because I don't support Councillor Matson's proposal. I think the intentions are very amiable. I actually think that what he's proposed is slightly not clear in relation to what the implications of that are. What my understanding after extensive conversation with the General Manager as well as her answer is what he's actually proposing in effect will be additional expenditure through the environment levy by virtue of having the rebate come from general funds and then therefore being additional funds contained within the environment levy. I support the environment levy. I support it continuing, but I think that a more appropriate way for that expenditure to be considered would to be in a future report, a future budget, to be moved as a separate notice of motion, separate from the operational plan and budget. We've just put it on public exhibition. And it's now come back. Now is not when I would propose fiddling with it, especially considering there may actually be future budget variations in the offing anyway. I think that would be a more appropriate way to do it rather than there being, large confusion from councils as to the effect of this. The General Manager has been quite clear in saying that there is in the report, as written in the report, there is no cut to the overall amount of money which is there for the environmental levy to be spent on environmental projects. What Councillor Matson is proposing is actually a change from the status quo. It is not to retain the status quo. So just to be clear, I don't support his proposal, and therefore I'm amending to move what is on the business paper.
So, Councillor Andrews, as seconder.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I support Councillor Parker on this. I think it's the most sensible thing to do. You know, we put this budget on public exhibition. What Councillor Matson and Councillor Beach are trying to do is change this budget dramatically. A minor amendment is okay to accept, but what is being proposed by these two councillors is a major change to the budget that will have implications on future capital works programs. I think the budget before us, adopted by this council, is one of the best budgets I've seen for a very long time. It includes the construction of the Heffron Centre in Maroubra. It provides assistance to our local Aboriginal organisations.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. He's speaking on the budget. He's not speaking on the amendment which deals with the environment levy.
My understanding, Mr. Mayor, is that the amendment has become the motion.
No, the amendment has not been passed, with all respect, Councillor. I still have a right to
speaking on the amendment that he's the seconder of, Councillor.
His amendment has not been put to the vote, and I haven't been given a chance to speak on it, Mr. Mayor. Yes, if it's passed, it will become the motion, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, he's speaking to the amendment, which is the budget.
Speaking to the amendment, which is now Councillor Parker's amendment.
No, I don't agree, but look, fine, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a great budget, which includes a number of capital works programs. As I said, the Heffron Park Centre, a new $1.5 million splash park at Des Renford Leisure Centre, a new arts centre and exhibition space at Blenheim House, 47 footpath upgrades, 33 road upgrades. These are all core local government functions, Mr. Mayor. This is what this council does best. New decking around Malabar Marn Pool, new synthetic fields at Coral Sea Park, River Junction plan of management, a review of that. We've got the review of the River Beach plan of management. These are things which I'm proud to be part of, and I recommend this budget, and I commend Councillor Parker for moving the budget in its current state.
Thank you. And Councillor Cervinos, you've asked to speak.
Yeah, look, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too would like to support the amendment put up by Councillor Parker. Look, we've all had a very difficult year, and even though we've all faced adverse challenges as a result of the pandemic, I'm happy to see that council is continuing to reinvest back into the community with what is the largest infrastructure spend in our history. We're talking about $75 million. That will include the $57 million that we're spending on the new Heffron Indoor Sports Centre, $1.5 million on the splash park, along with 33 new road upgrades equating to 3.4 kilometres of new road surface, plus 47 new footpaths equating to 2.8 kilometres of new paths in the city. Additionally, we've got the 4 playgrounds that will also be upgraded, one of them being Kokoda Park, which I brought a motion on in the previous term of council, so I'm really happy to see that that park is now going to be upgraded. And at a time where businesses and organisations are copying a financial hit due to the pandemic, now is the time for council to step up and spend money on local infrastructure to boost our local economy and create jobs. And as a local government organisation, we should be doing what we can to kickstart our economy and do what we can to get things moving, and this budget does that. Our staff have done a tremendous job. I'd like to thank Greg Byrne and all the staff in the finance team that have been able to maintain and deliver on our services during the last year, along with upgrading and maintaining our local government area. Thank you, GM, and thank you to all the staff involved in this, and I'm happy to support it. I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Mayor.
Was that Councillor Matson?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what I've learnt tonight is that for the last couple of years, we have been suppressing the environment levy to the tune of $120,000 a year. Now, Councillor Stavrinos talks about local jobs and whatever, but the levy is often spent for local works, gross pollutant traps, extensions of the coastal walkway. It'll probably be spent down in the Randwick Environment Park for whatever works we're doing down there. This is just, the balance of the budget will not change tonight. And there will indeed be a maintained stream of money to the pensioner concession. That will stay in place. All I'm suggesting is that we examine it again at the quarterly budget review. Now, if you're saying that I'm trying to force through a change without any consultation, no, that's not true. We're going to have a quarter of a year to work on it and fine-tune it. But look, councillors, let's not be in any confusion about this. For this year, and what I now understand has been the previous year, we are suppressing expenditure on the environment to the tune of $120,000 that we don't have to be doing. This is most definitely the wrong time to be seen as a council that wants to avoid spending money on environmental projects. Now, councillors, I think I'm being reasonable. It's the environment levy. It should be used for environmental matters, gross pollutant traps, extensions to the walkways. If you want to, and I support it, I support the extra increase to the pensioner concession. Just find it from somewhere else or make an adjustment at the budget review. You're probably going to find that there will be sufficient savings anyway. And it's not going to cost us any money. It's just money spent in different areas. Now, I would ask for support.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion, I'll vote. This is voting on the amendment to become the motion, and then Councillor Veach, then you can make your amendments to the motion.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just clarify with the General Manager if I'm right in what I'm thinking.
Thank you.
Is that correct?
And it will no longer be, if the amendment is passed, it will no longer be me and Councillor Veach that are moving and seconding the motion. It will be Councillor Andrews and his
Andrews and Parker. So okay. What I'm saying is that Councillor Parker and Councillor Andrews' amendment will then become the motion, and then Councillor Veach can then do her amendment to the new motion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So we're voting on the amendment. So all those in favour say aye. I can't hear anyone. Everyone's got their mics off.
Aye.
Big aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
against?
Aye.
No.
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 So I take it that's only 2 against, so I declare that carried.
Can I think there has to be
so
a
now,
division.
Councillor Veach, do you want
Mr. Mayor, point of order. I understood from the instructions circulated that there would automatically be a division on every vote, and because we're doing this online and it's more confusing.
I can do it, but
well, I understood that
was
the circulated
I can do
instructions. That's how I understood it.
I'll do it. So I'll go around as per usual. If councillors, I'll put your name out there and I'll start from the usual horseshoe direction. So Councillor Hamilton, your name.
Sorry, against the motion?
Against the amendment.
Again, no, sorry, for the amendment. We're voting on the amendment, so you're for the amendment. Councillor Parker and Councillor Andrews.
Yes.
Councillor Nielsen.
Yes.
Councillor Veach.
No.
Councillor Stavinos.
Yes.
Councillor Luxford.
Yes.
Councillor Parker.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Andrews.
Yes, for the motion.
Councillor Bowen.
Yes.
Councillor Matson.
No.
Councillor Roberts.
For.
Councillor De Rocha.
Yes.
Councillor De Souza.
For.
And that's a yes from the Mayor. So, yeah. So there was 2 against. So my numbers were right. So I declare that carried. So now that becomes the motion. Councillor Veach, you have amendments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've circulated a number of amendments this afternoon. They all relate, they can all be found, the page numbers are referenced. I've got this weird screen thing, but they are in the attachment, the operational plan and budget. Sorry, I can't seem to hold it up. It's this one, I just disappear. So it's in that attachment. Look, councillors, references have just been made to our current economic circumstances and the changes. And I'll note that in the, just briefly, because I won't stray from speaking to the amendment, but I note that in our monthly investment report, you know, it says that the global economy is continuing to recover from the pandemic and the outlook is for strong growth this year and the next. Now, we've seen literally just in a week that forecast is likely to change substantially, I would guess.
Yeah, do I have a seconder?
Are we going through each of those points one after the other,
yes,
or in both?
I'm just making a preamble.
I will support the one identified small I, the first one, as a seconder.
And not the rest?
Well, I thought the understanding we had, Mr. Mayor, was that we would put them one after the other, because as I've said, I don't necessarily agree with all of what Councillor Veitch is suggesting. I'm sorry.
Can I just get clarification on that? Because I think we're meant to do it in bulk.
It's your call, really, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
no, that's
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the amendment was moved as a bulk. It's a 1 to 6.
Well, I can't support it as seconder if you oblige me to do it that way, with all respect, Mr. Mayor.
Lapse, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Look, for the purposes of debate, I will second it.
Oh, come on, mate.
Thank you,
well, if you're
Councillor
forcing me to do things that are very unfair.
So you don't support light rail to Maroubra, Murray? Is that what
Councillor Matson,
I do.
I will be very brief, and we can just vote on it. If you don't, if no one wants to debate it, I'll just point out a few things, and then if you just want to vote against it, we don't have to have a long debate. But I appreciate it. You're seconding it for the
purposes of debate. Yep, as Councillor Andrews says, I support light rail to Maroubra Junction. Yes, I understand, and I appreciate you seconding it for the purposes of debate. Councillors, we're now moving into uncertain economic times. I would wager, I think, you know, we don't know what's happening. The pandemic is now spreading across Australia. We don't have enough vaccines, and there's a huge amount of hesitancy around the AstraZeneca as it's now being rolled back. So people are waiting for the Pfizer. We're only at about 3% vaccination, I believe, the lowest in the developed world, in the OECD. So we have a lot of large spending items here that we really, that are under a lot of question. There are a lot of comments in the submissions about the synthetic fields. These cost millions of dollars. We've had continuous questions raised about the high performance centre. These are going to cost millions of dollars, and please don't forget that council is liable for any budget shortfall. So once we get going, if costs blow out, we are going to have to pay up, essentially. Those are those 2 points. I believe that we've had a lot of debate around the light rail. I think we'd all agree. I don't think that advocating to extend the light rail to Maroubra is something we should be doing at the moment. I know myself and the other West Ward councillors are aware of the terrible impacts on that construction for people living on the alignment, and I believe that we're all in support of improving our bus services, advocating for improving our bus services. In terms of the Coogee bus shelter, I'm aware it's an East Ward, so I beg your forgiveness for touching on East Ward, but there has been discussion about demolishing those old bus shelters, which I think are quite held in quite high regard across the LGA. So I've simply added a word to add maintenance. And that's it, really. So I thank you for taking the time to read through them or listen to it. But yeah, it's essentially questioning some projects that may lead to significant costs and that are questioned by many people in the community. The Heffron Centre, while many councillors are in full support, I've spoken to people across the LGA, members of precinct committees in Randwick, in Coogee, in Maroubra, and just be aware that there's a lot of people out there who are not in full support of this project as in its current form, and there's time to review it while the plan of management is still out there. We can't approve it before that time. Thank you, councillors.
Councillor Matson is seconder.
Yes, can I just call upon the mover to drop the second, third and fourth clauses from the motion.
I'm sorry, Councillor Matson. I just can't do that, unfortunately.
Thank you.
But if you'd like to if you would like to create an amendment, if you're able to foreshadow amendment to use some of them, I'm happy for you to do so.
I foreshadow an amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So, Councillor Stavrinos?
Oh my God.
Mr. Mayor, the answer is no, 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 no. No to all of these points here. I won't be supporting any of it. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that we continue to go over the Heffron Centre, meeting in, meeting out. I don't know how many times we've discussed it. I don't know how many times Councillor Veach has questioned our staff and questioned the integrity of this council by constantly pestering us about the Heffron Centre. The answer is no. I will not be supporting any part of this amendment. It should be chucked out.
I'm with you, Councillor Stavrinos.
Councillor De Rocha, please don't yell at. And councillors, I just need to remind everyone we're still live. Does anyone wish to speak?
Well said, Harry.
I'd like to
Councillor
speak.
Parker, yep. Okay.
Sorry, there was somebody else who was wanted to speak as well. Was that Christy?
I was just saying that we should put it because we've got a potential foreshadow amendment to debate as well.
Yeah, okay. So does anyone second the putting?
Can I just ask what the foreshadowed amendment is? Because the way I'm looking at it, we're just moving this as a motion at the moment, aren't we?
Oh, you've foreshadowed.
Mm.
Just prior to that, sorry, actually to the General Manager, sorry.
Apologies, just through you, Mr. Chair. I believe that we have an amendment, and this amendment needs to be voted on, and then we move to the motion. There's not a foreshadowed amendment.
I know Councillor Matson mentioned you might foreshadow it.
Can I just ask, are we voting on my point S, or have we already resolved that one?
We're voting on the amendment as shown here by Councillor Veach, and you've seconded it.
Okay, thank you.
From point I to point.
Thank you.
6.
Understood.
And I've asked to put it by Councillor Hamilton. Does someone second that?
Yeah, I'll second that.
I'll second it.
So can we vote on putting it? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we'll put that. So all those, and I'll do this time I'll do it around the horseshoe just to. So all those in favour of the amendment by Councillor Veach and Councillor Matson. Councillor Hamilton.
No.
Councillor Nielsen.
No.
Councillor Veach.
Yes.
Councillor Stavrinos.
No, 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 no.
Councillor Luxford.
No.
Councillor Parker.
No.
Councillor Singh.
No.
Councillor Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
No.
Councillor Matson.
No.
Councillor Roberts.
Against.
Councillor De Rocha.
No.
Councillor De Souza.
No.
And the mayor's a no as well, so I declare that lost. Councillor Matson, do you still want to?
Yes, I would simply put the amendment that the text of Councillor Veach's material be put back in, but only clauses 1, the, and the final one.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor.
Did we not just vote against those items? And
it's been lost, Mr. Mayor. It's just repeated.
Doesn't it have to come back by rescission?
Exactly.
Point of order, with all respect,
Councillor
Mr.
Matson.
Mayor. I did suggest we put them one after another, which would have dealt with that. But you put up a motion, and I've got the right to move an amendment to you. This is the way you chose to do it, with all respect, Mr. Mayor. I did foreshadow that I would be putting some aspects of Councillor Veach's material back up.
I'll just ask the General Manager. Just for clarification, Councillor Matson.
Sure, with all respect, Mr. Mayor.
General Manager, can we put this up, or has it been lost?
generally, I would also consider, like Councillor Bowen, that each of these have been lost. Although I do understand what Councillor Matson is saying in regards to them being separate. So I do think in this instance, I'll let that be your call.
It's up to you,
What I'll
Mr.
do,
Mayor.
councillors, and if we can do this quickly, Councillor Matson will allow it. Is there a seconder?
Councillor Veach.
Yes, I'll second it.
Okay, just quickly speaking to it.
Yep.
Look, I think these remaining clauses have merit. I do think that if you go through and read the submissions received, submission after submission was against synthetic fields. Have a look, Council. There was a flood of submissions saying we shouldn't do it. The final one, I think it's just a way of tightening up how we react and relate to tree issues when they come in, when complaints come in. It won't just be about the need to remove them, but the need to maintain or look at increasing tree canopy. I think that third one is perfectly valid. The remaining one, well, I'll leave it up to my two ward colleagues as to how we react to concerns on bus shelters and Eastbourne.
And so, councillors, I think we've already debated, so I'm going to put it straight away unless anyone does want to have something to say very quickly. So I'll go around the horseshoe again. Councillor Hamilton?
No.
Councillor Nielsen?
No.
Councillor Veach?
Yes.
Councillor Stravinos?
Against?
Councillor Luxford?
No.
Councillor Parker?
No.
Councillor Singh?
No.
Councillor Andrews?
Against.
Councillor Bowen?
No.
Councillor Matson?
Yes.
Councillor Roberts?
Against.
Councillor De Rocha?
No.
Councillor De Souza?
No.
And I'm against, the Mayor's against. So declare that lost. So we go back to the motion. Councillor Parker, do you want to speak on the motion or just put it?
Let's just put it.
Nothing further to add.
Okay. So councillors, I have to go around the horseshoe again. Now we're voting on the motion by Councillor Parker and seconded by Councillor Andrews. So Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
Councillor Nielsen?
Yes.
Councillor Veach?
You have to vote for it, Councillor. You've got to do it.
Yes, I'll vote for it.
Councillor Stravinos?
For?
Councillor Luxford?
Yes.
Councillor Parker?
Yep.
Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Councillor Andrews?
Yes.
Councillor Bowen?
Yes.
Councillor Matson?
Yes.
Councillor Roberts?
For.
Councillor De Rocha?
Yes.
Councillor De Souza?
Yes.
That's a yes from the Mayor, so that's unanimous. So we move on to GM 6/21, support for Australian Turf Club's Community Race Day 2021.
Happy to move it, Mr. Mayor.
So it's
Yeah, and I'll
moved by
second it.
Councillor
I'll second
Andrews
it.
Speaking against, Mr. Mayor.
and Councillor Stravinos has seconded. Okay, so I'll go through the speakers. So Councillor Andrews, do you want to speak on it as mover?
Mr. Mayor, I support the community race. So I'm not going to speak on this motion. I'll reserve my right. It's now 10 to 10 and we haven't even got through half of this. So
We're still on the speakers.
I think the motion speaks for itself. It was a great success last year and over the years it's been a success. It's a great partnership between Randwick Council and the community, and I think we should continue the race day.
Councillor Stravinos, seconder.
Yeah, look, Mr. Mayor, I can't believe that we've got councillors who actually want to speak against this motion. We're talking about the ATC, the largest ratepayer in Randwick, which has been around since 1833, employ over 3,000 people in our local community, and generate $870 million a year in income, for our local economy. Now, Mr. Mayor, we need to keep this stakeholder on side, and having a good relationship with the ATC is integral to, for us. So look, with the COVID-19 pandemic, and people being in lockdown, we really need events like this so that we can get out and about, hopefully sooner rather than later. And, this type of event stimulates our local economy and it gives employment to our local residents. So really, I don't understand why would even have people, councillors speaking against this, considering, the implications of not supporting it far outweigh the implications of, against it. So look, I would urge every councillor here tonight in the meeting to support this report, because having this relationship with the ATC is vital, it's crucial, it's important. They donate $4.5 million a year to local charities. They provide a key sport and leisure precinct for us, and it's very important. And we heard from a speaker earlier tonight saying, "Oh, because there was one antisocial event, that we shouldn't support it." I mean, that's just ridiculous. I mean, what? Let's just get rid of it. Let's just not support it at all because of one event, one incident that occurred. No, I think that's just wrong. And I'd urge all the councillors here to speak to support it and speak in favour of it here tonight. Thank you.
I know, councillors, I know I have speakers on it, but Councillor Nielsen has a question, which I've got to go first.
Mr. Mayor, can I just say something as a mover? Sorry. I need to make an amendment to paragraph 8. We need to delete 10th of July 2021 and to move a date to be confirmed in the future.
Yeah. And I'm happy to second that too.
Because 10th of July won't happen, Mr. Mayor, because of the pandemic.
Yeah, true. And he actually mentioned that. I think he mentioned the 31st of July, but we'll leave it as
a date to be confirmed in the future.
Councillor Nielsen, you've got a question?
I do. It's actually a comment, but I think it's very relevant comment, and I made it to the Speaker, Mr. McMahon, and that is that I do think council should be very conscious of the publicity that is put out by the racecourse for events like this, which is a family day. But I do think that the publicity that they put out should be far more sensitive to not being so in your face in supporting gambling and so on. And I think that's a very relevant statement. I would like us to make a note that we contact the ATC to ask them to produce more sensitive publicity when it's going out to families.
Councillor Beach?
Or could I ask that Councillor Andrews?
Councillor Andrews, do you take that as a point C? Yes, Councillor Andrews?
I'm happy to accept that.
Thank you.
Councillor Beach?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, the ATC is asking something of council that is extremely valuable. They are asking to use the good name of council to enhance their reputation for this event. This is not about the giving permission for the ATC to hold a family race day. They don't need our permission. They can go ahead and hold their community race day, their family race day. They can promote it. They can put on whatever sort of, little events within it for kids if they want. This is not about trying to stop that. All this is about is promoting this event on council comms channels. Now, why is the ATC asking us to do that? It's because clearly that the community perception is that the races are not a family-friendly place. If the community thought that the racetrack was a family-friendly place, they wouldn't need to have a family race day and they wouldn't need to be coming to council and promote it. Now, in the past, we've promoted it in our rates notices. Now, I've spoken to people who work in advertising, and to say, how much would this be worth? And this person told me, well, it's to do with how many eyes get to see it and how many of our ratepayers open and read their rates notices. I would say 100%. So that's a pretty high strike rate. We're not giving away something for free. And for those councillors who are saying we need to support this important institution, Well, can I just say, I remember a debate. I remember one of the councillors put up a motion about seeking permission to let students and staff and residents park on the in the middle of the racetrack because of the parking problems. It was a good motion and I supported it. And I actually think I may, correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Bowen said when his father was on council, he was trying to do the same thing. That is how long we have been approaching the ATC, all the similar institutions under previous names, the AJC, to have this simple use of their facilities to take up parking overflow. Has it ever happened? The answer is no. But we just continually rubber stamp whatever they ask us. Last year, we cancelled all of our Christmas events because of COVID. We wanted to keep our community safe. 5 minutes, we get the call, oh, can you promote our Christmas event? Sure. So we need to be aware that we're cancelling our own COVID events, but potentially, well, at least in that particular instance, chose to promote theirs. They are seeking a social licence for something that is not perceived and is in fact not a family-friendly kind of place to go. I'm sure I saw the footage and it was quite frankly shocking. And I think councillors should consider the perception. I know for a fact that there are many diverse members of our community who do not think this is what council should be doing. It is not our business. Let them go ahead, have their race day, their family race day. I have no objection to it. But what I do object to is them borrowing councillors' good name and us giving it up willingly to promote this type of event. I just don't think it's appropriate. Thank you.
There's Councillor De Rocha and Councillor De Souza. Now, councillors, I'm going to implore on you, as Councillor Andrews said, it's now 10 o'clock and we're only up to item number 4. And that's only on the ones we've spoken to, and we've still got a full licence of the rest of the book. So please, I might actually do a procedural motion and say, can everyone speak for 3 minutes at the longest? And if you can, please only really speak if you have to.
You have the option of putting, Mr. Mayor, of putting the gag. You can call for 2 speakers against, 2 for, and then put it. That's in the.
Can I do a procedural motion that would do that, councillors? Because I honestly do not think.
I'm happy with that, Mr. Mayor.
I'm happy for that.
I'll support that.
So I declare that unanimous. So, Councillor,
there's only been one speaker against.
So go ahead, Councillor Rocha.
I just don't get it. Councillor Vitch, you've been to any and every event that's been available at the racecourse, whether it's racing or not, whether it's business awards or whatever, you've gone there. All I want to say is it's not that we're supporting gambling. It's just that the racecourse, it's just that it's one of the biggest, employment awards that are there. They're not saying let's all gamble. They're saying let's support an event that's inclusive to families and not just gambling. When I've been to the racecourse for the events that they've had, and I've been there with, whether it's the mayor, the deputy mayor or whatever, I've been there with clowns. I've been there with people that are dressed up in all sorts of events. I've seen where families integrated events have been brought together, in a moment where it's away from gambling. And then you've got different sections where kids can't go to or whatever that incorporates gambling. I just don't understand, Councillor Vitch, why you're so against anything to do with horse racing or whatever. I don't believe in horses being whipped, but at the same time, I believe that not all horse events is related as a bad thing, because as long as they bring councils and bring community together, there is a separation between gambling and community. And I think that what else can they do to bring us into line to say that, it's not all about gambling, it's all about family interaction. And I think that that's what this is all about.
Councillor De Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it's fair for any councillor to pontificate on any issue. I think it's important to express views, but we were talking about a community day. Now, when you think about our ethos or our motto, whatever you want to call it, we talk about a sense of community. A sense of community, and that's what this event does. It strengthens, it buttresses that sense of community. It gives people an opportunity, families who have little or nothing, the opportunity to go to a function. Council organises carols by candlelight and other functions, free entertainment. We do that on a regular basis. It doesn't mean they have to go there and gamble, but they can go there and build that sense of community we're so proud of. So why not use our communication channels to buttress an event of this nature, which brings our community together? I remember the days when Dad would, not my dad, but dads would go to the pub or the races and the family would stay behind. That was disgusting. That was very sad segregation. But our community's come a long way now. And this is an opportunity for dad, mum, your partner, the children, to go out for a family day. That's what it is, a family day. That's what Randwick City is all about. So you've got my full support. And really, if you don't like something, I will say to that councillor and others, don't pontificate. Don't tell us, you know what, your views are your views.
Sorry,
But
point of order. I do not want this councillor who stands up every single meeting telling me I pontificate. I think this councillor is probably the last person who should be saying that.
Oh, wow.
Councillors, Councillor D'Souza, can you
I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. I think
Councillor
Councillor's spoken.
Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, you moved a procedural motion, 2 for and 2 against. Let's just stick to that and let's get through this meeting. Thank you.
Hasn't been 2 against, with all respect, Mr. Mayor. You've got to let me speak against the very least, otherwise the gag is ineligible.
I'll move straight on to you, Councillor Matson.
Thank you. Look, people, you're being sucked in. This isn't about family. This isn't about community values. It's about an industry that makes its money by encouraging mug punters to go in and make bets they don't know anything about, lose their money, go back to their families, say, sorry, I just lost my paycheck. That's what happened and used to happen in my wife's family, and it had dire consequences. It happens in many households. Councillors, it is as Councillor Veitch says, this industry will never go broke. It doesn't need any financial kicker along from this council. It's making money every time it gets a mug punter in. All it wants from us is our credibility, and you're handing it to them. Don't have any illusions, councillors.
Okay, so councillors, I'll put the motion and I'll go around the circle. Councillor Hamilton? And the motion is as per business paper. So Councillor Hamilton?
Yes. With a point C.
Including point C. Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
Councillor Nielsen?
No.
Councillor Veitch?
No.
Councillor Stravinos?
Yes.
Councillor Luxford?
Yes.
Councillor Parker?
Yes.
Councillor Sang?
Yes.
Councillor Andrews?
For.
Councillor Bowen? Councillor Bowen?
No.
Councillor Matson?
No.
Councillor Roberts?
For.
Councillor De Rocha?
Yes.
Councillor D'Souza? Councillor D'Souza?
Yes, yes, yes.
And the Mayor is a yes, so I declare that carried. So now we go to CP 41/21, Council submission night racing at Royal Randwick Racecourse.
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Roberts has moved.
And I'll second it. I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Stravinos.
I'm moving an amendment. I'm moving an amendment. Thank you.
It's too late.
So we'll go for the amendment first. Do I
I
have
can
something?
totally move an amendment. Thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
I'm moving it in an amended fashion, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry. So you go first then, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. So, councillors, I'm on listening to the speaker, I sent an email to Mr. Kelly, and I've inserted point C in the business paper, and that is to remove reference to the 3-year trial reference and the requirements to specify the dates of the meetings.
No, the
So
night.
the reason I've inserted that is because I accept that proposition that such a significant investment, if it had a 3-year trial, would basically be a red line that they probably won't be able to invest in. So I think if you're a councillor interested in preserving our local key entertainment precinct and securing its future as a world-class venue for the rest of the century, it needs to be a night-capable venue. And if we impose a 3-year trial, that will be I agree with the proposition that would be an impost too far. And so as a council, I think we should delete that point there, and the references to the nights that they can trade. That's a bit of an imposition on that issue, and then submit a submission as per what it's written here. It also includes amelioration issues that should address concerns of the local residents. The important thing is we need to share the space. We need to accept that facility has been there for over 100 years. We need to support it into the future. And if it is going to evolve into a night destination for the nighttime economy, we need to integrate that well into the community to make sure the impact is not significant for the surrounding residents, but we also need to support the venue to be able to do that. So that's why I moved it in the amended fashion. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the motion. Councillor Veitch, you had an amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My amendment, as was circulated, that we submit we put forward the staff submission, which I thank the staff for, and simply add an extra point 47, which is that we do not support the proposal for night racing. Councillors, as a West Ward councillor, I have had a lot of contact with the residents who live in the immediate vicinity of the racecourse, people who live along Wannsee, people who live along Doncaster. Now, they are not in support of this. They are the people who will be directly affected. They are already impacted by very, very heavy traffic, both from the racing, but also just traffic that's very bad anyway. The parking is a terrible issue. They're already getting light spill, serious light spill from the light rail stabling yard. People complain about, as Mr. Horry said, about people coming out drunk, vomiting and so on, urinating on their properties. There's significant environmental impacts from the diesel fumes, the effects on the trees. These have all been detailed. I mean, 46 points by our council officers detailing the impacts, and these are just being dismissed. It's the race course. I don't know offhand how large, the exact area in hectares, but it is a very large area. To install 75 massive lights to illuminate that entire area is going to cause huge impacts. And to have all those extra people, and it's all concentrated over a few summer months. So right at the time, over the Christmas holidays, when you want to be relaxing, the end of that year, those times when kids are doing exams, university students are doing exams, and then you're going on to Christmas holidays, and basically every Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, you're going to have hordes of people coming in and then leaving at around 10 or 11 o'clock inebriated and creating traffic. This is not what those residents signed up for. So I'd really urge you, this is not ideological. This is actually going to have significant impacts on people who live in that area. And I'd really urge councillors to have a serious think about this. Those residents are not going to thank us for this if it goes through. That's all I can say. Please have a think. Thank you.
Councillor Matson.
Yeah, look, it's exactly what Councillor Veitch says. This is an amplification of an existing industry to the detriment of the residents. Look, this is against the best needs of the residents. So yes, I do think we need to add point 47 in as put by Councillor Veitch, and I would foreshadow an amendment to reduce the change to away from a 3-year trial. I think it's got to remain as a 3-year trial.
I agree.
So I'll be putting that in.
Actually, you can mention that when we vote on it, Councillor Nielsen. So I need two people to speaking for, and I think Councillor Parker, were you speaking for, or you're speaking about another amendment?
I'm just foreshadowing that if Councillor Veitch's is to fail, it is my intention to move the recommendation on the business paper.
Okay, cool. Councillor Hamilton, you're speaking against the amendment?
Yes, I'm speaking against the amendment from Councillor Veitch and Councillor Matson.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I don't support the amendment. I think that we have debated this long enough, so I'll just keep it brief. That I lived on Allison Road for 10 years, and when I bought that apartment with my family, I knew where I was buying. People who live around the racecourse, yes, it can get very noisy. I've been there. We've had all the festivals, we've had the Pope visit, all kinds of major events have been held on that site, and it does absolutely congest the streets, the walking and car, everything gets congested, and that's just a fact of living near such a large venue such as the racecourse. So I'm all for night racing, for anything that's going to bring people together, keep our nightlife economy going, ensure that there is something for everyone to do in our area, because that's why we live in such a high built-up area with lots of, lots of venues and lots of opportunities for us to come together and be entertained. So I don't support the amendment. I support the motion, and I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Councillor Luxford had a question.
I've asked to speak.
Oh, but Councillor Luxford had a question.
Okay, no problem.
Councillor
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Just a clarification there. I know Councillor Veitch said something like people won't be wanting, these race meetings every Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Clarification there, it's only 16 night race meetings in that specified time frame of whatever month to whatever month. Is that correct? And I believe Mr. McMahon alluded to that as well. Is that right? So it's only 16 night race meetings, which could be on whichever night, we don't know, but it won't be Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights.
Come on, I'm going to put that to the DA, so that's Mr. Kyriakou. Are you there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it is proposed to have 16 night race meets, and that's over the period of October to April, and they are proposed to be either Thursday, Friday, or Saturday nights, and on Mondays on a public holiday.
Okay. Thank you.
Question, have 2 people spoken in favour and 2 people spoken against?
I've got one more against, and it's going to be Mr. Councillor Roberts because he had his hand up first. Sorry.
Go for it, Councillor Roberts.
I wrote speak, but that's all right. Okay, no.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor.
Harry can speak up. Harry can speak. I already spoke before.
Okay. Councillor Stravinos.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Look, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Veitch tried to raise a number of issues there, saying that they hadn't actually been addressed by the report. Now, if you do look at the report that we have before us, it does mention and it does touch on all the issues that Councillor Veitch raised, in particular with the lighting. Now, the lighting at trackside will be dimmed down by 20% between races and will be dimmed up to 100% 5 minutes prior to the races starting. And the modelling surrounding that indicates that any light spill that will occur is well and truly below the threshold of 110 lux. And that's as per the report that we have in front of us. The other point that is very important to note is that they only hold 45 race days a year, and 16 of those 45 days will have night races. So we're not talking about an organisation that is going to be operating every weekend having night races. We're talking about 16 of those 45 days having night races, 1.5 months in a year. Now, Councillor Hamilton raised a very interesting point, which she said that when she bought her apartment, she knew what to expect living on Allison Road. And this is exactly the same argument. I mean, we've got residents at Luna Park who complained about the roller coaster noise, yet they knew that Luna Park was there when they bought. And it's exactly the same instance here. You knew you bought near the racecourse, you knew what to expect. The racecourse has been there since 1833, so they've been there well and truly before any of the residents who bought in the area. And I mean, and what we heard from Mr. McMahon was that this is going to add an additional $25 million to our local economy and create an additional 250 jobs. Now, Councillor Veach was part of a nighttime committee on this council looking to bolster our nighttime economy. And here she is now openly speaking against what the racecourse is proposing.
Question.
Now, look, and look, at the end of the day, we need to be accommodating to this, the largest ratepayer in Randwick, who generates millions of dollars for our local economy. And at the end of the day, it's in the benefit and it's in our best interest to make sure that this event does go ahead, because it will help our local businesses and it will help our local residents too with employment and jobs. And I'm sorry, I can't support this amendment that's been put up.
Okay. And this is the last question, Councillor Matson.
Yes, question is, was there nighttime racing when Councillor Hamilton bought her property? No, the answer is. Sorry,
actually, there were all the festivals. So
was there nighttime racing?
They're actually probably not
nighttime.
It was nighttime concerts.
No nighttime racing, I mean.
Okay, so that's
concerts, not nighttime racing.
That doesn't mean anything at all.
The council should be allowed to answer the question.
Councillor
exactly
Hamilton,
where
can
I
you
was
just answer?
buying into, and that was the point that I was making.
Cool. So, councillors, I'll put it. This is for the amendment. So, Councillor Hamilton, this is the amendment. So, you're voting for or against the amendment?
I'm voting against the amendment.
Councillor Nielsen? Councillor Nielsen?
For.
Councillor Veach?
For.
Councillor Trevinos?
Against.
Councillor Luxford?
Against.
Councillor Parker?
Against.
Councillor Singh?
Against.
Councillor Andrews?
Against.
Councillor Bowen?
Against.
Councillor Matson? Matson? Oh.
I can let read. He said four.
Sorry.
Four. Councillor Roberts?
Sorry.
Against.
Councillor Rocha?
Against.
Councillor D'Souza?
Against. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And the mayor's against, so I declare that lost. Councillor Parker, you had another amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My intention is to amend to move what is contained on the business paper and to leave the submission as it is. Look, I have no objection overall to night racing, but I do accept that our council planners have gone through quite extensively in preparing this submission. The two differences between what is being proposed by Councillor Andrews and Councillor Roberts, I believe, and what is contained on the business paper relates to the consent and the timing of that, the time of that consent, and the proposed days of operation. Point 2 on page 102 outlines some of the reasons for why time-limited consent is recommended. It states that the time-limited consent will allow the department and council to assess the ongoing management performance of a venue and its impacts on neighbourhood amenity. The time-limited consent will also allow for flexibility to review conditions of consent and amend accordingly. Look, I think that's a pretty reasonable consideration. The ATC is not generally a bad neighbour. They tend to be that have a pretty good reputation in the community, and I'm sure that they will be able to manage night racing over that period, so that when at the end of that consent, they could have a reasonable prospect of it being continued. But what it does allow is flexibility for council and the department to reasonably to trial the proposal, to see what works, see what doesn't, and to amend accordingly. Having lived next to a large race course, I do accept that there can be major impacts on residents. However, I also accept the proposition which is being put, that the racecourse has been a long-standing element of the fabric of our community. This, however, is a change of use. It's one which I think is potentially a good one, but I think you should move carefully. The conservative approach taken by our planners appears reasonable, and does take into consideration the views of residents. As such, I move what is recommended on the business paper.
Put yourself on mute, Carlos.
Yeah, I think councillors, can you please remain on mute? Councillor Roberts, I take it you're speaking against?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I should go. I've sort of gone to the seconder. Sorry, Councillor Luxford, the seconder.
Yeah. Fully in support of this. I have actually lived in the area with the racecourse all my life. The racecourse has been supportive of the area, of the local school, and this is just another way of them now supporting our nighttime economy. It's only 16 race meetings in a small in a short time, so it's not really going to be a huge impact. We're already impacted by it anyway. This is just in a different way, so I'm in full support because it will be a great community event.
Councillor Roberts, against the amendment?
Yes, I just got concerns about the unintended consequences of what I classify some of these guidelines as hyper regulated, and it's going to potentially have the unintended consequence of burying it in too much regulation, that it will not be able to proceed, and then we're left with nothing, and we won't be able to give this facility the opportunity to evolve this, as we go into the century. So I can't support it. I support the original motion. I think having that 3-year literally line in the sand is just going to be too much of a risk for these people to invest, and if we recommend that to the higher ups, then there's a high chance that they'll impose that. I think if we don't have that in, there still is scope to amend the consent regulations as we move forward. I'm happy to be corrected there, but that can happen under an open consent, and as things happen, we can amend their allowable uses such as hours of operation and things like that. So having that 3-year period is just too much of an overkill, and it could risk this whole thing. So I can't support the amendment on that basis.
And Councillor Andrews.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I can't support the amendment in regards to the 3 years. As we heard from Mr. McMahon tonight, there's going to be a considerable amount of investment in and cost in getting these lights put up. So, it could be $20 to $30 million cost to do this. I mean, after 3 years, there's no further consent? I can't support the amendment. I'm concerned that what will happen after the 3 years. Either we give it a green light or we don't give it a green light. I think that it's a significant investment being made here by the ATC, and then the surety that this is going to continue. 3 years is not enough time to make it a viable investment.
Councillor, before we put it, I just want to ask Mr. Kyriakou. I'm sure I heard Mr. McMahon mention that if we go by the business paper, that it's recommended not to do the night races on a Thursday or a Friday. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The submission contains some issues that council officers have identified in terms of the peak times and the significant parking and traffic impacts that it has on the local street network. And it's indicated from the traffic assessment and the applicant's modelling the difficulties around that Thursday and Friday night. So the language is around sort of discouraging. You're saying if the option is for more Saturday events rather than, say, the Thursdays and Fridays within that window for which they will be operating the night racing. So if I could just sort of explain the process. This is council submission will go to the department. The department will seek a response to these issues from the proponent. So the proponent may come back with some alternative ways of managing or the premises on those particular nights, or looking at some of the issues we've raised in terms of the traffic modelling, the integrated transport, ticketing aspect of it. Because a lot of the issue is trying to move the travel demand from private vehicles to public transport. So I guess it's all interconnected in terms of trying to minimise the impacts through proper management of the premises over a longer period of time. And that's where also the idea of a time limit and consent, although it's probably not expressed probably in the best manner, in that a time limited consent was more in terms of looking at reviewable conditions that the council and through the department and its enforcement agency can work with the applicant to adjust the operational requirements of the site based on issues associated with its impacts.
Okay, so councillors, I'll put it. So those in favour of the amendment, and I'll go around the room again. Councillor Hamilton. And the amendment to the original motion.
No. That's an against.
Councillor Nielsen.
Yes.
Councillor Beach.
Yes.
Councillor Stravinos.
Against.
Councillor Luxford.
Yes.
Councillor Parker.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Against.
Councillor Andrews. Councillor Andrews.
You're muted.
Against.
Yeah, for it.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Matson.
For.
Councillor Roberts.
Against.
Councillor De Rocha.
Against.
Councillor De Souza. Councillor De Souza.
Muting myself. I'll vote against it.
And the mayor is against. So I just need to see the figures, Mr. Kelly.
Amendment.
So I declare that lost.
Wow.
Amendment.
Councillor Matson, another amendment?
Yes, I move the recommendation on the business paper with the change that it, instead of a 3-year, it be a 4-year trial.
I would support that. I second that.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Parker. Do you mind if I just put it? I think we all know the argument for and against. Is that okay, Councillor Matson?
Yeah, let's put.
Look, it's a good submission. It should have been 3 years. I think 4 years is the very least. It's a skerrick of responsibility you can flick to our residents and say,
well actually, to save time, Councillor Roberts, would you accept that in your motion?
No, I can't. I can't. It's a deadline. It's a deadline of consent. It's
well, speaking to my amendment then.
Okay, then yeah, Councillor Matson.
Look, councillors, pardon the pun, but the race course is taking us for a ride here. They're going to make a fortune out of this. It doesn't matter if we give them 3 years, 5 years, 6 years. They're going to make money. Don't be taken in by that guff that they've got to have more than 3 years. They're just trying to gild it as much as they can for themselves. Councillors, look, I'm glad I don't live around that racecourse, because seriously, come on, councillors, stand up for your residents. Having you on, guys.
Councillor Parker.
No, look, I think it's been pretty thoroughly canvassed.
Okay, is anyone, if no one wants to speak against it, I'll just put it. So we're putting the amendment. Councillor Hamilton, for or against the amendment?
I'm against this amendment.
Councillor Nielsen?
For.
Councillor Veach?
For.
Councillor Sravinos?
Against.
Councillor Luxford?
For.
Councillor Parker?
For.
Councillor Singh? Councillor Singh?
Abstain. Sorry, I'm just trying to unmute it. What have you been voting for? Against it? Yeah, against.
Against. Councillor Andrews?
Against.
Councillor Bowen?
For.
Councillor Matson?
For.
Councillor Roberts?
Against.
Councillor De Rocha?
Against.
Councillor De Souza?
Against.
And the Mayor's against. So I declare that lost. So we go back to the original motion.
Happy to put it, Mr. Mayor.
Just put it, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
So for the original motion, Councillor Hamilton.
I'm for the original motion.
Yep. Councillor Nielsen.
Against.
Councillor Veach.
Against.
Councillor Sravinos.
For.
Councillor Luxford.
For.
Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor Singh.
For.
Councillor Andrews.
For.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Matson.
For.
Councillor Roberts.
For.
Councillor De Rocha.
For.
Councillor De Souza.
For.
Councillor, myself, Mayor, for. I declare that carried. So CP 42/21 Blenheim House interim arts activations. Councillor Nielsen, you had a.
Yes.
Could I move it, please?
I think I've given the motion in the amended form to Mr. Kelly. If he could just put it on the screen. Basically, what I'm proposing is that that a briefing be offered to councillors before the adoption of this report.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
So does that mean, in theory, the report would come back at the July meeting?
Depending. The reason I'm asking for a briefing, I'm asking for councillors to be given a briefing. So it's perfectly possible that it might, depending on how quickly our officers can provide a briefing, it could be possible for it to come back to the July meeting, yes. But I think we should be making a decision without having a briefing, and I can tell you why. I have, concerns. Shall I speak to it?
Yeah, you're speaking to your motion. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, when you look at the page 110 in our business paper, and you see that council has received a design proposal by Phillips and Marler Architects for major renovation and refurbishment of historic Blenheim House, transforming it into a community arts facility. I don't think we have yet had a full briefing on this, and I think it's important that we do have a briefing on this before we go ahead with what is proposed within the current motion that we have in front of us. So that's basically the point. I think the other point, well, I suppose the other point is that I think that a lot of people think it's going to be very straightforward to just walk in there. I mean, I'm totally supportive of the idea of NIDA walking in and having a few rehearsal speeches and so on and whatever. But there are other matters in play here, and it's addressed in the report when it says prior to the activations commencing, an inspection of the site by Council's risk and safety team will be conducted, and Council staff will prepare a risk assessment to identify and minimise any potential risk for injury and insurance purposes. I have to tell you that for those of you who haven't been to the site and not familiar with it, because it is a heritage item and so on, there are quite a few potential trip possibilities, unfortunately. And it's not that easy to have nighttime events. It would not be as difficult to have daytime events, but also too, we do need to take into consideration the residents who live nearby. The worst thing I think could happen to us is that we go into this too quickly and the residents in the surrounding buildings become really unhappy with it and in fact start running a campaign. I think we want to make sure that what we're proposing to do will meet the amenity issues that we were just concerned about. Well, some of us were concerned about before when we were talking about the racetrack. I think when we are proposing places that are hosting events, we do want to, and they're in the midst of a neighbourhood, and this is right slap bang in the neighbourhood, we need to make sure that we're taking into consideration the surrounding residents. So all I'm asking for is for a briefing to be offered to us first before we go ahead with the plans going forward.
May I ask a question through the Mayor to the Director of City Planning, or indeed to Katie Anderson if she's here tonight?
No, I'd say it'd be, am I right, Kerry? You're here?
No, Katie's not with us tonight,
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor.
okay, so
Do you think it would be possible to conduct a briefing this month? So,
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
we come back next month.
We can certainly do our best to arrange for that briefing, and to see if we can report it back to next month's meeting.
I mean, may I ask a question of Councillor Nielsen? Is that through the Mayor, if that's possible? I mean,
Councillor motion, Mr. Mayor.
yeah.
I just want to ask.
Let her ask the question, please. Go ahead, Councillor.
Councillor Nielsen, is there anything like in terms of having a briefing, would you be looking to have anything in the report changed, or you just want some clarification? And in essence, the report could potentially come back more or less as is, perhaps with some elements clarified following a briefing. Is that kind of what you're looking at?
Clear then, Councillor Beach. I would like us to have a briefing regarding the design proposal by Phillips and Marla, the architects, as part of this briefing.
That was never. Look, I'm very happy to have that.
Actually, can I just ask a question too?
It just seems very separate.
Each on your side.
Are
we talking about the actual building, or are we talking about the art activations?
This is just the art activation. In fact, we have had a. Well, maybe it wasn't. I'm sure we've had some briefings from Hayley.
But they weren't the final. We haven't seen the final.
We've had a briefing.
This just would seem to be a different.
Yeah, we did have a briefing on this.
This has got nothing to do with the final architecture.
On the renovation.
These are just some art activations, completely low impact, because I understand the sensitivity around this, so that it was never designed to be high impact. It's a very small venue. So any performances would also be very low impact to not affect any neighbours, and I'm sure that would be very
Mr. Mayor, could I suggest that we get clarification on whether we had a briefing from the relevant officers?
Yeah, cool. Mr. Kyriakou, he's still there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. There was a briefing quite a while ago now, just on the concept plans for the adaptive reuse of the Blenheim House, but certainly in terms of the final design, which will be subject to DA, my understanding that council hasn't been briefed on that. This report responds to the resolution of council, which sought to investigate some interim activations of that premises in anticipation of the DA process and eventual commencement of work. So this, as I said, this is just responding to the resolution of council from a previous meeting. But thanks.
So can I,
I'm happy to
Mr.
move
Yaraki, while you're
Can I
still
ask
there,
that the matter be put?
sorry, councillors,
Just put
can
it.
I just ask quickly?
Sorry, I'd like
if
to
it's-
foreshadow an amendment. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Kyriakou, so I imagine that before anything takes place, obviously it's going to be deemed safe, the building's safe, and work covers involved, and etc.
Yeah, in terms of the risk assessment, we need to prepare that once we know what the scope of the actual artwork will be, or the performances. So it needs to be understood in the context of what is capable, given what may be being proposed by artists through the expressions of interest process, and through that process, again, we will consult and sort of brief councillors on what the proposed activations would be on the site.
So Councillor Luxford as seconder, do you want to speak?
I reserve my right to speak.
Okay, so Councillor Veach, have you got an amendment?
Yeah, look, I'm just going to, I'd like to sort of put it as per the business papers.
Okay.
I'm very happy to get a briefing on the final design, but if we delay this until that happens, we'll lose any chance of actually having these activations. The purpose of the original motion was to get this report to actually see if our council officers could do an initial assessment and see if something like this was in fact feasible, and that was the purpose of this report. If the officers had come back and said it's going to propose unacceptable risks, that it might damage the building, that it might have unacceptable impacts on the amenity of neighbours, then that should have been detailed in this report. That was the purpose of the original motion, was to get this actual report. But the report is saying that that the activations are supported, but there will be expressions of interest, and all of the proposals by any artists who wish to do so will be assessed by council officers and a panel. And in fact, it notes that they are going to be inviting expressions of interest from very well respected institutions such as NIDA and UNSW, and we already have knots, which we do with UNSW, which is hugely popular and quite experimental, and it just shows that you can do both without impacting having adverse impacts, from what I can see. And I would remind councillors that Knox, if it was if we were selling tickets, it would have sold out, like literally turning people away. It was that popular. And so we're just looking to, there's clearly quite a big demand for cultural events in the local area. The other thing is that this is going to provide a very unique opportunity for local residents, most of whom have never been into this building, to see what it's like before it gets changed. I think the changes from the concept designs that we've been shown, it will be a very different building. It will have a different feel, but if you go in there now, it's still got this historic feel. It feels domestic because it's got the curtains and the carpet. We're not looking to change any of that. It's going to be, we're doing it the least expensive way possible. That's what's being proposed. If we don't have that before and after sort of opportunity, I think we're denying our residents something really important. I mean, the whole point of having that sort of peppercorn rent is that actually residents would have access a couple of times a year to see what it was like, and I don't think that had happened for a very, very long time. And so this actually gives artists and performers a chance to actually make some work that responds to the building as it is and to its history, and that will then form the basis of perhaps the first series of exhibitions or performances after the renovation.
I'm happy to second
that, by the way.
Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Andrews.
Councillor Andrews, a seconder. Do you wish to speak?
I think Councillor Veach has spoken enough on the matter. I think she summed it up quite well.
I ask that the matter be put, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I second the put.
Okay. All those in favour of putting it, say aye.
Aye.
Declare that carried. So we'll put it. So we're putting the amendment, councillors, and I was going around the horseshoe, but I think if that's been taking up time too. So if there's an objector, then I'll go around the horseshoe. Anyone objecting?
Yes.
No. Oh.
So Councillor Nielsen, so then
Yeah.
I'll have to go around the horseshoe. So all those in favour of the amendment, Councillor Hamilton,
Yes.
Councillor Nielsen,
No.
Councillor Veach,
Yes.
Councillor Stravinos,
Yes.
Councillor Luxford,
No.
Councillor Parker,
No.
no,
It is a no.
Councillor Singh,
Yes.
Councillor Andrews,
Yes.
Councillor Bowen,
No.
Councillor Matson,
Yes.
Councillor Roberts,
Against.
Councillor De Rocha, Councillor De Rocha,
Yes.
Councillor De Souza,
Against.
and the Mayor is
So
for the amendment.
could we actually just clarify?
Yeah, can I,
Councillor's vote?
Councillor De Rocha, are you there?
I've just had a message from Councillor De Rocha to say that he's had to leave the meeting.
Who tried to pass themselves off then as councillor?
So then can I withdraw that? Yes.
I think
come
I
on,
know who it
seriously.
was.
Oh, look, Mr. Mayor, that's just nuts. Can you just step in and say something?
Yeah, councillors, we know that he's left now, so I declare that carried. Is that removed, Councillor De Rocha, by the way? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now that becomes the motion. Is anyone oppose it as the motion? Then I declare that carried, unanimous.
Thank you, councillors.
CS 28/21, 40 kilometre speed limits in parts of Randwick. Councillor Parker?
Parker, yes.
I'm happy to second it, Mr. Mayor. I'll second it.
Councillor Stravinos, seconded.
Okay, thank you. Just so I can be clear, you've all seen that I'm moving it in a slightly amended fashion. What I'm doing is just incorporating the Maroubra Beach residential area, just for the for complete clarity. The streets mentioned are the perimeter streets. They're not included as the investigation. They just clearly mark out the outlines of the area to investigate. The reason for their inclusion is I've actually had several residents contact me stating, as in particular in the summer months, that they're really struggling with cars hooning up and down their residential streets. And all they asked for was a similar treatment to what was in Waverley. I think it is reasonable for investigation. We're not saying that it has to be implemented, but just that it is considered. So I commend the report and thank staff for bringing it to council.
Councillor Stravinos?
Mr. Mayor, back in 2013, when I was first elected to council, I attended a traffic management forum at that time. Trying to address the issues of speeding drivers through the rat runs around Kingsford and Kensington, particularly Cottenham Avenue and Doncaster Avenue and Houston Road. And now, after 8 years and 2 motions and this report, I could see light at the end of the tunnel. The construction of the light rail saw a delay in a lot of this, in addressing the traffic issues due to changing driving patterns. And any traffic study that we would have conducted at that time would have been irrelevant because of those driving patterns. The implementation of 40-kilometre speed zones in some of the side streets is well and truly needed. And I know that a number of residents have been waiting for years for council to address these rat runs. What I found very interesting are the statistics supplied in this report. And the one that sticks out the most is that if you have an impact at 30 kilometres or less, then there's a 90% chance of survival. And yet if you strike someone at 40 kilometres an hour, 45 kilometres an hour, the survival is only 50%. So it's vital that we look at reducing the speed limits in these side streets. I'd like to thank Council's Manager of Integrated Transport, Mr. Tony Lima, for all his work, and the staff associated with putting together this report, and I'm glad to see it coming before Council tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. If there's no further discussion, I'll just put the motion. And if you're against it, just let me know, and then we'll go around the horseshoe. Okay, so no one against it. All those in favour say aye.
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 Against, declare that carried unanimously. So NM 42/21, notice of motion from Councillor Stravinos, request review of legislation and current practice of public land by utilities maintain and install services.
Mr. Mayor, I apologise. Could I just declare an interest in that previous matter, the 40K zone? So just the interest was, I actually live in that amended zone, so non-pecuniary, non-significant interest, but I actually am a resident in that amended zone near Maroubra there. So
sure. Thank
you, Mr. Kelly.
Okay, and Councillor Parker, is that a question on? Oh, sorry, I should go through the motion. So, Councillor Stravinos, you talk about it first, and then I'll go to the questions. You're on mute. Sorry, Councillor Stravinos.
The purpose of my motion is to address a serious issue. What I found interesting, I spoke with one of our council staff in relation to this, and what used to happen was that the utilities companies would reimburse council for the repair work that was done on footpaths and other public land. But in recent times, this hasn't been the practice. And what's been happening is that there's been a change in the way in which utilities companies can come in, dig up a public land, such as the NBN, Sydney Water, and other electricity companies. And what they do, they dig up the area, they put in the utilities, and they leave them in a state of disrepair until they're completely finished. And once they are finished, they don't leave it in the state in which they, in which the asset was left in originally. So I've had so many residents contacting me saying, why has council left a footpath in this state, or why has council left this gutter in a state of disrepair for months, without understanding that it isn't council who is responsible for digging up the land, but a utility company, which under the New South Wales legislation is allowed to do that, and they're allowed to leave the public land as it is till they finish the work, and then they leave it in a state of disrepair or not up to the standard that it was originally. Now, in the past, these companies were reimbursing council for the work, but I don't see why now council should be left responsible for repairing works or doing repairs that have been left in a bad way as a result of these utility companies. Now, I'm sure councillors can relate to what I'm talking about, because I don't believe that this issue is just confined to West Ward. I believe it's an issue for the entire local government area. And I've brought this motion forward tonight so that we can write to the Minister for Utilities so that there could be some sort of accountability and review of this process. Now, I know that council spent close to $10 million fixing Kingsford and Kensington, when we were just after the construction of the light rail, and not even 4 or 5 months after we spent this money, we've had the footpaths dug up again by utilities companies, and they've left them in a very bad way. I know that on the corner of Borrowdale Road and Anzac Parade, I've waited 9 months for repairs to be done there. I've also waited for repairs on the corner of Houston Road and Borrowdale Road. So look, there's a lot of issues that need to be addressed and in relation to this. And I also know that in Duke Street, we had the NBN go through there and tear up our footpaths after we spent $2.5 million upgrading the stormwater and the footpaths in that street. And it took 6 months for them to come back and repair it. And towards the end there, they did repair it back to its, like a 100% state, but it took a lot of pushing. So look, all I ask tonight is that you support my motion in relation to this, because it is an issue where we need to, address it, and it shouldn't be the responsibility of council and ratepayer money to repair the damages caused by these companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree with Councillor Stavrinos. A classic example is in the Central Ward in Maroubra Junction, where the footpath is in state of disrepair on Anzac Parade between Boyce Road and Mason Street. We've had the utility companies come there, undo the footpaths, and just tar it up with trip hazards everywhere. And, you know, council has to bear the cost of fixing these footpaths. It's absolutely disgraceful what is happening. And I commend Councillor Stavrinos for bringing this motion forward. And I look forward to the response from Minister Matt Keane in this respect.
Councillor Parker.
I just have a question, Mr. Mayor, through you to the relevant officer. Are there any federal legislation that covers this that might be relevant in terms of for council to write to as well, or is this exclusively in the state sphere?
Yeah, thank
Councillor.
you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd have to take that question on notice. It is covered by legislation. I think it might be both federal and state. Like just as an example, the Telecommunications Act, I think might be federal, which allows the utility to come in and essentially conduct works on their infrastructure without notice. I just have to take that on notice, but I can get back to you pretty quickly.
That's my suspicion. Could I just suggest to the mover of the motion that he add a line along the effect that the council write to New South Wales Minister for Utilities and any relevant federal minister as it applies to this
It's
issue?
accepted. Yeah, accepted. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, councillors, so if no one's speaking against, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Aye. Declare that carried unanimously.
Against.
Thank you, councillors.
Oh, you are against?
Yep.
Sorry.
Division then?
No, I won't call it division. You're the only one, Councillor Hamilton?
Yep.
Then I'll still declare it carried. There's no need for division. Then NM 43/21, notice of motion from Councillor Matson, Randwick Environment Park, Western Walkway proposal.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for it?
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor
Thank
Vick.
you.
Councillor Matson, go ahead.
Yeah, look, I've been involved in that environment park since I was elected to council in 1995. I'm aware of Ms McGurr and her community that supports her. They worked through the then existing Moverley Precinct Committee. The intent of residents was that this would be an environment park, something like a national park rather than a centennial park template. Look, I really would ask for support. I'd like especially support for my clause C, which is councillors and residents be invited to participate in a walking consultative meeting along the Western Walking Track. I have been down there, not in recent times. If it is, as she says, it is very narrow. It is quite an experience to be able to walk through genuine bush in Randwick City Council. The closest would be Fred Hollis Reserve and some sections, but not all sections, of the coastal walkway. I do take seriously her argument that it may not actually be possible to ever make that particular section available or usable by wheelchair bound residents. If it is as she says it is, and as I recall it, then I think it won't be possible to do it. I think no matter how wide we make it, it's going to be difficult. There is plenty of other strips of pathway in both Munda Park and the Randwick Environment Park itself, which you could take any sort of wheeled traffic along. I just think if we lose this one section of what we could genuinely call a genuine bush pathway, it would be the lesser. So I would ask for support.
Councillor Beach, a second.
Thank you. I'll speak very briefly. Councillor Matson has been involved in this environment park for a very long time, and I know he's very in touch with what the residents in that area and the users of the park want. We've all received many emails. There's been a big social media campaign. I do think it would be a shame to lose that last little bit. It's very different walking along a track. Some places you definitely need those boardwalks. I totally respect that, but it's also nice to have those little sections where it's a bit rough and ready. We do have many. I respect the arguments about accessibility, but I also understand that there's many areas in the park that cater to people with access needs, and so I would ask councillors to support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Bowen, speaking against. I take it.
Thanks,
Can you see my hand as well, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, it's only 2 for and 2 against, remember, so I'll take Councillor Bowen and then Councillor Roberts, and I'll just reading them as I see them, sorry.
No, that's fine, no problem.
I've got a question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go to the question first, yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. A question to the relevant council officer. The material on which we're proposing to use, is this the same as what national parks use in their national parks? Like, it's the same material?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct, Councillor Andrews. It's the same material proposed for the actual boardwalk itself. In addition to that, it's actually the same construction methodology utilised within national parks to install such an asset to protect both flora and fauna when you are putting in something of this nature. So yes, it is the same methodology that we ourselves have used in the Eastern Walking Track, the Western Walking Track at Malabar through Pioneer, and also through the New South Wales Golf Club Coastal Walkway. So yes.
So this practice is used by others, especially national parks, to preserve the flora and fauna. Thank you.
Councillor Bowen?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I might just start with a question to Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark, one of the issues that's arisen in the discussion is whether the proposed elevated walkway would be suitable for wheelchair use. Could I have your response to that?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bowen, one of the principal objectives of the actual design of the boardwalk was to make the proposed path accessible for wheelchairs. When anyone, albeit council officers, consider it of a new design, we need to consider all-inclusive design. We don't have the ability under the relevant legislation to choose where people can have access to or not. We have to start from a design principle that it must be accessible, and then if it can't, we have to work backwards. So as an example, in the national parks, accessibility is not achieved due to rock escarpments or steep gradients. However, in areas such as the Randwick Environmental Park, from a first principles perspective, we do have the ability to provide an accessible path, and we in our design do not get to choose as to where someone on a wheelchair can go or not. If the opportunity is there, then we must design as such.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Look, if I can just speak briefly against the motion, but before I do, I would like to take the opportunity just to very briefly acknowledge the great legacy that Ms. McGurr has left for her local community with the Randwick Environment Park. So I will understand her concern, and I will understand the concern of the community about losing trees, and even though there's only 2 living trees lost in this proposal, given the recent history in our LGA. But I can't support this motion for a number of reasons. I live quite close to the park. I'm there very often. I was there today, in fact, as part of our exercise regime. But look, the original concept of the park was for there to be what I would say is a wheelchair accessible circuit around, and having a loop is really a great asset for people who want to exercise. And I think this is just completing really what was intended. And as Ms. McGurr told us, this track has just emerged as a sort of a shortcut, but I've seen people riding their bikes through there anyway. You can get through there on this dirt track on a mountain bike. In regards to the park generally, and I think this is where the disabled access, wheelchair access, elderly, young, people with prams, people with disabilities, knee replacements, hip replacements, would not want to use that track. So you don't have to be in a wheelchair to be sort of put off with what's there. But there are a number of our residents in the area who walk their dogs in the environment park on a lead, I hasten to add, from their wheelchairs. There's a couple of people in the area. But the other key thing on that is you have Annabelle House, which is located at the Randwick Community Centre, a respite centre, does magnificent work in our community for the elderly and people with chronic and terminal diseases. A lot of those people are wheelchair bound. They're only 100 metres or so from where this proposed boardwalk extension would be. And I can't help but wonder, what a great sort of advantage it will be to them. But the final point, and I'd leave on this, that why I don't think we as a council can support this motion, goes down this issue of discrimination. Now, we just had a very helpful answer from Mr. Clark that council really is bound to create an accessible pathway through here. They can. It was what was intended originally. And I'd be very concerned that if we didn't comply with our duty to create an accessible infrastructure in our local council area, we could find ourselves on the end of some charge that we've been discriminatory against people of, with disability who otherwise would have been able to access the park as it was intended, but couldn't. And some of those people with disability, as I said, obviously in our community, but also making use of the facilities such as Annabelle House and other facilities there. So I understand the concern, but I just cannot support this motion. And I think we need to get on and complete what was intended. Thanks.
Who's going to fill the void?
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
I think we've lost the mayor.
Councillor Roberts.
Do we have a deputy mayor?
I was waiting for you, Councillor Roberts, and I turned myself off. Go ahead.
Out of respect for you, Mr. Mayor, I was waiting my turn.
I was wondering where you were. Go ahead.
But I think Councillor Bowen pretty much hit the nail on the head. So I just echo what Councillor Bowen said. I think it's important that I, as a ward councillor, also say a few words. So I agree with pretty much everything that Councillor Bowen said. I think the only thing to add is that a majority of residents, would love to have access through that area. They would like to have the opportunity to walk around the environmental park. A majority of residents would like to see that, and so I'd like to just add that to the mix. Thank you.
Yes, that's 2 for 2 and against. So, councillors, I'm going to go straight to division because I realise this may be a little bit controversial. So,
right of reply on my motion.
Councillor Matson, go ahead.
Yeah, look, we also have legal obligations to protect endangered eastern suburbs Banksia scrub. That's Commonwealth and state legislation. I don't know how you would go against pitting that against a legal challenge on the right of access. I'm just putting that, councillors, there is a solid legal argument that we should be trying to preserve that endangered flora and fauna. I know that. I remember when the Western Malabar walkway was opened and it was not accessible to wheelchair users. It just wasn't. Not all areas of the city can be.
Councillor Matson, do you mind if I asked the director, because as far as I've noticed from the emails that we've had from the managers, it's absolute. There's no ESBS anywhere close to where this path is going. I just want to confirm that if there's any native fauna that might get damaged or if it's close to ESBS. I'll put that to Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I actually couldn't answer the question. Now I'd have to take a notice as to where the SPS is, but I can answer the fact that the construction methodology is considered a protected species, and it's exactly the same methodology we used in the national parks, which is rife with ESBS. So we're well aware of the construction team and our bushland team and the design team are well aware of the requirements under the Act to protect such species and make every effort.
Mr. Mayor, with all respect, if the director can't say whether or not there is endangered eastern suburb Banksia scrub on that particular site, and we go ahead and build over it, then we've broken the law.
Point of order.
Broken the law.
Point of order.
You missed that. Maybe missed. I didn't say that it wasn't on site. I just can't reference it like exactly right now where it is in relation to the boardwalk. But what I can confirm is that the boardwalk and the construction methodology, piering, no machine work, no excavation work is considered of ESBS. So we
that's not the same thing. If we don't know if we are actually imperiling endangered eastern suburbs Banksia scrub, I know this.
Point of order.
I know these.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
We're
I've got a
against
point of order.
Councillor Bowen, you've got a point of order.
Yes,
Sorry,
I do.
just couldn't hear you then.
Yeah, no, that's all right. The director has clearly said that the work method deployed will not endanger any ESBS.
That's not how I interpreted it.
That's correct.
Well, he's just confirmed.
If you have endangered eastern suburbs Banksia scrub and you build a walkway over it, you destroy it.
But he's just.
You're going to have to defer the motion with all respect, Mr. Mayor.
There's
Otherwise,
no
you're heading us down to the break of Commonwealth and state law.
Can I just clarify this? Because I'm sure from our emails from Mr. Zammit that there's actually no ESBS on that site or on the site of where the path is going.
That's
correct. So through you, Mr. Mayor, all I'm saying is I just don't have the access to the information in front of me right now, but staff are well aware of where the ESB is in this particular site and the construction methodology that needs to be employed to deal with that ESBS. So I just don't have
You cannot give us a guarantee that you will not be destroying endangered eastern suburbs Banksia scrub.
Point of order. Point of order. A councillor should not be asking for a guarantee from directors. It's a totally inappropriate question.
I'm sorry if it came across as offensive. I'm worried about whether or not we're going to move into a situation where we're breaking a Commonwealth and a state law that says we have to protect it. I'm sorry, councillors, but I'm erring on the side.
I understand where you're coming from, Councillor Matson, but
I apologise to the director if it came across as insensitive, but you know, that's the reality.
That's fine. But I am positive, and I can't clarify because I don't have to look it up, but I am positive that also.
Mr. Mayor, can I assist because I've got the email that you're referring to?
Yeah, I'm saying that. Yeah, go ahead.
It says there are only 4 trees that will be removed, 2 of which are dead, and the other 2 are undesirable species.
I'm not talking about trees. I'm talking about an endangered eastern suburb scrub, which is made up of a collection of 16 or 14 different subspecies. It's a collection, councillor. It's not one single tree, with all respect, councillor.
I'm just going on you asked the question. We were referred to the staff. We have the information. The information clearly says there are only 2 trees that would be removed, and they are of an undesirable species.
With all respect,
well, what, you're not accepting the advice?
Are not necessarily one of the constituent components that goes towards the make-up of a section of eastern suburbs Banksia scrub. It's a collection of species. That's why they call it scrub. I'm sorry, councillor. I know what I'm talking about. I've been doing this for years on this.
Yeah, no, I don't think you don't like. I think the problem is you don't like the answer, and the answer is very clear.
I'm trying to be respectful, councillor.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if I may, can I suggest we ask the Director of City Planning, who is responsible for the environment part, to comment?
Yeah, because I'm just trying to find Mr. Hayes' actually response as well, which surely it defines that there's no ESBS involved. But while they're talking, I'll look it up.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the Eastern Suburbs Banksy scrub that is on the site is protected and separated from the active areas around the site by a fence. This western walkway was identified through the plan of management, and that was also independently peer reviewed a number of years ago. And as part of that plan of management, it was identified that a suitable all-weather walking track would be provided on that western edge. So the area where the track is proposed and the works are proposed to carry it out is not interacting or intersecting at all with any of the Eastern Suburbs of Banksy scrub, because that's all fully fenced off. I'll just also note that any works that the council officers do, and they're doing this work as development without consent, are required to do a review of environmental factors. And through that review of environmental factors, they identify all the potential impacts, and at the end of the day, how they are mitigated and whether there would be a significant environmental impact associated with the development. So I'm confident they've followed the processes in relation to protecting any Eastern Suburbs Banksia scrub on the site.
Okay, so having the question answered, I'm putting it. So all those in favour of, what are we doing? Sorry.
The motion.
The motion.
Against.
Yeah, as per the motion. So, Councillor Hamilton, sorry, you said against. Councillor Nielsen?
Against.
Councillor Veach?
For.
Councillor Stravinos?
Against.
Councillor Luxford?
Against.
Councillor Parker?
Against.
Councillor Sang?
Against.
Councillor Andrews?
Against.
Councillor Bowen?
Against.
Councillor Matson?
For.
Councillor Roberts?
Against.
Councillor D'Souza. Oh, we have it noted that Councillor De Rocha left the meeting at 10:30.
Councillor D'Souza has also now left the meeting.
Oh, Jesus. Councillor.
No, he won't help us,
that,
Mr. Mayor.
please.
Too late to pray.
Councillor, well, there's no point having a break. We have no one.
Where's it going to be?
Well, I think this is what happens when we're not inside. Anyway,
it's a pandemic, guys. It's a pandemic.
And the mayor is against, so I can't. I'll have to wait and see. So I declare that lost. So it's a motion. Sorry, so we can just move on. So now it's NM 46/21. Notice of motion from Councillor Veach, safeguarding public space and supporting community sport and recreation.
Seconded.
Thank
Seconded
you.
by Councillor.
So I'm just finding my motion. Councillors, thank you. I won't speak for too long. I think a lot was covered.
Councillor Parker, do you have an amendment? There was an amendment that was sent through.
I do, but I'll move it after Councillor Veach speaks to her motion.
Okay, Councillor Veach.
I'll second it.
Thank you, councillors. Look, this is really about the fact that we have a lot of development coming down the line. We don't know how many people are going to move in there, but they will eventually. And we already have huge demands on our open space. COVID has proved that. People appreciate it. People value it. We have to look after it, and we have to plan the way we use our public open space very, very carefully. I think, judging from comparing the processes around the former and current plan of management, the processes were done very differently, and I think if they had been done perhaps according more to the processes in the previous one, we may not be sort of facing some of the issues we are today. Because if we'd gone around the plan of management with the kind of very in-depth consultation that I gather took place in 2009 and in previous years, we would have had that genuine community input into the draft, not just getting a briefing on the draft, but input into the draft and informing what the draft plan of management for Heffron Park was going to be. So this is essentially just reaffirming council's commitment. And I do realise that the general manager has put in a supplementary report. I wasn't trying to say we couldn't have community groups and different people putting leases and so on. Obviously, we have a lot of clubs using Heffron Park in our different spaces, so that was not the intent, particularly of point A. But I do note that with the vast majority of the High Performance Centre, there will be absolutely no public access to that whatsoever. We won't be getting a cent of rent. We will be getting a building which we own, but no one's going to be able to use it. I think it would be advisable if we set up a working group, if we set up a community group. There's a lot of interest in this project. There may well be a lot more supporters out there, but as I said, I've spoken to people, not just Greens aligned people, but all sorts of different community members, including from the Randwick, Coogee and Maroubra precincts, who do have a lot of questions, who would like to have more input, and there's a lot of different sporting groups. And I don't see that there's anything wrong with this motion in terms of getting a working committee going, getting some more input and making sure that you've got that community support for this project in more detail. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Matson.
Yeah, look, I won't make a big deal of it. I think this is a good motion. I am aware that we're losing open space. I think there has to be some sort of contract between the council and the community that we are going to ensure access to public space.
Okay, speaking against is Councillor Andrews.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I speak against this
Speak
motion.
against you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, Councillor
speak against this motion of Councillor Veach, and I congratulate Councillor Veach for supporting the operational budget tonight, because Councillor Veach tonight supported the construction of Heffron Centre in Maroubra, which is a big move by Councillor Veach. Now she is on the record in supporting the budget to build the Heffron.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. We are talking about this item, not the budget, and how Councillor Veach conducted herself. Let's get to the subject.
Speaking about a matter which talks about the South Sydney High Performance Centre. Councillor Veach has supported tonight the High Performance Centre at Heffron Park. She supported the operational budget, which is the document which gives the money to build.
Point of order. I put forward an amendment which very clearly wanted a review. I want people to be paid. I want people's rubbish to be collected. Therefore, I did a sensible thing and supported it. But my views on the centre are clear. I would ask you to withdraw.
Councillor Andrews, you can continue. Councillor Andrews, just have to unmute yourself.
I believe he has been continued.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Veach has supported a budget, the operational budget of council tonight, which gives support to the building of the Heffron Centre, which includes a new gymnastics centre and the South Sydney Rabbitohs High Performance Centre. So I don't understand now why Councillor Veach has put forward NM 46/21 when she has supported the operational budget for monies to now be put forward to the building of the South Sydney High Performance Centre and a new gymnastics centre. I will not be supporting this motion by Councillor Veach. She has now shown her support for this centre, and I look forward to this centre being built once and for all.
Point of order. I'd like our residents' rubbish to be collected. I would like council parks to be known. That's why I supported the budget. My views on the Heffron are well known.
The matter which is before us. Councillor
supported
the High Performance.
Mr. Mayor.
Yep, Councillor Cerritos, go ahead.
I've never seen.
Talk on the matter. Let's go.
Mr. Mayor, I've never seen a general manager in the 9 years that I've been on council give us a supplementary report in relation to a motion unless that, and this is the first time it's come about in the 9 years that I've been in council because of the concerns of this particular motion. And what this motion does, it actually will create a hell of a lot of issues for this council because it will have legal, strategic and financial implications as to whether or not this project could go ahead. Now, if council should carry this motion tonight, it would subject this project to a further review, delaying the plan of management and creating a significant cost to the council. Why would we continue with another review of this project when council has already conducted all of its independent probity, quantity surveyor and other reviews previously, and not just once, but twice, because we wanted to get it right? Secondly, with the tender for the Heffron Centre closing in the next week, contracts in relation to this tender couldn't be issued because this motion will delay the plan of management. Thirdly, the GM's report stipulates that councils are now exempt from the need to hold public meetings for all Crown reserves, as has been contained in the report given to us here by the GM. And so if this motion was to be passed, it would again delay the entire project and jeopardise its funding. That's not something that I'm prepared to do, and I'm sure the residents of Randwick do not want this centre, or the indoor sports centre for that matter, and the high performance centre for Souths to be delayed any further. We know that this has been 8 years in the making. We've got $22.5 million in funding waiting for us there from the state and federal government, and that funding could very easily be taken away as a result of this motion. We've had nothing but delays. Delays because of motions like this coming forward that continue to try and stifle this project from going ahead. Now, with the GM's report being critical of this motion, there is no way that I could support it, and I feel with all the briefing sessions and information that has been provided to councillors, this motion is aimed at creating a political issue for the Greens at the upcoming local government elections, and I'll leave it at that.
Actually, before I move on to Councillor Parker and the amendment, can someone move that we have an extension, please?
Mr.
I
Mayor.
move an extension.
Move that way.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Councillor Luxford and seconded by Councillor Stravinos. Councillor Parker, do you have an amendment?
Second the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I do.
I'll
I have circulated it, so you should all have it. I won't go through each individual point, as there are multiple of them. But what I will say is the intention behind this amendment is Councillor Veitch has, as is her right, moved a notice of motion outlining the principles around what she believes is the utilisation of public space. I also believe that it is important that public space should be used in terms of community interest. However, in the proposed amendment, I have clearly outlined how it is my view that the Heffron Centre, as envisaged by council, clearly supports the principles of having community protection of public land and envisaged in that way. It's outlined quite clearly all of the clear benefits in relation to sport and access to the community in that way. It also goes to the various methods in which there's been consultation and ways in which sporting codes can engage with desired usages of council open space and for recreation. And then the last point touches on the extensive independent assessment and the appointment of a probity advisor to oversee the entire process and decision making in relation to the project. Why I have moved these amendments is I think it is important to have on the written record an alternate statement in relation to the process, so that it is there for all to see the various benefits of the project, as well as the clear process which has been undertaken to date. So look, I commend these amendments, and I would urge your support in relation to them.
Councillor Luxford is seconded.
I reserve my right to speak. I think, you know, it's all written there.
Councillor Veitch, you had
question.
Actually, so I've changed my mind, so I won't. I'll take myself.
Who was the question? Sorry.
Yeah, Brendan.
Yep, go ahead.
Just a quick question of order. Is this motion, it's a very big motion. I haven't sort of read every word of it, but is it potentially opposite to the notice of motion by Councillor Beach and therefore out of order?
Yes.
Like I agree with the sentiments, but I think it's we could just vote down this motion from Councillor Beach if. So I have to take it
to you, Mr. Mayor. I did consider that in proposing this, and the response I would give to that is it speaks to a range of issues which are outlined in that and are not a direct negative to it. And the reason why is because Councillor Veach's motion speaks in relation to community access, to consultation, and the like. A direct negative would simply be to reject the some of the principles contained within it, and I don't think that it directly does that because it incorporates the sentiment, but articulates it in a different way.
Okay, so I'll let it go. Oh, Councillor Susie, you're back.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'm back.
So, actually, can I have, councillors, can I have someone move a procedural motion that we deal with GM 7/21, the General Manager's report at the same time?
Yeah, I'm happy to move that, Mr. Mayor.
Can I have a second?
I'm happy to second the General Manager's report.
Thank you. So, councillors, I'll put
second hand.
Someone's rebounding back onto the anyway. I'll put Councillor Parker's amendment. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
You put it this way. Anyone against?
Aye.
No,
Aye.
I'm against.
Is there only one against?
Yes, I'm saying no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If there's only
Against.
one against, I've got one against. We might as well declare that carried. But someone's reverberating back to me. I don't know why.
Mr. Mayor, I haven't seen Councillor Parker's amendments. I'm sorry. I can't support them if I haven't seen them.
Check your email, Councillor.
I'm
Matson.
not in a
Read it off the
situation
screen.
to do
Councillor
that at the
Matson, can you
moment,
read
Ted.
it?
I'm sorry, Ted. I'm not in a situation to do that. My system's stuffed up here.
Okay, well, I can't delay the meeting any longer. Sorry, Councillor Matson. So you may have to just either not vote for it or.
I'll vote with Councillor Veach. I've got no.
Okay, thank you. So I declare that carried. So now that becomes the motion. Now we're voting on the motion of Councillor Parker's. All those in favour say aye.
Sorry, did we have a division on the last one? Did you record the
No,
vote?
there's only yourself and Councillor Matson. That's
Well,
two.
can you please record my name against?
Okay.
I call for a division.
Against everything, look.
Councillors, do you want me to do a
That was
division or do you declare it carried? I declare that carried. There was.
Well, I would like my name
Councillor
recorded
Veach's name.
against.
Please record Councillor
With
Veach's
respect,
name.
Mayor said we had,
Councillor
there was an agreement by all the
Randwick, not Paddington
councillors that there would be a division if
Support of the
someone
budget. You
voted
supported it.
against.
We're not in Hollywood anymore.
Mr. Mayor, can you call Councillor Sousa to order? I think he's.
Yeah, you're back. Councillor D'Souza, can I have it noted that Councillor D'Souza has come back at 11:35.
22, Mayor. It's recorded already by Mr. Kelly. Thank you. I'm here for that vote about a special vote here. All good.
Okay. So.
The mayor's back.
So Councillor Veach, it's been recorded. Councillor Matson, do you want to be recorded as being against?
Yes, as with Councillor Veach.
Yeah.
Thank you.
On this occasion.
Sorry, I just didn't see that amendment.
So now Councillor Parker and Councillor Luxford's motion becomes amendment becomes the motion. Is it the same two people opposing?
I'm afraid so. I think so.
Yes, please.
Okay, so we record and we'll record your name against it again.
Yes, please.
Okay, so please, Mr. Kelly, record that and we declare that carried. So NM 49/21.
Seconded. Happy to second it. Councillor Andrews.
Councillor Andrews has seconded it. safeguarding public space, and development of strategy to use Indigenous plant species in council parks. Councillor Bowen, do you want to speak on?
Just look very briefly. I just would like to thank Mr. Fitzsimmons, and I think he's quite right. We love the beautiful coastal vegetation, flora that we enjoy in the city, and this is a way of sort of exemplifying that. So I'd ask councillors to support.
Councillor Andrews.
Mr. Mayor, I support Councillor Bowen's motion. I think it speaks for itself. We heard the speaker tonight, and I commend Councillor Bowen for putting this motion forward.
And so, councillors, I assume there's no one objecting?
No.
So I'll put it.
Eastern Suburbs Banksy are part of that, thanks.
So I declare that carried unanimously.
Thank you.
So, councillors, I'll have to leave the room. Councillor Bowen has to leave the room. And I remind Councillor Veach that it's 2 for, 2 against. The 2 people, the mover and the seconder, are for, and then there'll be 2 people speaking against, and then 4 for a division. Thank you. But you have to.
Someone can send me a text again,
Mr.
please.
Mayor, can I clarify that? Is the 2 people speaking for include the mover and the seconder?
Yeah, the mover and the seconder, the people speaking for. I assume.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Just take my time.
We're now voting on notice of rescission motion, NR1/21. Notice of rescission motion submitted by Councillor Andrews, D'Souza, Roberts and Stavrinos, comprehensive planning proposal, heritage conservation. Do I have a mover?
Yes, Madam Deputy Mayor. Councillor Andrews.
Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Stavrinos.
Stavrinos, yep.
Councillor Andrews, would you like to speak?
Thank you. I move that the motion that was moved at the council meeting on the 1st of June 2021 be rescinded and be replaced with the motion which is before us on the screen tonight. I've added 3 further
point of order. We first deal with the rescission motion, and then we deal with the follow-up motion.
I will get to it. Please do
No,
not interrupt.
point of order. You deal with the rescission motion first, then you go on to the follow-up motion.
I understand that, Murray.
Then you're moving the rescission motion.
I'm not moving the rescission motion. I'm telling the council what I intend to. If this motion is rescinded, this is what I intend to move. I'm not going to get into debate.
It's pretty standard, Councillor Matson.
Sorry, I'm just going on what Councillor Andrews said, with all respect, councillors, but go on, Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Councillor Matson. I intend to move a rescission motion this evening to rescind the decision which was made at council the 1st of June 2021. If my rescission motion is successful, I intend to move what is displayed on the screen, and with the addition of 3 properties that have been items 7, 13 and 29. The reason for my rescission motion is that we heard from the speakers tonight in relation to this particular matter. Issues of unjustness, undemocratic, discriminatory, residents not being informed, residents finding out from other residents that their property has been put on the heritage register. This is grossly unfair, and as a result, I intend to rescind the motion that was moved on council on the 1st of June.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. I'll go to Councillor Stavrinos as the seconder.
Question.
I reserve my right to speak at this time.
Sorry, question from Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I note on the rescission motion that it quotes item CP 3821, but I believe that it's actually CP 3221, or I'm asking the question. Is it CP 3221 that that Councillor Andrews is rescinding?
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I'll put that through to the Director of City Planning.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. If you could just give me a minute, I'll go back to the item from the previous meeting.
It's CP 38.
Absolutely.
Okay, so in the business paper that I have in front of me,
CP38 from the
on
extra
page 3, CP 3221, and then it goes through to CP 31, 33, 36, 39. And I thought it was CP 30.
It was.
Are you looking in the extraordinary meeting
Mr.
minutes or the regular meeting minutes?
Mr.
It's
Deputy Mayor.
It's the extraordinary meeting. CP 38.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll just seek
Yeah.
clarification from Mr. Kyriakou. Thank you.
Yes, CP 3221 was at the ordinary meeting of 25th May 2021, and CP 38 was the extraordinary council meeting.
So the business papers are correct?
Right. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. I think Councillor Stavrinos was next on the speakers list.
Yeah, I am. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, Madam Deputy Mayor, although we agree that heritage conservation plays an important role in maintaining the historical and cultural significance of our city, there has been a clear flaw in the way in which council has gone about communicating information to residents whose homes are now going to be affected by interim heritage orders. We have all received emails from residents over the past few days and months who are claiming that not only did they try to communicate with council in relation to these matters, but they received no response at all and have not received any notification in relation to these heritage orders being placed on their properties. We also have the issue of letters being incorrectly sent out to residents advising them that their homes were subject to heritage orders, only to have a second letter being sent out advising that no such heritage orders will be placed on properties. We also know that council's consultant conducted a number of desktop assessments without physically inspecting properties. So the question is, how accurate are these desktop assessments if these properties haven't been physically inspected? As I said at the previous meeting when we debated this issue, the biggest single investment that any person can make in their lifetime is the purchase of their family home. So as a council, we need to make sure that before we implement any sort of heritage order over these properties tonight, that we have got it right, as the decision could have adverse financial impacts on the value of these properties, particularly those which are currently situated in R3 zones and are surrounded by 3, 4 and 5-storey unit blocks. We should also be giving these owners the opportunity to seek their own independent legal and heritage advice so that they know the implication of what these heritage orders could do to their homes. As owners, they should have the option of either opting in or out whether they want a heritage listing placed on their property. There are so many examples on this list where homeowners either didn't receive notification, had development applications with council, and after conducting due diligence, they were told that their properties are now heritage, and others who have already been renovated and modified, yet are now subject to heritage conservation being assessed via a desktop. How is this fair or accurate? We have 11 to 13 Abbotsford Street, which back in 2003 was assessed for heritage and was not found to be significant under the 7 criteria. Yet 18 years later, with a DA having been lodged, all of a sudden the property is found to be significant. Then we have 21 Baden Street, where the owner of this property paid a premium at an auction due to the zoning and conducted their own due diligence, even having a pre-meeting DA with council confirming in writing that the house didn't have any heritage significance, and now all of a sudden this property is subject to a heritage listing. Next, we have 51 Doncaster, which was subject to a desktop assessment based on photos taken back in 2015. Since that time, the property has undergone a front facade change and is situated right in the heart of an R3 zone, surrounded by 3, 4 and 5-storey buildings. What financial impact do you think this will have on the value of that home, being surrounded by buildings and now being restricted via a heritage order? Then we've got the property at 10 Conyngham Avenue, which back in 97-98 was extensively renovated and modernised with the inclusion of a first floor addition, and the owner of this house claims they have received no notification from council in relation to this heritage listing, and for the first time they heard about it 3 weeks ago when the owner of 51 Doncaster Avenue notified them. The owners of this house haven't had the opportunity to seek any legal or heritage advice on this property, and they're now stressed by the decision that this council is going to impose upon them. 24 Eastern Avenue, the owners claim to have tried contacting council via email and by phone on 4 occasions, yet they received no response in relation to the concerns that they raised about the heritage listing. Has there been a communication breakdown by council and the owners of this property? What legal options do these owners have to fight these orders? Councillors, as I stand tonight, well, I'm not standing, I'm actually sitting. I can't support a report which I believe is flawed based on the examples given and clearly didn't communicate with owners advising them of the heritage orders being placed over their homes. We know that a number of letters were incorrectly sent out to owners advising them that their homes would be heritage listed, and this has to be corrected, and this had to be corrected. And now we have other residents coming out of the woodwork every week that goes by telling us that they knew nothing about the heritage orders being placed on their homes. The whole process is just wrong, and I will be supporting the rescission, and I hope you all support it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stavrinos. If I could beg everyone's indulgence, I have a very quick question for the Director of City Planning. Could we clarify if interim heritage orders are being placed on these homes? I didn't realise that was the case.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. No, there are no interim heritage orders being placed on these properties. All that is recommended at this stage is to seek to have these properties as draft heritage items that would be then go through an exhibition process and allow for community consultation and for council officers to undertake further reviews based on submissions from owners of these properties and from other interested parties in determining whether they should be recommended for final listing in amending council's LEP.
Thank you very much. We've had two speakers for the rescission motion. Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Matson.
Thank you. Look, people often erroneously believe that you can't maintain or make any changes to a heritage item, but actually our LEP and our development control plan allow a lot of freedom. I'll quote from our own website, a particular page titled "Looking After Your Heritage Home." Randwick City Council recognises that owners need to adapt properties to meet current lifestyles and living standards, such as renovating bathrooms and kitchens, adding additional bedrooms, and providing open planned living areas which relate to garden spaces. The council considers many heritage development applications each year. Further, Randwick City, look, we can actually offer incentives under clause of the RLEP, clause 5.10, conservation initiatives. This enables council to approve developments relating to a heritage item or to the site of a heritage item or Aboriginal place of heritage significance, which would otherwise be prohibited. So if you've got a heritage home, you can put an extra room on, you can put something out the back, and you'll get concessions probably on the floor space and the side setbacks. There's a whole section in the development control plans which show how flexible it is. What we're doing tonight is standing up for consultation. There is no way I can accept the Speaker's objection to us tonight that this was a random process. It was not. It was based on submissions put in by members of the community as to how they wished to preserve heritage buildings for the future. It wasn't random. There wasn't some lottery. There was an intent. And there's a whole section of the extant report which goes in to how each particular item was graded on 4 different criteria and assigns a grade for each particular item. So it's not just simply speculative. It's not simply subjective. There is a method, and I can simply put the argument to you. If these same arguments were put against Jack Mundy back in the early days of his fight to preserve areas of the rocks or centennial parks, then we would lose it. The reality is people own buildings for a limited period of time. It might be 5 years, it might be 10 years, it might be 40 years, or it might be in their family for 90 years. But eventually it passes out of their control, and all the love and care that they exercise on that building and the desire to preserve it for the future will be stripped null and void if a developer intends to knock it down by putting in a complying development certificate, using a private certifier to just give 14 days notice and send a bulldozer through. Eventually, councillors, we have to leave something for the future. I know it's contentious. I know people get upset. I know that people can put an argument that maybe we should have preserved the entire area. But seriously, councillors, you have to base a proposal for a heritage listing on something. It has to be not simply a vague grab out of the air that will make that entire area heritage conservation. It would be torn down. And look, this isn't the end of it. These proposals go on public exhibition. Submissions will be put, a report will come back to council, everyone will get their say. Now, councillors, if you vote for the rescission motion tonight, you effectively will gut what is being, the list that is being proposed for public exhibition. You can see as the night goes on, councillors are adding extra items to the list. There's 3 extra ones that have just come out of the air from Councillor Andrews. This takes me back to the bad old days of the council in 1995. I told you before.
Matson.
Sorry, councillor? No, councillor. I got on that council and I sat there and I watched councillors just gut a heritage proposal.
Point of order. Point of order.
Sorry, what's your point of order?
My point of order is that the mayor, when he was sitting in the chair, put forward a procedural motion that all debate would be no longer than 3 minutes, 2 for and 2 against, and,
no.
and you haven't kept with that.
So my understanding, no, I have been keeping time. My understanding is what we agreed on. Yeah, I can see your phone. Thank you very much, Councillor Roberts. I'm looking at my own. My understanding is that we didn't agree to a 3-minute time limit, but we did agree to 2 for and 2 against. I'll check with the General Manager. I'm prepared to stand. I am prepared to stand corrected. I certainly gave.
Stop yelling. Excuse me, Chair. Can you stop yelling whenever you want to speak? You seem to yell a lot. And
no, point of order. You need to respect the authority of the chair. She is not yelling.
The chair should also stop yelling every single time she's starting to speak. I asked a very valid question.
I'm not yelling. Maybe it's just my microphone. Okay, I'm speaking in a normal voice. Can I note, though, that I gave Councillor Andrews, Councillor Stavrinos and all the other speakers tonight where I voted, where I've been chairing, they're 5 minutes. And
so it still doesn't answer my question that
I'm putting your question to the General Manager. Thank you.
Madam Chair, it was my understanding that the procedural motion was for 2 for, 2 against and a 3-minute debates.
Yeah.
I apologise. However, as I said, I did give Councillor Andrews and Councillor Stavrinos 5 minutes.
I was interrupted. I was interrupted by Councillor Matson.
I paused it.
You're used to it.
However, I had at different points I have seen Councillor Roberts and Councillor Parker have their hand up. Their hands now seem to be down. Are there any other speakers against the rescission motion? Are there any other questions? In which case I'll put it. We'll go straight to a division. All those in, not all those, we'll go around the list. Councillor Hamilton.
Against. I'm against the rescission motion.
Councillor Nielsen.
Against.
Shall I go last or shall I go now? I'm against the rescission motion. Councillor Stavrinos.
For.
Councillor Luxford.
Against.
Councillor Parker.
I am against the rescission motion.
Councillor Singh.
In favour, yes.
4. Councillor Andrews.
For.
Councillor Bowen.
It's not in that room.
Absent.
Absent. Councillor Matson.
Against.
Councillor Roberts.
For.
Councillor D'Souza.
For.
I declare the rescission motion lost.
I suggest we move on to the next item on the business paper.
I think we need to move an extension of time, don't we?
I'll move an extension of time.
And we'll just
Could I
invite
move a short, we need to call the mayor back in, and could I move like a 2-minute break? No.
I'll move for a 2-minute break as we wait.
I'll second that.
But I think we need to make sure we've got the extension for half hour, right?
Yep, I move the extension for half an hour.
Is there a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Thank you.
And is someone, Councillor Bowen, and so on?
Okay, councillors, now we'll move on to back into the.
Councillor, sorry, Mayor said, is it possible to have a 2-minute break?
Actually, yeah, that's fair enough. Even 3 minutes, a bit of a toilet break and a drink of water, and we'll come
And
straight.
also, does Councillor Bowen know that we're resuming? Has someone told
I believe
him?
he's in the meeting.
Right.
I believe he's in the meeting.
Councillor Bowen, we're just going to have a 3-minute break so everyone can just go to the loo, etc.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Turn over, everyone.
Okay, councillors, are we all back? I gather 16 people, I gather we are.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll do. I'll go through the book. So the mirror minutes. So we've done MM 15/21, MM 16/21, the Paul Saint Community Room. If there's no objection, I'll put it. So all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against?
Aye.
Declare that carried. MM 17/21, 75th anniversary of Coogee Penguin Swimming Club. If there's no discussion, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. MM 19/bless you. MM 19/21, Pioneer Park Lower Club Room. If there's no discussion, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Now there's the additional MM 21/21, the COVID-19 update. I assume you've all read that. You received it today. So, councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Now we move into unchallenged items. Now I've written down where people have asked me they would like to challenge or ask a question. So I'll read out who's already challenged and
excuse
correct
me,
me if I'm wrong.
Mr. Mayor, was there any urgent business?
Oh, sorry. Is there any urgent business?
Look, I'd like to just mention something. Obviously, with all of the lockdowns, I'm aware that, as Councillor Roberts would well know, that one of our local schools, South Coogee Public, where my two boys used to go to, the whole school, all of the staff and students and families are in lockdown. It's a pretty severe. We may see other local schools.
Well, they're in isolation.
Yeah, in isolation. Yeah, beyond lockdown, in complete isolation. And maybe Councillor Roberts would like to speak to this, but I just think we should give maybe some kind of mention of care and solidarity for that school community. And if anyone, perhaps Councillor Roberts, could suggest something that
actually
council
what
might
I
be
might
able
do is
to support.
Councillor Veitch, you're correct, and I might just mention during the week, Councillor Bowen approached myself and the GM about activations that we could do through the library, etc., or something just to keep those people a little bit upbeat because they are in isolation. So I'll just put you through to the GM of what we're considering on doing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, following Councillor Bowen's email, we did reach out to the PNC because the PNC have been talking and coordinating more broadly. I'm having a phone conversation tomorrow with them just to discuss where we might be able to organise some online-based activity without having the kids online all the time. We'll just talk through what the opportunities are with the PNC. The PNC is the best, I guess, vehicle to be able to work with all the families, because as you can imagine, with 200 odd families, it'd be very difficult for council to do that, to coordinate that ourselves. So we'll have further discussions with the PNC and determine where we can support. We do have staff both at our library and our Des Renford Leisure Centre who would be able to and have the capacity at the moment while we're closed down to be able to assist there. So I'm certain that we will get something off the ground to assist.
Thank you. It'd be great if even there was some kind of, I mean, obviously there's other families in isolation as well and everyone in lockdown, perhaps just some kind of public statement or email out. I don't know. Thank you very much. Appreciate the efforts.
Sure. Thanks, Councillor Veitch.
Yes. Can I just register my thanks? And I agree with Councillor Veitch. So thanks for everyone for getting onto that.
Thanks, Councillor Bowen. And so what I'll do is I'll go through the people who've asked me to whether they have a challenge or a question. So GM 4/21, Councillor Nielsen had a question.
I do.
So I'll declare that challenged. So councillors, my apologies. I asked for a procedural motion on GM 7/21, but I didn't actually take a vote. So I've now included it in the General Manager's reports. So is that unchallenged or challenged? Can someone just unmute?
Sorry,
and call it?
sorry, which one
Sorry,
was
which one?
Oh, so GM7/27, slide 21, which was the GM's report.
Happy to move that, Mr. Mayor.
Um,
And I'll second it.
So-
I'll second it.
Second.
yeah,
So
so it's
what is it?
moved by Councillor Andrews and seconded by Councillor Luxford.
Oh,
It's the safeguarding public space and supporting
Yeah.
community sport and
That's right.
recreation.
I thought we
Oh,
moved
okay.
it with the.
Okay.
Yeah, we moved a procedural motion, but I didn't actually vote on it. Sorry.
Oh, okay. All right, no
Sorry.
problem.
So that's
To receive a note.
okay. So now I'll go back to just unchallenged. CP 40/21. I think
Mr. Mayor,
both Councillor Beach and both Councillor Nielsen
Isn't
have
it
a
urgent
challenge.
business by Councillor Roberts?
Pardon?
Hasn't Councillor Roberts got urgent business?
Yes, my understanding was you're going to go through the Merrill minutes and then urgent business and then go through the business paper.
Oh, we called urgent business. That's what Councillor
That's
Beach was
right,
talking
we
about.
did. We called for urgent business.
And Councillor Roberts, an amendment came up of Councillor Roberts, you never dealt with it.
What about the Merrill minute you sent separately this afternoon? Have you done that one yet?
Yeah, that was MM 21/21.
So my apologies, I must have been distracted. So has that already been?
Sorry, you mustn't have been there. So we did it, but it was unchallenged.
Okay.
Well, not unchallenged. Sorry, it was voted on. It was declared unanimous.
And okay, well that Merrill minute addressed my concerns with urgent business regarding outdoor dining fees. So that's okay. Thanks.
Oh, cool. Thank you. So go back to CP 40/21. Councillor Veach and both Councillor Nielsen are challenging it.
Yeah, I just had a question actually.
So what I'll do is I'll go through them all and then we'll declare the unchallenged items. But I think I've got something on everything. I know I don't. CP 43/21. Councillor Parker has a question or a challenge. CS 27/21. Is that unchallenged? Done that. CS 29/21. Councillor Nielsen has a question or amendment. So then we move on to CS 30/21. Councillor Veach has a question and Councillor Nielsen. And then we just move into CO 24/21. Unchallenged. CO 25/21. Unchallenged. CO 26/21. Unchallenged. CO 27/21.
I move the unchallenged
Unchallenged.
item.
Unmoved by Councillor Andrews. Do I have a seconder?
Seconded by Councillor
Councillor
Stavridis.
Stavridis, a seconder. So the first one is GM 4/21. Councillor Nielsen.
Yes, it's a question for the General Manager. This is in relation to the Sydney Film Festival and the Ritz. I just wanted to double check, please, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager. Can the General Manager confirm that there's no conflict of interest, particularly in relation to the freebies that are associated with this event?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, this would be a sponsorship, and the tickets that come with the sponsorship are normal for a sponsorship of this time.
Thank you.
So Councillor Nielsen, you happy to move it? Or
yes, I'll move it.
Yep.
I'm happy
to
to second, Mr. Mayor. Second, Councillor Andrews.
Councillor Andrews is seconded. So all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
They're carried. CP 40/21. Councillor Veach and Councillor Nielsen have a question.
Well, I actually have a general comment.
I'm happy to move it, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Andrews.
So moved by Councillor Andrews. Do I have a seconder? Do I have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Councillor Stavridis. Okay, thank you, Councillor Nielsen.
I just wanted to make a point up front in terms of our submission, and if Councillor Andrews is the mover and Councillor Stavridis support this, I just wanted to make a note, or note to everybody, that it's worth noting that the height is way above what is permissible in Randwick City Council. And I sincerely hope that these height violations will not come back to bite us. It would be preferable if Randwick City Council area was given some acknowledgement for the heavy lifting we do to provide facilities that service the entire population of New South Wales. The height exceedance is in the EIS from the proponent. That's where I got their, you know, the figures. So if it's an R2 zone, it's 9.5 metres, R3 zone 15 metres, and their proposal is 4 metres. So it's above what's permissible. And I just think
Councillor,
we should be stating.
there's some background noise. I'm missing.
Yeah, someone's typing.
Not me.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, shame.
Go back to Kindy. You're in lockdown, mate.
Isolation.
He's bored.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, Councillor Andrews and Stavrinos. I just think that it's something that when we put in this submission that we're putting in, it's a comment that I think that we should make, that that it should be noted that Randwick Council should be given some acknowledgement for the heavy lifting we do to provide the facilities that service the whole population, the entire population of New South Wales. The height exceedance is way above what we would normally permit in this area.
Councillor Andrews?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I move the recommendation before us on the business.
Apologies, I actually had a question as well.
Yeah, no, but I've actually, Councillor Andrews, I'm just wondering if you accept Councillor Nielsen's.
I think the letter written by council staff, and if we refer to page 84 of the business paper, in regards to building height, it states the building is technically 11 stories, not 9 stories as described, when including portion of basement that are above ground and top floor plant level. Council questions why the footprint of the plant room level is so large as it contributes to overall bulk and scale of the building. Councillor Nielsen, I think that council officers have addressed that issue in respect to the height of the building. That's in the letter which is proposed to be sent out to the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment dated 21 June 2021. But I do note Councillor Nielsen's concerns.
Yeah, and Councillor Andrews, yeah, I know what, the point that you're referring to in our report, but I just wanted us to state it more, more emphatically.
Can we leave that to the council officers to word that to such an effect? Councillor Nielsen, you happy with that?
I would be happy with that. And if it could be just up front. And also, there's also, I would say that there's a severe shortfall in parking. I know that's mentioned in the report, but I think that a general comment up front would be worth putting in too, that the shortfall in parking, which has negative impacts on both visitors to the hospital and / hospitals and to residents in neighbouring streets and also to car parks and nearby shopping centres, because we all know that lots of people who are going to the hospital park in Royal Randwick or in Coles, which is where we would otherwise be shopping. So it's, where residents are copping quite a bit from the problem with the parking shortfall.
Yeah, so Councillor Andrews, you happy to put a comment about parking?
I'm happy to include that.
Thank you.
Councillor Beach?
Thank you. Yeah, I share Councillor Nielsen's sentiments. Obviously the land has been cleared and it will be good to get the new hospital in there, but our staff have raised some pretty, serious questions. One that jumped out to me was the emergency department location, and it sounds like they're planning to put the children's emergency department underground. And it's a shame because by the look of the picture on page 75, there's a lot of landscaping out there. And as we all know, when you've got little kids, you can spend hours in those hospital emergency children's hospital rooms. I know we certainly did at times, and just being able to see outdoors, even if it's at night, see that beautiful garden that they proposed. I wonder if that part of the submission could be just beefed up a bit, that, you know, so I appreciate that's point 15. And perhaps just noting Councillor Nielsen's former motion, and also issues that, you know, notes that I raised years ago about the Urimbla garden that was proposed. You know, this seems to have quite an extensive garden area, so I don't know what Councillor Nielsen would think of making a reference to that in this, just because it does seem to be one area where there are gardens proposed.
Yeah.
So.
Actually, in the submission, sorry, there is a mention of the Urimbla and finding an appropriate place. I'll find it for you.
Oh, okay, terrific. I must have missed that.
Yes,
sorry about that.
It's not in our submission, but it's in their submission. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
Mr. Mayor, if I can get the Director of City Plan to provide some advice in regards to amendment at paragraph D, some suggested wording in light of Councillor Nielsen's comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we can certainly include in the submission clearly the extent to which the height is exceeding council's current limits, and certainly we can acknowledge that. And in terms of the parking, yeah, we can also refer to the extra demand that is placed on the surrounding street network, if that's not already sort of made clear in terms of the submission, so we can accommodate that.
Cool. Thank you. So, anyone against? So I declare that carried unanimously. Then on to CP 43/21. Councillor Parker.
I'm happy to second this. Councillor Andrews.
Councillor Andrews seconded. Councillor Parker.
I was actually going to move it in amended form, but on reflection, I'll just move what's on the business paper.
Okay, thank you. Anyone against motion? So I'll declare that carried unanimous. CS 9/21, Safety Improvements Club Bella Beach. Councillor Nielsen.
Yes.
You had an amendment?
Sorry, I was just doing something else. Yes, I just wanted to move it in an amended form, and I have sent it to Mr. Kelly. It's just to make it clearer. So the recommendation remains the same, except the wording is, I think, making it clearer. The council notes the recently completed signage audit by the Public Safety and Aquatics team, and that second point, 25 actions have been identified to be completed immediately where signage needs to be consolidated, replaced or upgraded at Clovelly. I think it just makes it a lot clearer than the way it is all in the one sentence currently.
Okay, cool. So, do I have a seconder, by the way? Sorry.
I'll second it.
Councillor Luxford is seconded.
Actually, yeah, sorry, I didn't realise I was off. Can I second that?
Yeah, it's your
Clovelly Beach. Alex, is that all right? Thanks.
Bit rude.
How?
Fast on the gun on the mic.
Thanks,
sorry. I had my hand up and I hadn't taken off mute.
Okay, any objections to that, councillors? So I declare that carried unanimously. Then there's CS 30/21. Councillor Veach and Councillor Nielsen.
I was just going to move that as per the business papers. I thank staff for their report. I'm looking forward to seeing the detailed report that they bring forward as to all of the effects, and note that they're requesting information on the capacity changes and noting a number of other concerns, particularly in relation to services to Oxford Street and Redfern as the end destination. So yeah, I would just like to move it as per the business papers.
And Councillor Nielsen, you had a question as well.
Yes, I just thought it was, well, I don't think, is Mr. Lehman with us?
No.
No, okay, so he was the person I was going to ask the question to, or of, but I think it's very bad. Okay, I'll ask the people in space. I think it's very bad that what we were asked to look at for this consultation did not actually have the specified bus stops. So we do not know how many stops there are, for example, between, say, my stop, which is on Frenchman's Road, corner of Clovelly Road. Currently, there's 11 bus stops if you take a non-express bus between Bondi Junction and Clovelly Road, going one direction, 9 going the other direction. And it's not clear how many bus stops there are with the current bus that will now be replacing them all, which is an express bus. Apparently, it will be stopping more frequently than the current 400, but not all that many stops. So I think that this is going to be a huge, as we've all been pointing out, a huge problem for a lot of older people who are dependent on buses. And I guess a question to Mr. Kyriakou, the fact that we have been approving.
Actually, I think it goes to Mr. Clark because it's.
Oh, no, this is a question in relation to planning matters. So
oh, sorry.
That we have been approving a lot of DAs because we have been saying that they're close to public transport, therefore there's no garages needed because you bus stop or whatever. So how is this going to impact on our development application approvals?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of car parking, council officers assess each particular development based on council's DCP and the requirements for it. There will be limited occasions in my experience where there is no parking, and they would be in circumstances where there was significant constraints on the site, but also in areas of good public transport. Of course, boarding houses have reduced requirement for car parking, but in terms of residential flat building development and dual occupancy and other medium density forms, then they would generally comply with council's requirements.
Is that sufficient, Councillor Nielsen?
Not really, but I'll let it go.
Okay, so anyone against the motion? Anyone against? So I declare that unanimous. So there's no petitions, so we'll move straight into the motions of notice of motions. So NM 41/21, notice of motion from Councillor Matson. Updated policy on notification and amended plans of modifications received during DA assessment process deferred from the 25th of May 2021 council meeting.
I'll second.
Do I have a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second it. Councillor Nielsen.
Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Matson.
Thank you very much. Look, I've noticed a number of times that residents have become confused as to what's going on with the particular DA that they have an interest in. They look on the council website, they go to the DA tracker. They don't always find the subsequent or minor amendments. Often those minor amendments are judged by the staff, and some, correctly, that they're of a minor nature and that there's no actual impact on the overall design of the building. But because they're not routinely listed, residents sometimes react out of all proportion and think that maybe there is some significant issue, which would have been simply resolved by just the routine presentation of all amended plans received. It's late at night, but I think just an extra step in transparency, and it's going to relieve community stress in some matters.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen?
No, I don't think I need to say anything more. Thank you.
Any opposition?
No, I have a query to the mover. Through I've just in reading the motion, point A reads that council adopts a policy of notifying all authors of submissions received in response. Point B refers to bringing back a report on options for review of the extent of the residential area. I would suggest to the mover of the motion, rather than that council adopts, that the language be that council review its policy of notifying all authors of submissions. I broadly support the principle of this.
I'm happy to accept that amendment, councillor.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. I'm just concerned it may have operational impacts, which would be worth considering. But I don't have an issue broadly with the policy, but it's worth considering with a report. Thank you.
Yeah.
So councillors, I don't think there's any.
Mr. Mayor, can I speak on it, please?
Oh, sorry, who's that? Councillor
Andrews.
Andrews, go ahead.
Oh, do we need to move another extension of time?
Yep, sorry. Oh, I've got 3 minutes, but I'll do it now. So,
I'll move
Councillor,
it.
someone move extension. Councillor
Matson.
Seconded, Nielsen.
Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Andrews.
Are you going to put it?
No, Councillor Andrews wanted to speak, I think.
Are you going to put extending the meeting?
Oh, sorry, I'll put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
I declare that carried.
I vote against.
Yeah, I vote against it as well.
You're in lockup. You can't object.
We've only got a
I
couple
vote
more
against it
motions
as well,
to go.
Mr. Mayor. I vote against it as well.
Yeah, 12:30 is way too late, and we've gone through so
You
much.
whooshes. Oh, you weak generation of councillors.
We've only got
When me and Councillor
Councillors
Sang
Sky,
were first
4
on
and
this,
you.
Not
I
the
know
good
it
old
wouldn't
days,
mean,
Murray.
but we've got 3 more to go.
went to 2 p.m. and we loved it.
No, I think we can get to. I
2
think we can do it in
p.m.
half an hour. I've got 3 to
3
go.
p.m.
Come on, let's keep going.
Let's go. Councillor Andrews,
Enjoy.
quickly, what were you going to say?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I don't support this motion in principle, and the reason why I don't support this motion by Councillor Matson is this is just going to delay once again the development process in respect to development applications. You know, the number one concern I get and phone calls I get is from residents who have put development applications in and are waiting months and months on end in relation to an outcome to their matter. What Councillor Matson is proposing here is a further delay in the process as a result of amendments, which might be beneficial to the objectives. If something is beneficial, why do we need to re-notify the plans again? There's no need to re-notify the plans when it's beneficial to the objector or the person who's objecting to the application. I understand if it's not beneficial, absolutely it should be advertised and resubmitted. But when it's beneficial, why are we going to delay the process even more? So I would ask if Councillor Matson could please accept an amendment that if the amended plans are to the benefit or to what the objector or applicant, to what the objector wanted, why do we have to resubmit and re-advertise? It's just delaying the process.
Mr. Mayor, I won't accept that because that's the status quo, and I've articulated the reason why we should provide more transparency.
Okay, well then I'll call that as you're speaking against, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Hamilton, is that a question or you want to speak against?
I'm going to speak against the motion, and I'm just going to quickly say that in the course of development applications over the years, residents and anybody else has more access to information than they ever have in the past.
Correct.
In the past, you would never be able to just type up an address into an internet web page and find out intricate details of costings and plans and all kinds of information. So I don't think that we should be reviewing anything, or we should be going back to the drawing board and considering how do we actually share information about DAs, because we have a really clear, transparent system already in place. So I'm not supporting this at all.
Okay, so that's 242 against. So I'll put it.
Speaking to the motion and my final address, I'm entitled to that.
Okay, Councillor Matson, go.
Look, the whole idea of the motion is to maintain the credibility of the council. This is an easy way to do it. Residents do get upset. They do not understand why the amended and submitted plans are not being totally displayed. Yes, we understand it. Yes, the staff understand it, but it's a simple measure and it will actually speed up the processing of DAs because there will be less confusion, less angst in the community and less vexatious calls to councillors to fix things that could just simply be fixed by the display of the latest amended plans, no matter how irrelevant you or I might see it. It's a matter of transparency. And if modern technology allows us to be more transparent, let's embrace it. Let's not say, well, in the old days we had to deal with pens and papers, so you should really accept the same standard now. No, that's not valid.
Councillors, does someone call for a division?
A division, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so Councillor Hamilton.
Division.
Yes, second that division.
So Councillor Hamilton.
Against.
Councillor Nielsen.
For.
Councillor Veitch.
For.
Councillor Stravinos.
Against.
Councillor Luxford.
For.
Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor Sang.
For.
Councillor Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Matson.
For.
Councillor Roberts.
Against.
Councillor De Souza, is he still with us? I have a feeling he's left again. Can you note that Councillor De Souza's left 12:33 and the Mayor is for? So,
I need to leave now, Mr. Mayor, too. I need to leave the meeting.
okay, Councillor Stravinos is left at 12:33.
Thank you.
Okay, so I declare that carried.
Thank you, councillors.
NM 44/21. Councillor Matson moved. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Councillor Veitch.
Or, well, Councillor Nelson can, or if you
Yes,
like.
sorry. I think I spoke at the same time.
You can second it, Councillor Nelson. That's fine.
Yes, councillors, look, you know my concern, which is reflected by many other councillors, at the private certification.
Just put it, Murray. Don't block.
No, councillor, I do think that I need to ask for support. It would be arrogant for me to suggest that I blanketly have support for this. The latest fiasco in America, obviously a completely different situation, but that's the ultimate outcome. Look, I would ask for support for this.
Okay, Councillor Nielsen.
I reserve my right.
Okay, so anyone against? Let's put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried, unanimous.
Against.
Oh, sorry. Is that Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, it is. I'm still.
You want it recorded that you've voted, or?
No, I don't mind.
Okay. Okay, so that's carried. So NM 45/21. That's the motion from Councillor Matson, establishing a volunteer.
I'll second it. Councillor Nielsen.
Councillor Nielsen seconded.
I think I seconded Mr. Mayor. It was quite clear.
I think Councillor Nielsen has floated some sort of amendment.
Is your amendment on there, Councillor Nielsen?
Yes, it's at the bottom. Sorry, if you can just bring it up, please. Mr. Kelly, thank you. And it's just changing the first line.
I accept that amendment.
We accept that, Councillor Matson. We'll just put that in there. Anyone want to speak against it? So we'll vote on it. All those in favour? Against?
Aye.
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 Declare that carried, unanimous. And it's NM 47/21. That's most councillors responding to the arrival of Delta variant in a slow rollout.
Yeah, look, it's quite the government.
By the way.
The government announced its strategy last year that it wasn't going to buy up huge amounts of overseas vaccines. Instead, it was going to rely on a strategy of manufacturing our own vaccines locally. We were going to use the since abandoned QU vaccine from Queensland University and the AstraZeneca's vaccine. We were going to have license to produce it here. That was delayed, and the QU was abandoned. And now it's become strikingly apparent that our production capacity is actually not up to what the government thought it would be, because the strategy is failing. We do not have enough vaccines to give out. We have a limited type of choice of vaccines. At the moment, we only have one, the AstraZeneca's one, and that there's issues about blood clotting, which are alarming people. I do feel that the Commonwealth government, I'm sorry to say, but they messed this strategy up. We should have just bought up big like the UK did, and we would maybe have half of our residents now vaccinated like they do. And the fact that they didn't anticipate the Delta variant, okay, I didn't anticipate it either, obviously, but it has happened. Yes, I can see that it's the worst possible storm for the government, but really that strategy they adopted of local manufacture last year was not up to it.
Do I have a seconder?
Yeah.
Seconder?
Okay.
Was that Councillor Nielsen that yelled out?
But who was the other person?
Pardon?
Who was the other person? Someone spoke at the same time.
I think it was you speaking twice, very slightly different voice.
Okay, so any objectors?
Can I just read a
I'll
message?
just put it. So thank you. So declare that carried, unanimous.
Thank you,
Councillor
Councillor.
NM48/21.
No, I'm an objector. It's not unanimous.
Point
Oh,
of order.
sorry, I'll go back.
You say
Yeah.
Not
unanimous.
unanimous, not unanimous.
Yeah.
Why do you say unanimously all the time? You don't need
Because
to.
I asked, has anyone objected? And there wasn't one person that.
No, there wasn't.
I did.
Yeah,
All you have
did.
to say is just carried. It's like
Yeah, I know.
there's
No,
voices.
look,
Because
the
if no one says no, then it's unanimous.
Well, I
okay.
say no, so.
So just
I
declare.
would
Just
like you-
I'm happy to, as I said, I'll note your names down if you want them noted. I'm happy to take divisions. I'm happy to. All I'm going saying is.
Please, Mr. Mayor, let's move on.
I don't want my name noted down, but I don't want unanimous written down there either.
Okay, we'll take away unanimous, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Can we record? I'm happy to record any councillors opposing it if you want to.
I think Councillor Luxford, do I have a seconder for NM48/21?
I'm happy to second it.
Yes, I'll second. Westward.
I like it.
I'm
Councillor
I'm
Veach.
happy to pull.
Okay, Councillor Veach, seconded. Councillor Luxford, you there?
Yeah, it's just it's been brought to my attention. I've had some people from Neurologica and the hospital and that saying that we're not taking care of the pedestrians in that vicinity. There are traffic lights at Botany Street and at Avoca, but there's nothing in between for people to cross the road, and the Newmarket is attracting loads of people crossing backwards and forwards from the hospital. The bus stop is there as well. The school kids, the whole thing. So it's just to explore and see what options we've got to make it safer for pedestrians in that area.
Okay, so you don't mind if I put it, Councillor Veach?
No.
Any objections? So I declare that carried. We've done Councillor Bowen, so we're into confidential.
So do we need to make sure that we're no longer recording? Broadcasting, I should say.
Good point.
And everyone's on their own. Got a thumbs up, Mr. McNiven? We're off. You can go ahead. I'll take it I can. So CO 28/21, the appointment of a chair, expert members of Randwick Local Planning Panel.
Yeah,
And I need to record a voting. Someone want to move it?
Yeah.
Now you missed the first one, Mr. Mayor, 28.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I missed the top part. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
CO 28/21. SS1.
Yeah, I'll move that.
Councillor Andrews.
So moved by
Seconded,
Councillor Hamilton,
yes.
seconded by Councillor Andrews. Does anyone want to speak on it?
No.
Okay, so it's got to be a show of hands. Councillor Hamilton,
Yes.
Councillor Nielsen,
Yes.
Councillor Veach,
Yes.
Councillor Dorinos is gone, Councillor Luxford,
Yes.
Councillor Parker,
Yes.
Councillor Singh,
Yes.
Councillor Andrews,
Yes.
Councillor Bowen,
Yes.
Councillor Matson,
Yes.
Councillor Roberts.
For
Councillor and myself, the Mayor, yes. So declare that carried. So then we move on to CP 44/21, appointment of chair, alternate chairs and expert members of Randwick Local Planning Panel. Anyone like to move it?
Moved.
Yeah.
Moved by Councillor Luxford,
I'll second it.
seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Anyone wants to speak against it?
No, but I have a question.
Yep.
Question.
Yeah, the question to Mr. Kyriakou. Were councillors actually able to access the other contenders for the position of expert members?
In terms of the spreadsheet that's available for the department, I don't believe so. I think that was only provided to the officers.
Yeah, because I couldn't find anything on the website, so I assume that was the case. Yeah.
Can I just make a late and sorry, it's been quite remiss of me not to have noticed this. I have to declare an interest. I know Geraldine Hoban and I'll have to take my name off the motion, I believe, because I know her through my affiliations with the Liberal Party. And so I don't believe that my presence here for the vote would influence my agreement, but I'll just remove my name off it just to be on the safe side and declare.
Do I have a seconder? Yeah, a new seconder?
This is for the second confidential matter, yeah.
Yes. Councillor Matson, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Yeah, just a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Are we reappointing the community representatives?
Yeah, that's part of the report.
Can we get? I would like some information in regards to these community representatives. What their expertise is.
Well, they've been serving there on the committee now for quite a few years.
Is that possible, Mr. Kyriakou?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Mayor, we can provide you with the details that we reported to council previously on their selection, on the selection process and the merits of the candidates. Yeah.
Can I ask why they're not listed in this report?
Because council had already resolved earlier in the year to extend their period, and this report was in relation to the department's new round of sort of expressions of interest for experts, as well as appointing the new chairs.
But Mr. Kyriakou and Councillor Andrews, they are mentioned on page 28.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, they are mentioned.
I understand
Andrews,
my issue is
their backgrounds and the like.
Yeah, I would like to see the experience and qualification because, Mr. Mayor, if I can raise it, I've raised this issue previously. I have got a concern in respect to planning panels in general, and the last 4 years have been a disappointment to our residents that councillors cannot represent them appropriately and make a decision. Us councillors are accountable to our community. We are elected by our community to make the right decisions on their behalf. But Mr. Mayor, I've seen many, many examples that this local planning panel is making, which is not in our community's interest. And I'm very disappointed when we have community.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a quick conflict declaration as well? I'm afraid I've just remembered that I have a development application before this council. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to be voting on the makeup of the local government panel in this area, so I'll be exiting from the debate on this particular matter. I would have to remove my seconding of this matter as well. Sorry.
All right, can I get some clarification?
Next.
I'm now leaving the meeting, okay?
Whoever puts their name on there, usually it's jinxed. Anyone else want to?
Leaving, bye.
Can I just seek some clarification? Because if councillors are declaring a significant interest or non-pecuniary because they have to put DAs through the panel. I mean, I'm in that category as well. So
Everyone's in that category. It's not something to declare an interest of.
Not me.
Do you have a current DA, Councillor Bond?
No, but it's possible I will. But I thought Councillor Matson said he'd put one through. I don't have a current DA, no. But
current DA.
But all DAs from councillors go to the panel unless they're complying development because we're councillors. So
could either the general manager or you make a point, because anyone in the future who puts a DA in could be said, "Oh, will you pick that panel?" So yeah, so the general manager or
if I may.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be my opinion that for those councillors that own property that may put a development application in, this wouldn't be a conflict of interest, but it is a matter for councillors. I note that Councillor Murray Matson has a development application in train at present, and I think that's why he's deciding to err on caution.
I missed that detail. All right, thank you.
Okay.
May I continue, Mr.
I'll
Mayor?
stay.
Oh, I just need a seconder before you continue, Councillor Andrews. Do I have a seconder?
I'm not seconding it.
I may or may not have a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. There's someone called Peter Ryan. I don't know if it's the same Pete Ryan who's a member of the Greening Randwick Committee.
It is.
It is?
Years. It's been on for years and there's no
Been on
change.
for years.
Right. So I don't know if that's but I'm still happy to vote
Don't
on
put a
it. I
second
don't
to
know
it.
him
Don't
personally.
I just need a seconder.
Don't second it. No one wants to second it. Ted, you second it. Oh, Councillor Sang.
Well, none of us like these planning panels. That's why.
Exactly.
Look, I'm happy to second it if people don't have an issue with me knowing one of the members very slightly through a committee, you know.
I'm happy to support it, to second it or whatever.
Good on you, Ted.
All right,
What do you
I'm
want
happy
me to do? Just to
Councillor
move that? You want me to move or second?
Second.
Who's the
No,
mover?
the second.
Second. Who moved it?
I
Councillor
did.
Luxford.
Who's that? Alex, where are you?
I'm here.
I can second that if anybody wants me to do it.
You've done it, mate. You're there.
Thank
You've
you.
done it. So it's now back to Councillor Andrews.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm disappointed in general about these planning panels, but what I'm more disappointed about is the community representatives who, you know, the word community representative means they're there to represent the community's interest. And, you know, I'm sure Councillor Nielsen and Councillor Shuri, who attend these meetings quite regularly, you know, would agree with me that sometimes these community representatives don't represent the interest of our community, the community which we represent, the community which we're representing and elected to represent. And that's the work us councillors used to do. We used to move that a matter be refused because it was not in the community interest. But I'm finding that the voice of the community or the voice of objectors sometimes is not being reiterated by our community representative. And I feel that, you know, we're missing the community representation on these planning panels. And I would like to see, you know, a review of this particular matter, you know, whether we can make submissions to the minister that, you know, that two current councillors be appointed to the this type of planning panel, just like we had two councillors represent council on the Meriton proposal recently on the state planning panel. There should be councillors that are elected and are accountable to the community should be on this committee, not a community representative who is not accountable to anybody. We go to an election and we're elected by the people to make a decision. But these community representatives are appointed by council. They can do whatever they like. They usually just go with the flow, with the actual experts.
and we're not really representing our community. So I just want to voice my concern that there's not community representation on these committees. I've seen many matters where the voice of the community has been 15 to 20 objections by our community, and the community representatives have not even supported these 15, 20 objections. That's our community. They're our voice. And I just feel that we're not being represented properly.
So, Council, is there anything we can do about that, Mr. Kyriakou? There's no process, is there, that it just comes up in a motion next time, I suppose?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council officers did report to the council on 29th September last year, allowing council the option to either continue with the current community representatives or seek expressions of interest from new community representatives, and council resolved to continue with the current community members. So it's really a matter for council at the end of the day if it wants to bring forward a motion to seek new community representation, and it's entirely a matter of the council. The appointment of the chairs is a matter for the minister, and council can also appoint the experts from the panel that the Department of Planning puts together.
Mr. Mayor, I can think of 2 councillors who are retiring very shortly who will make great community representatives.
Actually,
I won't name them, but I've got a vision of 2 councillors who can
I
make
second that.
great community representatives. I'm sure they'll come out of retirement to do it for us.
Actually, it's a very good idea. When's the next round?
Oh, 3 councillors, sorry. Yeah, it was 3 councillors. That could be 4, actually 4.
Can I just suggest, even though it's a confidential session, we really shouldn't prejudge it.
Okay, so actually, I'm just going to put it. Otherwise, we're going to have another extension, and I want to go.
Clarify a point. Sorry, just clarify a point with Mr. Kyriakou. I don't think a councillor, a past councillor, is eligible for. Is it something like 12 months or some period of time?
I'm not sure about that, council. I'd have to check that. Yeah, I couldn't answer that. I didn't take that on notice.
Okay, so we'll go back.
I think you're right, Kathy. It's 12 months.
Yeah.
So we'll vote on the motion before we have to have another extension. So, Councillor Hamilton, because we have to vote show of hands. So,
For
the motion.
Yeah.
As per the paper.
Hello. Yes.
Yes. Oh, I thought you meant for what? I thought you meant for. Okay. Councillor Nielsen.
Golf, mate. 4.
It's unanimous.
Golf. Yeah, that's it. Look out.
Councillor
4. Yeah, 4.
Councillor Luxford. Councillor Luxford.
Yep, sorry.
Councillor Parker.
4.
Too tired.
Councillor Sang.
4.
Councillor Andrews.
4.
Councillor Bowen.
4.
Councillor Matson.
No, he absented himself, remember?
Oh, that's right, sorry. And the Mayor, so I declare that carried.
What about Roberts? Councillor Roberts.
Did I say Councillor Roberts?
No, you didn't.
Sorry, Councillor Roberts?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so declare that carried.
Affirmative.
And so I declare the meeting closed at 12:55.
Thank you, Kathy. Councillor Nielsen.